Chapter 9, Part 1 of 5 of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vicki Rands. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 12. The year 1840 finds Mr. Lincoln entering his 32nd year, and still unmarried. "I have come to the conclusion," he suggests in a facetious letter 2 years before, "never again to think of marrying." But meanwhile he had seen more of the world. The State capital had been removed to Springfield, and he soon observed the power and influence one can exert with high family and social surroundings to draw upon. The sober truth is that Lincoln was inordinately ambitious. He had already succeeded in obtaining no inconsiderable political recognition, and numbered among his party friends men of wealth and reputation; but he himself was poor, besides lacking the graces and ease of bearing obtained through mingling in polite society. In fact, to use the expressive language of Mary Owens, he was deficient in those little links which make up the chain of woman's happiness. Conscious, therefore, of his humble rank in the social scale, how natural that he should seek by marriage in an influential family to establish strong connections and at the same time foster his political fortunes. This may seem an audacious thing to insinuate, but on no other basis can we reconcile the strange course of his courtship and the tempestuous chapters in his married life. It is a curious history, and the facts, long chained down, are gradually coming to the surface. When all is at last known, the world, I believe, will divide its censure between Lincoln and his wife, Mary Todd, who afterwards became the wife of Mr. Lincoln. Was born in Lexington, Kentucky, December 13th, 1818. "My mother," related Mrs. Lincoln to me in 1865, "died when I was still young. I was educated by Madame Mantelli, a lady who lived opposite Mr. Clay's, and who was an accomplished French scholar. Our conversation at school was carried on entirely in French. In fact, we were allowed to speak nothing else. I finished my education at Mrs. Ward's Academy, an institution to which many people from the North sent their daughters. In 1837 I visited Springfield, Illinois, remaining 3 months. I returned to Kentucky, remaining till 1839, when I again set out for Illinois, which state finally became my home. The paternal grandfather of Mary Todd, General Levi Todd, was born in 1756, was educated in Virginia, and studied law in the office of General Lewis of that state. He emigrated to Kentucky, was a lieutenant in the campaigns conducted by General George Rogers Clark against the Indians, and commanded a battalion in the battle of Blue Licks, August 18, 1782, where his brother John Todd was killed. He succeeded Daniel Boone in command of the militia, ranking as major general, and was one of the first settlers in Lexington, Kentucky, February 25, 1779. He married Miss Jane Briggs, the 7th child of this union, born February 25, 1791. Was Robert S. Todd, the father of Mrs. Lincoln. On her maternal side, Mrs. Lincoln was highly connected. Her great grandfather, General Andrew Porter, was in the War of the Revolution. He succeeded Peter Muhlenberg as Major General of the Pennsylvania militia. Her great uncles, George B. Porter, who was Governor of Michigan, James Madison Porter, Secretary of the Navy under President Tyler, and David R. Porter, Governor of Pennsylvania, were men of ability and distinction. Her mother, Anne Eliza Parker, was a cousin of her father, Robert S. Todd. The latter had served in both houses of the Kentucky Legislature, and for over 20 years was president of the Bank of Kentucky at Lexington. He died July 16, 1849. To a young lady in whose veins coursed the blood that had come down from this long and distinguished ancestral line, who could even go back in the genealogical chart to the 6th century, Lincoln, the child of Nancy Hanks, whose descent was dimmed by the shadow of tradition, was finally united in marriage. When Mary Todd came to her sister's house in Springfield in 1839, she was in her 21st year. She was a young woman of strong passionate nature and quick temper, and had left her home in Kentucky to avoid living under the same roof with a stepmother. She came to live with her oldest sister Elizabeth, who was the wife of Lincoln's colleague in the legislature, Ninian W. Edwards. She had two other sisters, Frances, married to Dr. William Wallace, and Anne, who afterwards became the wife of C. M. Smith, a prominent and wealthy merchant. They all resided in Springfield. She was of the average height, weighing, when I first saw her, about 130 pounds. She was rather compactly built, had a well-rounded face, rich dark brown hair, and bluish gray eyes. In her bearing she was proud, but handsome and vivacious. Her education had been in no wise defective. She was a good conversationalist, using with equal fluency the French and English languages. When she used a pen its point was sure to be sharp, and she wrote with wit and ability. She not only had a quick intellect, but an intuitive judgment of men and their motives. Ordinarily she was affable and even charming in her manners, but when offended or antagonized, her agreeable qualities instantly disappeared beneath a wave of stinging satire or sarcastic bitterness, and her entire better nature was submerged. In her figure and physical proportions, in education, bearing, temperament, history, in everything she was the exact reverse of Lincoln. On her return to Springfield she immediately entered society, and soon became one of the belles, leading the young men of the town a merry dance. She was a very shrewd observer, and discreetly and without apparent effort kept back all the unattractive elements in her unfortunate organization. Her trenchant wit, affability, and candor pleased the young men not less than her culture and varied accomplishments impressed the older ones with whom she came in contact. The first time I met her was at a dance at the residence of Colonel Robert Allen, a gentleman mentioned in the preceding chapter. I engaged her for a waltz, and as we glided through it I fancied I never before had danced with a young lady who moved with such grace and ease. A few moments later, as we were promenading through the hall, I thought to compliment her graceful dancing by telling her that while I was conscious of my own awkward movements, she seemed to glide through the waltz with the ease of a serpent. This strange comparison was as unfortunate as it was hideous. I saw it in an instant, but too late to recall it. She halted for a moment, drew back, and her eyes flashed as she retorted, "Mr. Herndon, comparison to a serpent is rather severe irony, especially to a newcomer." Through the influence of Joshua F. Speed, who was a warm friend of the Edwardses, Lincoln was led to call on Miss Todd. He was charmed with her wit and beauty, no less than by her excellent social qualities and profound knowledge of the strong and weak points in individual character. One visit succeeded another. It was the old story. Lincoln had again fallen in love. "I have often happened in the room where they were sitting," relates Mrs. Edwards, describing this courtship, "and Mary invariably led the conversation. Mr. Lincoln would sit at her side and listen. He scarcely said a word, but gazed on her as if irresistibly drawn towards her by some superior and unseen power. He could not maintain himself in a continued conversation with a lady reared as Mary was. He was not educated and equipped mentally to make himself either interesting or attractive to the ladies. He was a good, honest, and sincere young man, whose rugged, manly qualities I admired, but to me he somehow seemed ill constituted by nature and education to please such a woman as my sister. Mary was quick, gay, and in the social world somewhat brilliant. She loved show and power, and was the most ambitious woman I ever knew. She used to contend when a girl, to her friends in Kentucky, that she was destined to marry a president. I have heard her say that myself, and after mingling in society in Springfield she repeated the seemingly absurd and idle boast. Although Mr. Lincoln seemed to be attached to Mary and fascinated by her wit and sagacity, yet I soon began to doubt whether they could always be so congenial. In a short time I told Mary my impression that they were not suited, or, as some persons who believe matches are made in heaven would say, not intended for each other. But Mrs. Edwards' advice was seed sown on rocky soil. The courtship ran on smoothly to the point of engagement, when a new and disturbing element loomed up ahead in their paths. It was no less than the dashing and handsome Stephen A. Douglas, who now appeared on the scene in the guise of a rival. As a society man Douglas was infinitely more accomplished, more attractive, and influential than Lincoln, and that he should supplant the latter in the affections of the proud and aristocratic Miss Todd is not to be marveled at. He was unremitting in his attentions to the lady, promenaded the streets arm in arm with her, frequently passing Lincoln, and in every way made plain his intentions to become the latter's rival. There are those who believe this warm reciprocation of young Douglas's attention was a mere flirtation on Mary Todd's part, intended to spur Lincoln up, to make him more demonstrative, and manifest his love more positively and with greater fervor. But a lady relative who lived with Lincoln and his wife for 2 years after their marriage is authority for the statement coming from Mrs. Lincoln herself that she loved Douglas, and but for her promise to marry Lincoln would have accepted him. The unfortunate attitude she felt bound to maintain between these two young men ended in a spell of sickness. Douglas, still hopeful, was warm in the race, but the lady's physician, her brother-in-law, Dr. William Wallace, to whom she confided the real cause of her illness, saw Douglas and induced him to end his pursuit, which he did with great reluctance. If Miss Todd intended by her flirtation with Douglas to test Lincoln's devotion, she committed a grievous error. If she believed, because he was ordinarily so undemonstrative, that he was without will power and incapable of being aroused, she certainly did not comprehend the man. Lincoln began now to feel the sting. Miss Todd's spur had certainly operated, and with awakening effect. One evening Lincoln came into our store and called for his warm friend Speed. Together they walked back to the fireplace, where Lincoln, drawing from his pocket a letter, asked Speed to read it. "The letter," relates Speed, "was addressed to Mary Todd, and in it he made a plain statement of his feelings, telling her that he had thought the matter over calmly and with great deliberation, and now felt that he did not love her sufficiently to warrant her in marrying him. This letter he desired me to deliver. Upon my declining to do so, he threatened to entrust it to some other person's hand. I reminded him that the moment he placed the letter in Mrs. Todd's hand she would have the advantage over him. Words are forgotten," I said, "misunderstood, unnoticed in a private conversation, But once put your word in writing, and they stand a living and eternal monument against you." Thereupon I threw the unfortunate letter in the fire. "Now," I continued, "if you have the courage of manhood, go see Mary yourself. Tell her, if you do not love her, the facts, and that you will not marry her. Be careful not to say too much, and then leave at your earliest opportunity." Thus admonished, he buttoned his coat, and with a rather determined look started out to perform the serious duty for which I had just given him explicit directions. That night Speed did not go upstairs to bed with us, but under pretence of wanting to read, remained in the store below. He was waiting for Lincoln's return. 10 o'clock passed, and still the interview with Miss Todd had not ended. At length, shortly after 11, he came stalking in. Speed was satisfied, from the length of Lincoln's stay, that his directions had not been followed. "Well, old fellow, did you do as I told you, and as you promised?" were Speed's first words. "Yes, I did," responded Lincoln thoughtfully; "and when I told Mary I did not love her, she burst into tears, and almost springing from her chair and wringing her hands as if in agony, said something about the deceiver being himself deceived." Then he stopped. "What else did you say?" inquired Speed, drawing the facts from him. "To tell you the truth, Speed, it was too much for me. I found the tears trickling down my own cheeks. I caught her in my arms and kissed her." "And that's how you broke the engagement," sneered Speed. "You not only acted the fool, but your conduct was tantamount to a renewal of the engagement, and in decency you cannot back down now." "Well," drawled Lincoln, "if I am in again, so be it. It's done, and I shall abide by it." Convinced now that Miss Todd regarded the engagement ratified, instead of broken, as her tall suitor had at first intended, Lincoln continued his visits, and things moved on smoothly as before. Douglas had dropped out of the race, and everything pointed to an early marriage. It was probably at this time that Mr. and Mrs. Edwards began to doubt the wisdom of the marriage, and now and then to intimate the same to the lady. But they went no farther in their opposition, and placed no obstacle in their paths. The time fixed for the marriage was the first day in January, 1841. Careful preparations for the happy occasion were made at the Edwards mansion. The house underwent the customary renovation. The furniture was properly arranged, the rooms neatly decorated, the supper prepared, and the guests invited. The latter assembled on the evening in question, and awaited in expectant pleasure the interesting ceremony of marriage. The bride, bedecked in veil and silken gown, and nervously toying with the flowers in her hair, sat in the adjoining room. Nothing was lacking but the groom. For some strange reason he had been delayed. An hour passed, and the guests, as well as the bride, were becoming restless. But they were all doomed to be disappointed. Another hour passed. Messengers were sent out over town, and each returning the same report. It became apparent that Lincoln, the principal in this little drama, had purposely failed to appear. The bride, in grief, disappeared to her room. The wedding supper was left untouched. The guests quietly and wonderingly withdrew. The lights in the Edwards mansion were blown out, and darkness settled over all for the night. What the feelings of a lady as sensitive, passionate, and proud as Miss Todd were, we can only imagine. No one can ever describe them. By daybreak, after persistent search, Lincoln's friends found him. Restless, gloomy, miserable, desperate, he seemed an object of pity. His friends, Speed among the number, fearing a tragic termination, watched him closely in their rooms day and night. Knives and razors, and every instrument that could be used for self-destruction, were removed from his reach. Mrs. Edwards did not hesitate to regard him as insane, and of course her sister Mary shared in that view. But the case was hardly so desperate. His condition began to improve after a few weeks, and a letter written to his partner Stuart on the 23rd of January, 1841, 3 weeks after the scene at Edward's house, reveals more perfectly how he felt. His illness and consequent incapacity for duty in the legislature continued for almost 3 weeks. On the 19th of January, 1841, John J. Herndon announced his illness in the House. 4 days afterwards he wrote the letter to Stuart from which I have quoted a few lines. He says, "I am now the most miserable man living. If what I feel were equally distributed to the whole human family, there would not be one cheerful face on earth. Whether I shall ever be better I cannot tell. I awfully forebode I shall not. To remain as I am is impossible. I must die or be better, as it appears to me. I fear I shall be unable to attend to any business here, and a change of scene might help me. If I could be myself I would rather remain at home with Judge Logan. I can write no more." During all this time the legislature to which Lincoln belonged was in special session, but for a time he was unable to attend. Towards the close of the session, however, he resumed his seat. He took little if any part in the proceedings, made no speeches, and contented himself with answers to the monotonous roll call, and votes on a few of the principal measures. After the adjournment of the legislature, his warm friend Speed, who had disposed of his interest in Springfield, induced Lincoln to accompany him to Kentucky. Speed's parents lived in a magnificent place a few miles from Louisville. Their farm was well stocked, and they, in the current phrase, lived well. Thither he was taken, and there amid the quiet surroundings he found the change of scene which he told Stuart might help him. He was living under the cloud of melancholia, and sent to the Sangamon Journal a few lines under the gloomy title of Suicide. They were published in the paper, and a few years since I hunted over the files, and coming across the number containing them was astonished to find that someone had cut them out. I have always supposed it was done by Lincoln, or by someone at his instigation. Speed's mother was much impressed with the tall and swarthy stranger her son had brought with him. She was a God-fearing mother, and besides aiding to lighten his spirits, gave him a Bible, advising him to read it, and by adopting its precepts obtain a release from his troubles which no other agency in her judgment could bring him. He was much depressed. At first he almost contemplated suicide. In the deepest of his depression he said one day he had done nothing to make any human being remember that he had lived, and that to connect his name with the events transpiring in his day and generation, and so impress himself upon them as to link his name with something that would redound to the interest of his fellow men, was what he desired to live for. At the time of Lincoln's visit at the Speed mansion, James Speed, a brother of Joshua, and afterward Attorney General in Lincoln's cabinet, was practicing law in Louisville. Lincoln came into his office daily. "He read my books," related Mr. Speed in after years, "talked with me about his life, his reading, his studies, his aspirations." Mr. Speed discredits the thought that Lincoln was insane at the time. Although he understood, he was saddened and melancholy over an unfortunate love affair. The congenial associations at the Speed farm, the freedom from unpleasant reminders, the company of his staunch friend, and above all the motherly care and delicate attentions of Mrs. Speed exerted a marked influence over Lincoln. He improved gradually, day by day, gaining strength and confidence in himself, until at last the great cloud lifted and passed away. In the fall he and Speed returned to Springfield. At this point, as affording us the most reliable account of Mr. Lincoln's conditions and views, it is proper to insert a portion of his correspondence with Mr. Speed. For some time Mr. Speed was reluctant to give these letters to the world. After some argument, however, he at last shared my view that they were properly a matter of history, and sent them to me, accompanied by a letter in which he says: "I enclose you copies of all the letters of any interest from Mr. Lincoln to me. Some explanation may be needed that you may rightly understand their import. In the winter of 1840 and 1841 he was unhappy about his engagement to his wife, not being entirely satisfied that his heart was going with his hand. How much he suffered then on that account none knew so well as myself. He disclosed his whole heart to me." Lincoln wrote a letter, a long one which he read to me, to Dr. Drake of Cincinnati, descriptive of his case. Its date would be in December 1840, or early in January 1841. I think he must have informed Dr. Drake of his early love for Miss Rutledge, as there was a part of the letter which he would not read. I remember Dr. Drake's reply, which was, that he would not undertake to prescribe for him without a personal interview. In the summer of 1841 I became engaged to my wife. He was here on a visit when I courted her, and, strange to say, something of the same feeling which I regarded as so foolish in him took possession of me and kept me very unhappy from the time of my engagement until I was married. This will explain the deep interest he manifested in his letters on my account. One thing is plainly discernible: if I had not been married and happy, far more happy than I ever expected to be, he would not have married. The first of these letters is one which he gave Speed when the latter started on his journey from Illinois to Kentucky. It bears no date, but was handed him January 1st, 1842, as Speed has testified in another letter to me, that he left Springfield on that day. It is full of consolation and advice how best to conduct himself when the periods of gloom which he feels sure will follow come upon his friend. "I know," he says, "what the painful point with you is at all times when you are unhappy. It is an apprehension that you do not love her as you should." What nonsense! How came you to court her? Did you court her for her wealth? Why, you say she had none. But you say you reasoned yourself into it. What do you mean by that? Was it not that you found yourself unable to reason yourself out of it? Did you not think and partly form the purpose of courting her the first time you ever saw her or heard of her? What had reason to do with it at that early stage? There was nothing at that time for reason to work upon, whether she was moral, amiable, sensible, or even of good character. You did not nor could then know, except perhaps you might infer the last from the company you found her in. Say candidly, were not those heavenly black eyes the whole basis of all your reasoning on the subject? After you and I had once been at the residence, did you not go and take me all the way to Lexington and back for no other purpose but to see her again on our return on that evening to take a trip for that express object? The next paragraph is significant as affording us an idea of how the writer perhaps viewed Mrs. Todd's flirtation with Douglas. "What earthly consideration," he asks, "would you take to find her scouting and despising you and giving herself up to another? But of this you need have no apprehension, and therefore you cannot bring it home to your feelings." February 3rd he writes again, acknowledging receipt of a letter dated January 25th. Object of Speed's affection had been ill, and her condition had greatly intensified his gloomy spirits. Lincoln proffers his sympathy. "I hope and believe," he continues, "that your present anxiety about her health and her life must and will forever banish those horrid doubts which I know you sometimes felt as to the truth of your affection for her. If they can once and forever be removed, and I almost feel a presentiment that the Almighty has sent your present affliction expressly for that object, surely nothing can come in their stead to fill their immeasurable measure of misery." It really appears to me that you yourself ought to rejoice and not sorrow at this indubitable evidence of your undying affection for her. Why, Speed, if you did not love her, although you might not wish her death, you would most certainly be resigned to it. Perhaps this point is no longer a question with you, and my pertinacious dwelling upon it is a rude intrusion upon your feelings. If so, you must pardon me. You know the hell I have suffered on that point, and how tender I am upon it. You know I do not mean wrong. I have been quite clear of hypo since you left, even better than I was along in the fall. The next letter, February 13th, was written on the eve of Speed's marriage. After assurances of his desire to befriend him in everything he suggests, but you will always hereafter be on ground that I never occupied, and consequently, if advice were needed, I might advise wrong. I do fondly hope, however, that you will never again need any comfort from abroad. I incline to think it probable that your nerves will occasionally fail you for a while, but once you get them firmly grated now, that trouble is over forever. If you went through the ceremony calmly, or even with sufficient composure not to excite alarm in any present, you are safe beyond question, and in 2 or 3 months, to say the most, will be the happiest of men. Meanwhile, Lincoln had been duly informed of Speed's marriage, and on the 25th he responds: "Yours of the 16th, announcing that Miss Fanny and you are no more twain, but one flesh, reached me this morning. I have no way of telling how much happiness I wish you both, though I believe you both can conceive it. I feel somewhat jealous of both of you now. You will be so exclusively concerned for one another that I shall be forgotten entirely. I shall be very lonesome without you. How miserably things seem to be arranged in this world! If we have no friends, we have no pleasure; and if we have them, we are sure to lose them, and be doubly pained by the loss." In another letter written the same day he says: "I have no doubt it is the peculiar misfortune of both you and me to dream dreams of Elysium far exceeding all that anything earthly can realize. Far short of your dreams as you may be, no woman could do more to realize them than that same black-eyed Fanny. If you could but contemplate her through my imagination, it would appear ridiculous to you that any one should for a moment think of being unhappy with her. My old father used to have a saying that, 'If you make a bad bargain, hug it all the tighter,' and it occurs to me that if the bargain just closed can possibly be called a bad one, it is certainly the most pleasant one for applying that maxim to which my fancy can by any effort picture." End of section 12. Recording by Vicky Rands. Chapter 9, Part 2 of 5 of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vicky Rands. Speed having now safely married, Lincoln's mind began to turn on things nearer home. His relations with Mary Todd were still strained, but reminders of his period of gloom the year before began now to bring her again into view. In a letter to Speed, March 27th, he says: "It cannot be told how it thrills me with joy to hear you say you are far happier than you ever expected to be. That much, I know, is enough. I know you too well to suppose your expectations were not at least sometimes extravagant; and if the reality exceeds them all, I say, enough, dear Lord. I am not going beyond the truth when I tell you that the short space it took me to read your last letter gave me more pleasure than the total sum of all I have enjoyed since that fatal 1st of January, 1841. Since then it seems to me I should have been entirely happy but for the never absent idea that there is one still unhappy whom I have contributed to make so. That kills my soul. I cannot but reproach myself for even wishing to be happy while she is otherwise. She accompanied a large party on the railroad cars to Jacksonville last Monday, and on her return spoke, so that I heard of it, of having enjoyed the trip exceedingly. God be praised for that. The last paragraph of this letter contains a bit of sentiment by Lincoln in acknowledgment of a violet. In the margin of the letter which he gave me, Speed made this note in pencil: "The violet was sent by my wife, who dropped it in the letter as I was in the act of sealing it." How beautiful the acknowledgment! This is the paragraph: "The sweet violet you enclosed came safely to hand, but it was so dry and mashed so flat that it crumbled to dust at the first attempt to handle it. The juice that mashed out of it stained a place in the letter, which I mean to preserve and cherish for the sake of her who procured it to be sent. My renewed good wishes to her." Meanwhile the coldness that existed between Lincoln and his Mary was gradually passing away, and with it went all of Lincoln's resolution never to renew the engagement. In a letter July 4th he says: "I must gain confidence in my own ability to keep my resolves when they are made. In that ability I once prided myself as the only chief gem of my character. That gem I lost. How and where you know too well. I have not regained it, and until I do I cannot trust myself in any matter of such importance. I believe now that had you understood my case at the time as well as I understood yours afterwards, by the aid you would have given me I should have sailed through clear; but that does not now afford me sufficient confidence to begin that or the like of that again. I was always superstitious. I believe God made me one of the instruments of bringing Fanny and you together, which union I have no doubt he had foreordained. Whatever he designs he will do for me yet. Stand still and see the salvation of the Lord, is my text just now. If, as you say, you have told Fanny all, I should have no objection to her seeing this letter; but for its reference to our friend here, let her seeing it depend upon whether she has ever known anything of my affairs, and if she has not, do not let her. I do not think I can come to Kentucky this season. I am so poor and make so little headway in the world that I drop back in a month of idleness as much as I gain in a year's sowing." The last letter, and the one which closes the series, was written October 5th, 1842. In it he simply announces his duel with Shields, and then goes on to narrate the particulars of the duelling business which still rages in this city. This referred to a challenge from the belligerent Shields to William Butler, and another from General Whitesides to Dr. Merryman. In the latter Lincoln acted as the friend of Merryman, but in neither case was there any encounter, and both ended in smoke. The concluding paragraph of this letter is the most singular in the entire correspondence. I give it entire without further comment. "But I began this letter not for what I have been writing, but to say something on that subject which you know to be of infinite solicitude to me. The immense sufferings you endured from the first days of September till the middle of February, you never tried to conceal from me, and I well understood. You have now been the husband of a lovely woman nearly 8 months. That you are happier now than the day you married her, I well know, for without you could not be living. But I have your word for it too, and the returning elasticity of spirits which is manifested in your letters. But I want to ask a close question. Are you, in feeling as well as judgment, glad you are married as you are? From anybody but me this would be an impudent question, not to be tolerated. but I know you will pardon it in me. Please answer it quickly, as I am impatient to know." Lincoln again applied himself to the law. He re entered the practice, after the long hiatus of rest, with renewed vigor. He permitted the memory of his engagement with Mary Todd to trouble him no longer. Their paths had diverged, the pain of the separation was over, and the whole thing was a history of the past. And so it might ever have remained but for the intervention of a very shrewd and sagacious lady, one who was capable of achieving success anywhere in the ranks of diplomacy. This lady was the wife of Simeon Francis, the editor of the Sangamon Journal. She was a warm friend of Mary Todd and a leader in society. Her husband was warmly attached to Lincoln. He ran the Whig organ, and entertained great admiration for Lincoln's brains and noble qualities. The esteem was mutual, and it is no stretch of the truth to say that for years Lincoln exercised undisputed control of the columns of the journal himself. Whatever he wrote or had written went into the editorial page without question. Mrs. Francis, sharing her husband's view of Lincoln's glorious possibilities, and desiring to do Mary Todd a kindly act, determined to bring about a reconciliation. She knew that Miss Todd had by letter a few days after the fatal 1st of January, 1841, as Lincoln styled it, released him from the engagement, and that since then their relations had been strained, if not entirely broken off. As she viewed it, a marriage between a man as promising in the political world as Lincoln, and a woman as accomplished and brilliant in society as Mary Todd, would certainly add to the attractions of Springfield and reflect great credit on those who brought the union about. She was a great social entertainer, and one day arranged a gathering at her house for the express purpose of bringing these two people together. Both were invited and both attended, but neither suspected the other's presence. Having arranged things so ingeniously and with so much discretion, it was no difficult task for the hostess to bring the couple together by a warm introduction and the encouraging admonition, "Be friends again." Much to the surprise of both, they found the web woven around them. They entered into the spirit of the reconciliation, and found Mrs. Francis's roof an inviting place for many succeeding meetings. A wall reared itself between them and the past, and they started again under the auspicious omens of another engagement. The tact of a woman and the diplomacy of society had accomplished what love had long since despaired of ever doing or seeing done. The meetings in the parlor of Mrs. Francis's house were conducted with no little privacy. At first even Mrs. Edwards knew nothing of it, but presently it came to her ears. "I asked Mary," said this lady, "why she was so secretive about it. She said evasively that after all that had occurred it was best to keep the courtship from all eyes and ears. Men and women and the whole world were uncertain and slippery, and if misfortune befell the engagement, all knowledge of it would be hidden from the world." It is unnecessary to prolong the account of this strange and checkered courtship. The intervention of the affair with Shields, which will be detailed in a subsequent chapter, in no way impeded, if it did not hasten, the marriage. One morning in November, Lincoln, hastening to the room of his friend James H. Matheny, before the latter had arisen from bed, informed him that he was to be married that night, and requested him to attend as best man. Marriages in Springfield up to that time had been rather commonplace affairs. Lincoln's was perhaps the first one ever performed with all the requirements of the episcopal ceremony. A goodly number of friends had gathered, and while witnessing the ceremony one of the most amusing incidents imaginable occurred. No description on paper can do it justice. Among those present was Thomas C. Brown, one of the judges of the Supreme Court. He was in truth an old timer, and had the virtue of saying just what he thought, without regard to place or surroundings. He had been on the bench for many years, and was not less rough than quaint and curious. There was, of course, a perfect hush in the room as the ceremony progressed. Brown was standing just behind Lincoln. Old Parson Dresser, in canonical robes, with much and impressive solemnity recited the Episcopal service. He handed Lincoln the ring, who, placing it on the bride's finger, repeated the church formula: "With this ring I thee endow with all my goods and chattels, lands and tenements." Brown, who had never witnessed such a proceeding, was struck with its utter absurdity. "God Almighty, Lincoln!" he ejaculated, loud enough to be heard by all, "the statute fixes all that!" This unlooked for interruption almost upset the old parson. He had a keen sense of the ridiculous, and for the moment it seemed as if he would break down; but presently recovering his gravity, he hastily pronounced them husband and wife. Letter from James H. Matheny, August 21st, 1888. End of footnote. That same morning Miss Todd called on her friend Julia M. Jayne, who afterward married Lyman Trumbull, and made a similar request. The Edwardses were notified, and made such meagre preparations as were possible on so short notice. License was obtained during the day. The minister, Charles N. Dresser, was sent for, and in the evening of November 4th, 1842, as pale and trembling as if being driven to slaughter, Abraham Lincoln was at last married to Mary Todd. Footnote: while dressing for the wedding in his room at Butler's house, the latter's little boy, Speed, seeing Lincoln so handsomely attired in boyish innocence, asked him where he was going. "To hell, I suppose," was Lincoln's reply. End of footnote. One great trial of his life was now over, and another still greater one was yet to come. To me it always seemed plain that Mr. Lincoln married Mary Todd to save his honor, and in doing so that he sacrificed his domestic peace. He had searched himself subjectively, introspectively, thoroughly. He knew he did not love her, but he had promised to marry her. The hideous thought came up like a nightmare. As the fatal 1st of January, 1841, neared, the clouds around him blackened the heavens, and his life almost went out with the storm. But soon the skies cleared. Friends interposed their aid to avert a calamity, and at last he stood face to face with great conflict between honor and domestic peace. He chose the former, and with it years of self torture, sacrificial pangs, and the loss forever of a happy home. With Miss Todd a different motive, but one equally as unfortunate, prompted her adherence to the union. To marry Lincoln meant not a life of luxury and ease, for Lincoln was not a man to accumulate wealth, but in him she saw position in society, prominence in the world, and the grandest social distinction. By that means her ambition would be satisfied. Until that fatal New Year's Day in 1841 she may have loved him, but his action on that occasion forfeited her affection. He had crushed her proud, womanly spirit. She felt degraded in the eyes of the world. Love fled at the approach of revenge. Some writer — it is Junius, I believe — has said that injuries may be forgiven and forgotten, but insults admit of no compensation. They degrade the mind in its own self esteem and force it to recover its level by revenge. Whether Mrs. Lincoln really was moved by the spirit of revenge or not, she acted along the lines of human conduct. She led her husband a wild and merry dance. If in time she became soured at the world, it was not without provocation; and if in later years she unchained the bitterness of a disappointed and outraged nature, it followed as logically as an effect does the cause. I have told this sad story as I know and have learned it. In rehearsing the varied scenes of the drama, I have unearthed a few facts that seem half buried, perhaps, but they were not destined to lay very deep or long. The world will have the truth as long as the name of Lincoln is remembered by mankind. [Footnote: For many years I had reason to believe that Sarah Rickard, who was a sister of Mrs. William Butler, had been the recipient of some attentions at the hand of Mr. Lincoln. The lady, long since married, is now living in a Western state. I applied to her for information recently, and after some entreaty received this answer in her own handwriting. As an old friend I will answer the question propounded to me. Though I can scarcely see what good it can do history, Mr. Lincoln did make a proposal of marriage to me in the summer, or perhaps later, in the year of 1840. He brought to my attention the accounts in the Bible of the patriarch Abraham's marriage to Sarah, and used that historical union as an argument in his own behalf. My reason for declining his proposal was the wide difference in our ages. I was then only 16, and had given the subject of matrimony but very little, if any, thought. I entertained the highest regard for Mr. Lincoln. He seemed almost like an older brother, being, as it were, one of my sister's family. There were two things Mr. Lincoln always seemed willing to forget. One was his unparliamentary escape with Joseph Gillespie from the legislature by jumping through the church window in 1839, and the other was the difficulty with James Shields, or, as he expressed it in a letter to Speed, the duel with Shields. Other incidents in his career he frequently called up in conversation with friends, but in after years he seldom, if ever, referred to the affair with Shields. People in Illinois did gradually forget, or at least cease mention of it. But in more remote quarters, where Mr. Lincoln was less extensively known, the thing, much to his regret, kept rising to the surface. During a visit which I made to the Eastern States in 1858, I was often asked for an account of the so-called duel; so often, in fact, that on my return home I told Mr. Lincoln of it. "If all the good things I have ever done," he said regretfully, "are remembered as long and well as my scrape with Shields, it is plain I shall not soon be forgotten." James Shield, a gallant, hot-headed bachelor from Tyrone County, Ireland, and a man of inordinate vanity, had been elected Auditor of State. Encouraged somewhat by the prominence the office gave him, he at once assumed a conspicuous position in the society of Springfield. He was extremely sensitive by nature, but exposed himself to merciless ridicule by attempting to establish his supremacy as a beau among the ladies. Blind to his own defects, and very pronounced in support of every act of the Democratic party, he made himself the target for all the bitterness and ridicule of the day. It happened that the financial resources of the State, owing to the collapse of the great internal improvement system, were exceedingly limited, and people were growing restless under what they deemed excessive taxation. The State officers were all Democrats, and during the summer they issued an order declining to receive any more State bank notes or bills in payment of taxes. This made the taxpayer's burden greater than ever, as much of this paper remained outside in the hands of the people. The order met with opposition from every quarter, the Whigs of course losing no opportunity to make it as odious as possible. It was perfectly natural, therefore, that such an ardent Whig as Lincoln should join in the popular denunciation. Through the columns of the Springfield Journal, of which he had the undisputed use, he determined to encourage the opposition by the use of his pen. No object seemed to merit more ridicule and caricature than the conspicuous figure of the Auditor of State. At this time Lincoln was enjoying stolen conferences under the hospitable roof of Mrs. Francis with Mary Todd and her friend Julia M. Jayne. These two young ladies, to whom he confided his purpose, encouraged it and offered to lend their aid. Here he caught the idea of puncturing Shields. The thing took shape in an article published in the Journal, purporting to have come from a poor widow who, with her pockets full of state bank paper, was still unable to obtain the coveted receipt for her taxes. It was written by Lincoln, and was headed, "A Letter from the Lost Townships." Lost Townships, August 27, 1842. Dear Mr. Printer: I see you printed that long letter I sent you a spell ago. I'm quite encouraged by it, and can't keep from writing again. I think the printing of my letters will be a good thing all around. It will give me the benefit of being known by the world, and give the world the advantage of knowing what's going on in the lost townships, and give your paper respectability besides. So here comes another. Yesterday afternoon I hurried through cleaning up the dinner dishes, and stepped over to neighbor S's to see if his wife Peggy was as well as must be expected, and hear what they called the baby. Well, when I got there and just turned round the corner of his log cabin, there he was, sitting on the doorstep reading a newspaper. "How are you, Jeff?" says I. He sorter started when he heard me, for he hadn't seen me before. "Why," says he, "why, I'm mad as the devil, Aunt 'Becca." "What about?" says I. "Ain't its hair the right color?" "None of that nonsense, Jeff. There ain't an honester woman in the lost townships than—" "Than who?" says he. "What the mischief are you about?" I began to see I was running the wrong trail, and so says I, "Oh, nothing. I guess I was mistaken a little, that's all. But what is it you're mad about?" "Why," says he, "I've been tugging ever since harvest, getting out wheat and hauling it to the river to raise state bank paper enough to pay my tax this year and a little school debt I owe. And now, just as I've got it, here I open this infernal Extra Register, expecting to find it full of glorious Democratic victories and high combed cocks, when lo and behold, I find a set of fellows, calling themselves officers of the state, have forbidden the tax collectors and school commissioners to receive state paper at all. And so here it is dead on my hands. I don't now believe all the plunder I've got will fetch ready cash enough to pay my taxes and that school debt." I was a good deal thunderstruck myself, for that was the first I had heard of the proclamation, and my old man was pretty much in the same fix with Jeff. We both stood a moment staring at one another, without knowing what to say. At last says I, "Mr. S., let me look at that paper." He handed it over to me, when I read the proclamation over. "There now," says he, "did you ever see such a piece of impudence and imposition as that?" I saw Jeff was in a good tune for saying some ill natured things, and so I thought I would just argue a little on the contrary side, and make him rant a spell if I could. "Why," says I, looking as dignified and thoughtful as I could, "it seems pretty tough to be sure to have to raise silver when there's none to be raised; but then, you see, there will be danger of loss if it ain't done." "Loss, damnation!" says he. "I defy Daniel Webster. I defy King Solomon. I defy the world. I defy, yes, I defy even you, Aunt 'Becca, to show how the people can lose anything by paying their taxes in state paper." "Well," says I, "you see what the officers of state say about it, and they are a desarnin' set of men. But," says I guess you're mistaken about what the proclamation says. It don't say the people will lose anything by the paper money being taken for taxes. It only says there will be danger of loss; and though it is tolerable plain that the people can't lose by paying their taxes in something they can get easier than silver, instead of having to pay silver, and though it's just as plain that the state can't lose by taking state bank paper, however low it may be, while she owes the bank more than the whole revenue, and can pay the paper over on her debt, dollar for dollar, still there is danger of loss to the officers of state. And you know, Jeff, we can't get along without officers of state. Damn officers of state," says he. "That's what Whigs are always hurrahing for." "Now don't swear so, Jeff," says I. "You know I belong to the meetin', and swearing hurts my feelin's." "Beg pardon, Aunt 'Becca," says he, "but I do say it's enough to make Dr. Goddard swear. To have tax to pay in silver for nothin', only that Ford may get his $2,000 a year, and Shields his $2,400 a year, and Carpenter his $1,600 a year, and all without danger of loss by taking it in state paper. Yes, yes, it's plain enough now what these officers of state mean by danger of loss. Wash, I suppose, actually lost $1,500 out of the $3,000 that two of these officers of state let him steal from the Treasury, by being compelled to take it in state paper. Wonder if we don't have a proclamation before long, commanding us to make up this loss to Wash in silver." And so he went on till his breath run out, and he had to stop. I couldn't think of anything to say just then, and so I began to look over the paper again. Here's another proclamation, or something like it." "Another?" says Jeff. "And whose is it, pray?" I looked to the bottom of it and read aloud, "Your obedient servant, James Shields, Auditor." "Aha!" says Jeff. "One of them same three fellows again. Well, read it. Let's hear what of it." I read on till I came to where it says, "The object of this measure is to suspend the collection of the revenue for the current year." Now stop, he said. "That's a lie already, and I don't want to hear of it." "Oh, maybe not," says I. "I say it is a lie. Suspend the collection, indeed! Will the collectors that have taken their oaths to make the collection dare to suspend it? Is there anything in law requiring them to perjure themselves at the bidding of James Shields? Will the greedy gullet of the penitentiary be satisfied with swallowing him instead of all of them, if they should venture to obey him? And would he not discover some danger of loss, and be off about the time it came to be taking their places? And suppose the people attempt to suspend by refusing to pay, what then? The collectors would just jerk up their horses and cows and the like, and sell them to the highest bidder for silver in hand, without valuation or redemption. Why, Shields didn't believe that story himself. It was never meant for the truth. If it was true, why was it not writ till 5 days after the proclamation? Why didn't Carlin and Carpenter sign it as well as Shields? Answer me that, Aunt 'Becca. I say it's a lie, and not a well told one at that. It grins out like a copper dollar. Shields is a fool as well as a liar. With him truth is out of the question, and as for getting a good, bright, passable lie out of him, you might as well try to strike fire from a cake of tallow. I stick to it. It's all an infernal Whig lie. A Whig lie! Highty tighty! Yes, a Whig lie. And it's just like everything the cursed British Whigs do. First they'll do some divilment, and then they will tell a lie to hide it. And they don't care how plain a lie it is. They think they can cram any sort of a one down the throats of the ignorant Locofocos, as they call the Democrats." "Why, Jeff, you're crazy. You don't mean to say Shields is a Whig?" "Yes, I do." "Why, look here, the proclamation is in your own Democratic paper, as you call it." "I know it, and what of that?" They only printed it to let us Democrats see the deviltry the Whigs are at. Well, but Shields is the auditor of this this Democratic state. So he is, and Tyler appointed him to office. Tyler appointed him? Yes, if you must chaw it over. Tyler appointed him, or if it wasn't him, it was old Granny Harrison, and that's all one. I tell you, Aunt 'Becca, there's no mistake about his being a Whig. Why, his very looks show it. Everything about him shows it. If I was deaf and blind I could tell him by the smell. I seed him when I was down in Springfield last winter. They had a sort of gathering there one night among the grandees. They called a fair. All the gals about the town was there, and all the handsome widows and married women, finicking about trying to look like gals, tied as tight in the middle and puffed out at both ends like bundles of fodder that hadn't been stacked yet, but wanted stacking pretty bad. And then they had tables all around the house kivered over with caps and pincushions and 10,000 such little knickknacks, trying to sell 'em to the fellows that were bowing and scraping and cungering about 'em. They wouldn't let no Democrats in, for fear they'd disgust the ladies, or scare the little gals, or dirty the floor. I looked in at the window, and there was the same fellow, Shields, floating about on the air, without heft or earthly substances, just like a lock of cat fur where cats had been fighting. He was paying his money to this one and that one and to the other, and suffering great loss because it wasn't silver instead of state paper. And the sweet distress he seemed to be in, his very features, in the ecstatic agony of his soul, spoke audibly and distinctly. "Dear girls, it is distressing, but I cannot marry you all. Too well I know how much you suffer. But do remember, it's not my fault that I am so handsome and so interesting." As this last was expressed by a most exquisite contortion of his face, he seized hold of one of their hands and squeezed and held on to it about a quarter of an hour. "Oh, my good fellow," says I to myself, "if that was one of our Democratic gals in the Lost Townships, the way you'd get a brass pin let into you would be about up to the head. He a Democrat! Fiddlesticks! I tell you, Aunt 'Becca, he's a Whig, and no mistake. Nobody but a Whig can make such a conceited dunce of himself." "Well," says I, "maybe he is; but if he is, I'm mistaken the worst sort. Maybe so, but if I am, I'll suffer by it. I'll be a Democrat if it turns out that Shields is a Whig, considering you shall be a Whig if he turns out a Democrat." "A bargain, by jingoes," says he; "but how will we find out?" "Why," says I, "we'll just write and ax the printer." "Agreed again," says he; "and by thunder, if it does turn out that Shields is a Democrat, I never will. Jefferson! Jefferson! What do you want, Peggy? Do get through your everlasting clatters some time, and bring me a gourd of water. The child's been crying for a drink this livelong hour." "Let it die, then. It may as well die for water as to be taxed to death to fatten officers of state." Jeff ran out to get the water, though, just like he hadn't been saying anything spiteful, for he's a real good hearted fellow, after all, once you get at the foundation of him. I walked into the house, and "Why, Peggy," says I declare we like to forget you altogether." "Oh, yes," says she, "when a body can't help themselves, everybody soon forgets 'em. But, thank God, by day after to morrow I shall be well enough to milk the cows, and pen the calves, and ring the
contrary one's tails for 'em, and no thanks to nobody. Good evening, Peggy,' says I, and so I sloped, for I seed she was mad at me for making Jeff neglect her so long. "And now, Mr. Printer, will you be sure to let us know in your next paper whether this Shields is a Whig or a Democrat? I don't care about it for myself, for I know well enough how it is already, but I want to convince Jeff. It may do some good to let him and others like him know who and what these officers of state are. It may help to send the present hypocritical set to where they belong, and to fill the places they now disgrace, with men who will do more work for less pay, and take a few airs while they're doing it. It ain't sensible to think that the same men who get us into trouble will change their course, and yet it's pretty plain if some change for the better is not made, it's not long that either Peggy or I or any of us will have a cow left to milk, or a calf's tail to wring. Yours truly, Rebecca. End of section 13. Recording by Vicki Rands.
Chapter 9, Part 3 of 5 of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vicki Rands. Within a week another epistle from Aunt Rebecca appeared, in which, among other things, she offered the gallant Shields her hand. This one was written by Miss Todd and Miss Jane. I insert it without further comment. Lost Townships, September 8, 1842. Dear Mr. Printer, I was a standing at the spring yesterday a washing out butter when I see Jim Snooks a riding up towards the house for very life, when just as I was a wondering what on earth was the matter with him, he stopped suddenly, and says he, "Aunt 'Becca, here's something for you," and with that he hands out your letter. Well, you see, I steps out towards him, not thinking that I had both hands full of butter, and seeing I couldn't take the letter, you know, without greasing it, I says, "Jim, just you open it and read it for me." Well, Jim opens it and reads it, and would you believe it, Mr. Editor, I was so completely dumbfounded and turned into stone, that there I stood in the sun a working the butter, and it a running on the ground, while he read the letter, that I never thunk what I was about till the whole on run melted on the ground and was lost. Now, sir, it's not for the butter, nor the price of the butter, but the Lord have massy on us, I wouldn't have sich another fright for a whole firkin of it. Why, when I found out that it was the man what Jeff seed down to the fair that had demanded the author of my letters, threatening to take personal satisfaction of the writer, I was so scart that I thought I should quill wheel right where I was. You say that Mr. S. is offended at being compared to cat's fur, and is as mad as a March hare. That ain't fur, because I told about the squeezing. Now I want you to tell Mr. S. that rather than fight, I'll make an apology, and if he wants personal satisfaction, let him only come here, and he may squeeze my hand as hard as I squeezed the butter. And if that ain't personal satisfaction, I can only say that he is the first man that was not satisfied with squeezing my hand. If this should not answer, there is one thing more I would rather do than get a licking. I have long expected to die a widow, but as Mr. S. is rather good looking than otherwise, I must say I don't care if we compromise the matter,
By really, Mr. Printer, I can't help blushing, but it must come out, I but widowed modesty. Well, if I must, I must. Wouldn't he, maybe, sorta, let the old grudge drap if I was to consent to be his wife? I know he's a fightin' man and would rather fight than eat, but isn't marryin' better than fightin'? It does sometimes run into it. I don't think upon the whole that I'd be sich a bad match neither. I'm not over 60 and am just 4 feet 3 in my bare feet, and not much more around the girth, and for the color I wouldn't turn my back to nary a gal in the Lost Townships. But after all, maybe I'm countin' my chickens before they are hatched and dreamin' of matrimonial bliss, when the only alternative reserved for me may be a lickin'. Jeff tells me the way these fire eaters do it is to give the challenged party choice of weapons, etc., which being the case, I'll tell you in confidence that I never fights with anything but broomsticks or hot water or a shovelful of coals or some such thing, the former of which, being somewhat like a shillelagh, may not be very objectionable to him. I will give him choice, however, in one thing, and that is whether when we fight I shall wear breeches or he petticoats, for I presume that change is sufficient to place us on an equality. Yours, etc., Rebecca. P.S. Just say to your friend, if he concludes to marry rather than fight, I shall only enforce one condition; that is, if he should ever happen to gallant any young gals home of nights from our house, he must not squeeze their hands. Not contented with their epistolary efforts, the ladies invoked the muse. Rebecca deftly transformed herself into Kathleen, and in jingling rhyme sang the praises of Shields, and congratulated him over the prospect of an early marriage to the widow. Following are the verses, rhyme, meter, and all: Ye Jew harps, awake! The auditors won. Rebecca the widow has gained Aaron's son. The pride of the North from Emerald Isle has been wooed and won by a woman's smile. The combat's relinquished, old love's all forgot. To the widow he's bound. Oh, bright be his lot! In the smiles of the conquest so lately achieved, joyful be his bride, widowed modesty relieved. The footsteps of time tread lightly on flowers. May the cares of this world never darken his hours. But the pleasures of life are fickle and coy as the smiles of a maiden sent off to destroy. Happy groom, in sadness far distant from thee, the fair girls dream only of past times of glee, enjoyed in thy presence, whilst the soft blarneyed store will be fondly remembered as relics of yore, and hands that in rapture you oft would have pressed, in prayer will be clasped that your lot may be blessed. Kathleen. The satire running through these various compositions, and the publicity their appearance in the journal gave them, had a most wonderful effect on the vain and irascible auditor of state. He could no longer endure the merriment and ridicule that met him from every side. A man of cooler head might have managed it differently, but in the case of a high tempered man like Shields, he felt that his integrity had been assailed, and that nothing but an affair of honor would satisfy him. Through General John D. Whiteside he demanded of Editor Francis the name of the author. The latter hunted up Lincoln, who directed him to give his name and say nothing about the ladies. The further proceedings in this grotesque drama were so graphically detailed by the friends of both parties in the columns of the journal at the time, that I copy their letters as a better and more faithful narrative than can be obtained from any other source. The letter of Shields' second, General Whiteside, appearing first in the journal, finds the same place in this chapter.
Springfield, October 3, 1842. To the Editor of the Sangamon Journal: Sirs, to prevent misrepresentation of the recent affair between Messrs. Shields and Lincoln, I think it proper to give a brief narrative of the facts of the case as they came within my knowledge, for the truth of which I hold myself responsible, and request you to give the same publication. An offensive article in relation to Mr. Shields appeared in the Sangamon Journal of the 2nd of September last, and, on demanding the author, Mr. Lincoln, was given up by the editor. Mr. Shields, previous to this demand, made arrangements to go to Quincy on public business, and before his return Mr. Lincoln had left for Tremont to attend the court, with the intention, as we learned, of remaining on the circuit several weeks. Mr. Shields, on his return, requested me to accompany him to Tremont, and, on arriving there, we found that Dr. Merryman and Mr. Butler had passed us in the night and got there before us. We arrived in Tremont on the 17th of September, and Mr. Shields addressed a note to Mr. Lincoln immediately, informing him that he was given up as the author of some articles that appeared in the Sangamon Journal, one moreover the signature having made its appearance at this time, and requesting him to retract the offensive allusions contained in said article. In relation to his private character, Mr. Shields handed this note to me to deliver to Mr. Lincoln, and directed me at the same time not to enter into any verbal communication, or be the bearer of any verbal explanation, as such were always liable to misapprehension. This note was delivered by me to Mr. Lincoln, stating at the same time that I would call at his convenience for an answer. Mr. Lincoln, in the evening of the same day, handed me a letter addressed to Mr. Shields. In this he gave or offered no explanation, but stated therein that he could not submit to answer further on the ground that Mr. Shields's note contained an assumption of facts and also a menace. Mr. Shields then addressed him another note, in which he disavowed all intention to menace, and requested to know whether he, Mr. Lincoln, was author of either of the articles which appeared in the journal headed "Lost Townships" and signed "Rebecca," and if so, he repeated his request of a retraction of the offensive matter in relation to his private character. If not, his denial would be held sufficient. This letter was returned to Mr. Shields unanswered, with a verbal statement that there could be no further negotiation between them until the first note was withdrawn. Mr. Shields thereupon sent a note designating me as a friend, to which Mr. Lincoln relied by designating Dr. Merryman. These three last notes passed on Monday morning, the 19th. Dr. Merryman handed me Mr. Lincoln's last note when by ourselves. I remarked to Dr. Merryman that the matter was not submitted to us, and that I would propose that he and myself should pledge our words of honor to each other to try to agree upon terms of amicable arrangement, and compel our principals to accept of them. To this he readily assented, and we shook hands upon the pledge. It was then mutually agreed that we should adjourn to Springfield, and there procrastinate the matter, for the purpose of effecting the secret arrangement between him and myself. All this I kept concealed from Mr. Shields. Our horse had got a little lame in going to Tremont, and Dr. Merryman invited me to take a seat in his buggy. I accepted the invitation the more readily, as I thought that leaving Mr. Shields in Tremont until his horse would be in better condition to travel would facilitate the private agreement between Dr. Merryman and myself. I traveled to Springfield part of the way with him, and part with Mr. Lincoln, but nothing passed between us on the journey in relation to the matter in hand. We arrived in Springfield on Monday night about noon on Tuesday. To my astonishment, a proposition was made to meet in Missouri, within 3 miles of Alton, on the next Thursday; the weapons, cavalry broadswords of the largest size; the parties to stand on each side of a barrier, and to be confined to a limited space. As I had not been consulted at all on the subject, and considering the private understanding between Dr. Merryman and myself, and it being known that Mr. Shields was left at Tremont, such a proposition took me by surprise. However, being determined not to violate the laws of the State, I declined agreeing upon the terms until we should meet in Missouri. Immediately after, I called upon Dr. Merryman and withdrew the pledge of honor between him and myself in relation to a secret arrangement. I started after this to meet Mr. Shields, and met him about 20 miles from Springfield. It was late on Tuesday night when we both reached the city and learned that Dr. Merryman had left for Missouri, Mr. Lincoln having left before the proposition was made, as Dr. Merryman had himself informed me. The time and place made it necessary to start at once. We left Springfield at 11 o'clock on Tuesday night, traveled all night, and arrived in Hillsborough on Wednesday morning, where we took in General Ewing. From there we went to Alton, where we arrived on Thursday, and as the proposition required 3 friends on each side, I was joined by General Ewing and Dr. Hope as the friends of Mr. Shields. We then crossed to Missouri, where a proposition was made by General Herndon and Dr. English, who had arrived there in the meantime as mutual friends, to refer the matter to, I think, 4 friends of a settlement. This, I believe, Mr. Shields would refuse, and decline seeing him; but Dr. Hope, who conferred with him upon the subject, returned and stated that Mr. Shields declined settling the matter through any other than the friends he had selected to stand by him on that occasion. The friends of both the parties finally agreed to withdraw the papers temporarily, to give the friends of Mr. Lincoln an opportunity to explain; whereupon the friends of Mr. Lincoln, to wit, Messrs. Merryman, Bledsoe, and Butler, made a full and satisfactory explanation in relation to the article which appeared in the Sangamon Journal of the 2d, the only one written by him. This was all done without the knowledge or consent of Mr. Shields, and he refused to accede to it, until Dr. Hope, General Ewing, and myself declared the apology sufficient, and that we could not sustain him in going further. I think it necessary to state further that no explanation or apology had been previously offered on the part of Mr. Lincoln to Mr. Shields, and that none was ever communicated by me to him, nor was any even offered to me unless a paper read to me by Dr. Merryman after he had handed me the broadsword proposition on Tuesday. I heard so little of the reading of the paper that I do not know fully what it purported to be, and I was the less inclined to inquire, as Mr. Lincoln was then gone to Missouri, and Mr. Shields not yet arrived from Tremont. In fact, I could not entertain any offer of the kind unless upon my own responsibility, and that I was not disposed to do after what had already transpired. I make the statement, as I am about to be absent for some time, and I think it due to all concerned to give a true version of the matter before I leave. Your obedient servant, John D. Whiteside. Springfield, October 8, 1842. Editors of the Journal: Gents: By your paper of Friday I discover that General Whiteside has published his version of the late affairs between Mr. Shields and Lincoln. I now bespeak a hearing of my version of the same affair, which shall be true and full as to all material facts. On Friday evening, the 16th of September, I learned that Mr. Shields and General Whiteside had started in pursuit of Mr. Lincoln, who was at Tremont attending court. I knew that Mr. Lincoln was wholly unpracticed both as to the diplomacy and weapons commonly employed in similar affairs, and I felt it my duty as a friend to be with him, and, so far as in my power, to prevent any advantage being taken of him as to either his honor or his life. Accordingly, Mr. Butler and myself started past Shields and Whiteside in the night, and arrived at Tremont ahead of them on Saturday morning. I told Mr. Lincoln what was brewing, and asked him what course he proposed to himself.
He stated that he was wholly opposed to duelling, and would do anything to avoid it that might not degrade him in the estimation of himself and friends; but if such degradation or a fight were the only alternatives, he would fight. In the afternoon Shields and Whiteside arrived, and very soon the former sent to Mr. Lincoln by the latter the following note or letter: Tremont, September 17, 1842. Abraham Lincoln, Esq. I regret that my absence on public business compelled me to postpone a matter of private consideration a little longer than I could have desired. It will only be necessary, however, to account for it by informing you that I have been to Quincy on business that would not admit of delay. I will now state briefly the reasons of my troubling you with this communication, the disagreeable nature of which I regret, as I had hoped to avoid any difficulty with any one in Springfield while residing there, by endeavoring to conduct myself in such a way amongst both my political friends and opponents as to escape the necessity of any. Whilst thus abstaining from giving provocation, I have become the object of slander, vituperation, and personal abuse, which, were I capable of submitting to, I would prove myself worthy of the whole of it. In 2 or 3 of the last numbers of the Sangamon Journal, articles of the most personal nature, and calculated to degrade me, have made their appearance. On inquiring, I was informed by the editor of that paper, through the medium of my friend General Whiteside, that you are the author of those articles. This information satisfies me that I have become by some means or other the object of secret hostility. I will not take the trouble of inquiring into the reason of all this, but I will take the liberty of requiring a full, positive, and absolute retraction of all offensive allusions used by you in these communications, in relation to my private character and standing as a man, as an apology for the insults conveyed in them. This may prevent consequences which no one will regret more than myself. Your observant servant, James Shields. About sunset General Whiteside called again and secured from Mr. Lincoln the following answer to Mr. Shields' note: Tremont, September 17, 1842. James Shields, Esq. Your note of today was handed me by General Whiteside. In that note you say you have been informed through the medium of the editor of the journal that I am the author of certain articles in that paper which you deem personally abusive of you, and without stopping to inquire whether I really am the author, or to point out what is offensive in them, you demand an unqualified retraction of all that is offensive, and then proceed to hint at consequences. Now, sir, there is in this so much assumption of facts, and so much of menace as to consequences, that I cannot submit to answer that note any further than I have, and to add that the consequences to which I suppose you allude would be matter of as great regret as it possibly could you. Respectfully, Abraham Lincoln. In about an hour General Whiteside called again, with another note from Mr. Shields, but after conferring with Mr. Butler for a long time, say 2 or 3 hours, returned without presenting the note to Mr. Lincoln. This was in consequence of an assurance from Mr. Butler that Mr. Lincoln could not receive any communication from Mr. Shields unless it were a withdrawal of his first note, or a challenge. Mr. Butler further stated to General Whiteside that on the withdrawal of the first note, and a proper and gentlemanly request for an explanation, he had no doubt one would be given. General Whiteside admitted that that was the course Mr. Shields ought to pursue, but deplored that his furious and intractable temper prevented his having any influence with him to that end. General Whiteside then requested us to wait with him until Monday morning, that he might endeavor to bring Mr. Shields to reason. On Monday morning
He called and presented Mr. Lincoln the same note as Mr. Butler says he had brought on Saturday evening. It was as follows: Tremont, September 17, 1842. Abraham Lincoln, Esquire. In your reply to my note of this date, you intimate that I assume facts and menace consequences, and that you cannot submit to answer it further. As now, sir, you desire it, I will be a little more particular. The editor of the Sangamon Journal gave me to understand that you are the author of an article which appeared, I think, in that paper of the 2nd September instance, headed "The Lost Townships," and signed Rebecca or Becca. I would therefore take the liberty of asking whether you are the author of said article, or any other of the same signature which has appeared in any of the late numbers of that paper. If so, I repeat my request of an absolute retraction of all offensive allusions contained therein, in relation to my private character and standing. If you are not the author of any of the articles, your denial will be sufficient. I will say further, it is not my intention to menace, but to do myself justice. Your observant servant, James Shields. This Mr. Lincoln perused, and returned to General Whiteside, telling him verbally that he did not think it consistent with his honor to negotiate for peace with Mr. Shields unless Mr. Shields would withdraw his former offensive letter. In a very short time General Whiteside called, with a note from Mr. Shields, designating General Whiteside as his friend, to which Mr. Lincoln instantly replied, designating me as his. On meeting General Whiteside, he proposed that we should pledge our honor to each other that we would endeavor to settle the matter amicably, to which I agreed, and stated to him the only conditions on which it could be settled, viz., the withdrawal of Mr. Shields's first note, which he appeared to think reasonable, and regretted that the note had been written, saying, however, that he had endeavored to prevail on Mr. Shields to write a milder one, but had not succeeded. He added, too, that I must promise not to mention it, as he would not dare to let Mr. Shields know that he was negotiating peace, for, said he would challenge me next and as soon cut my throat as not willing that he should suppose my principle less dangerous than his own. I promised not to mention our specific intentions to Mr. Lincoln or any other person, and we started for Springfield forthwith. We all, except Mr. Shields, arrived in Springfield late at night on Monday. We discovered that the affair had somehow got great publicity in Springfield, and that an arrest was probable. To prevent this, it is agreed by Mr. Lincoln and myself that he should leave early on Tuesday morning. Accordingly, he prepared the following instructions for my guide, on a suggestion from Mr. Butler that he had reason to believe that an attempt would be made by the opposite party to have the matter accommodated. In case Whiteside shall signify a wish to adjust this affair without further difficulty, let him know that, if the present papers be withdrawn, and a note from Mr. Shields asking to know if I am the author of the articles of which he complains, and asking that I shall make him gentlemanly satisfaction if I am the author, and this without menace or dictation, as to what that satisfaction shall be, a pledge is made that the following answer shall be given. I did write the Lost Township letter, which appeared in the Journal of the 2nd instance, but had no participation in any form in any other article alluding to you. I wrote that wholly for political effect. I had no intention of injuring your personal or private character, or standing as a man or a gentleman, and I did not then think, and do not now think, that the article could produce, or has produced, that effect against you; and had I anticipated such an effect, I would have forborne to write it. And I will add that your conduct towards me, so far as I knew, had always been gentlemanly, and that I had no personal pique against you, and no cause for any. If this should be done, I leave it with you to manage what shall and what shall not be published. If nothing like this is done, the preliminaries of the fight are to be: First, weapons, cavalry broadswords of the largest size, precisely equal in all respects, and such as now used by the cavalry company at Jacksonville. Second position, a plank 10 feet long and from 9 to 12 inches broad, to be firmly fixed on edge on the ground as the lines between us, which neither is to pass his foot over upon forfeit of his life. Next, a line drawn on the ground on either side of said plank and parallel with it, each at the distance of the whole length of the sword, and 3 feet additional from the plank, and the passing of his own such line by either party during the fight shall be deemed a surrender of the contest. On Thursday evening at 5 o'clock, if you can get it so, but in no case to be at a greater distance of time than Friday evening at 5 o'clock. Fourth place, within 3 miles of Alton, on the opposite side of the river, the particular spot to be agreed on by you. Any preliminary details coming within the above rules you are at liberty to make at your discretion, but you are in no case to swerve from these rules, or to pass beyond their limits. In the course of the forenoon I met General Whiteside, and he again intimated a wish to adjust the matter amicably. I then read to him Mr. Lincoln's instructions to an adjustment, and the terms of the hostile meeting, if there must be one, both at the same time. He replied that it was useless to talk of an adjustment if it could only be effected by the withdrawal of Mr. Shields' paper, for such withdrawal Mr. Shields would never consent to, adding that he would as soon think of asking Mr. Shields to butt his brain out against a brick wall as to withdraw that paper. He proceeded: "I see but one course, that is a desperate remedy. 'Tis to tell them if they will not make the matter up, they must fight us." I replied that if he chose to fight Mr. Shields to compel him to do right, he might do so; but as for Mr. Lincoln, he was on the defensive, and I believe in the right, and I should do nothing to compel him to do wrong, such withdrawal having been made indispensable by Mr. Lincoln. I cut the matter short as to an adjustment, and I proposed to General Whiteside to accept the terms of the fight, which he refused to do until Mr. Shields's arrival in town, but agreed verbally that Mr. Lincoln's friends should procure the broadswords and take them to the ground. In the afternoon he came to me, saying that some persons were swearing out affidavits to have us arrested, and that he intended to meet Mr. Shields immediately and proceed to the place designated, lamenting, however, that I would not delay the time, that he might procure the interference with his oath of office as Fund Commissioner. I then, with 2 other friends, went to Jacksonville, where we joined Mr. Lincoln about 11 o'clock on Tuesday night. Wednesday morning we procured the broadswords and proceeded to Alton, where we arrived about 11 o'clock a.m. on Thursday. The other party were in town before us. We crossed the river, and they soon followed. Shortly after, General Herndon and Dr. English presented to General Whiteside and myself the following note: Alton, September 22, 1842. Messrs. Whiteside and Merryman, as the mutual personal friends of Messrs. Shields and Lincoln, but without authority from either, we earnestly desire to see a reconciliation of the misunderstanding which exists between them. Such difficulties should always be arranged amicably, if it is possible to do so with honor to both parties. Believing ourselves that such an arrangement can possibly be effected, we respectfully but earnestly submit the following proposition for your consideration: Let the whole difficulty be submitted to 4 or more gentlemen, to be selected by ourselves, who shall consider the affair, and report thereupon for your consideration. John J. Herndon, R. W. English. To this proposition General Whiteside agreed. I declined doing so without consulting Mr. Lincoln. Mr. Lincoln remarked that, as they had accepted the proposition, he would do so, but directed that his friends should make no terms except those first proposed. Whether the adjustment was finally made upon these very terms and no other, let the following documents attest: Missouri, September 22, 1842. Gentlemen, all papers in relation to the matter in controversy between Mr. Shields and Mr. Lincoln having been withdrawn by the friends of the parties concerned, the friends of Mr. Shields ask the friends of Mr. Lincoln to explain all offensive matter in the articles which appeared in the Sangamon Journal of the 2d, 9th, and 16th of September, under the signature of Rebecca, and headed Lost Townships. It is due General Harding and Mr. English to state that their interference was of the most courteous and gentlemanly character. John D. Whiteside, William Lee D. Ewing, T. M. Hope. Missouri, September 22, 1842. Gentlemen, all papers in relation to the matter in controversy between Mr. Lincoln and Mr. Shields having been withdrawn by the friends of the parties concerned, we, the undersigned friends of Mr. Lincoln, in accordance with your request that explanation of Mr. Lincoln's publication in relation to Mr. Shields in the Sangamon Journal of the 2d, 9th, and 16th of September, be made, take pleasure in saying that although Mr. Lincoln was the writer of the article signed Rebecca in the Journal of the 2d, and that only, yet he had no intention of injuring the personal or private character or standing of Mr. Shields as a gentleman or a man, and that Mr. Lincoln did not think, nor does he now think, that said article could produce such an effect, and, had Mr. Lincoln anticipated such an effect, he would have forborne to write it. We will state further that said article was written solely for political effect, and not to gratify any personal pique against Mr. Shields, for he had none, and knew of no cause for any. It is due to General Hardin and Mr. English to say that their interference was of the most courteous and gentlemanly character. E. H. Merryman, A. T. Bledsoe, William Butler. Let it be observed now that Mr. Shields's friends, after agreeing to the arbitrament of 4 disinterested gentlemen, declined the contract, saying that Mr. Shields wished his own friends to act for him. They then proposed that we should explain without any withdrawal of papers. This was promptly and firmly refused, and General Whiteside himself pronounced the papers withdrawn. They then produced a note requesting us to disavow all offensive intentions in the publications, etc., etc. This we declined answering, and only responded to the above requested for an explanation. These are material facts in relation to the matter, and I think present the case in a very different light from the garbled and curtailed statement of General Whiteside. Why he made that statement I know not, unless he wished to detract from the honor of Mr. Lincoln. This was ungenerous, more particularly as he on the ground requested us not to make in our explanation any quotations from the Rebecca papers; also not to make public the terms of reconciliation, and to unite with them in defending the honorable character of the adjustment. General Whiteside, in his publication, says, "The friends of both parties agreed to withdraw the papers temporarily, to give the friends of Mr. Lincoln an opportunity to explain. This I deny. I say the papers were withdrawn to enable Mr. Shields's friends to ask an explanation, and I appeal to the documents for proof of my position. By looking over these documents it will be seen that Mr. Shields had not before asked for an explanation, but had all the time been dictatorially insisting on a retraction. General Whiteside in his communication brings to light much of Mr. Shields' manifestations of bravery behind the scenes. I can do nothing of the kind for Mr. Lincoln. He took his stand when I first met him at Tremont, and maintained it calmly to the last, without difficulty or difference between himself and his friends. Section 14. Recording by Vicki Rands. Chapter 9, Part 4 of 5 of Herndon's Lincoln. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vicki Rands. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 15. I cannot close this article, lengthy as it is, without testifying to the honorable and gentlemanly conduct of General Ewing and Dr. Hope. Nor indeed can I say that I saw anything objectionable in the course of General Whiteside up to the time of his communication. This is so replete with prevarication and misrepresentation that I cannot accord to the General that candor which I once supposed him to possess. He complains that I did not procrastinate time according to agreement. He forgets that by his own act he cut me off from that chance in inducing me, by promise, not to communicate our secret contract to Mr. Lincoln. Moreover, I could see no consistency in wishing for an extension of time at that stage of the affair, when in the outset they were in so precipitate a hurry that they could not wait 3 days for Mr. Lincoln to return from Tremont, but must hasten there, apparently with the intention of bringing the matter to a speedy issue. He complains, too, that after inviting him to take a seat in the buggy I never broached the subject to him on our route here. But was I the defendant in the case, with a challenge hanging over me to make advances and beg a reconciliation? Absurd. Moreover, the valorous general forgets that he beguiled the tedium of the journey by recounting to me his exploits in many a well fought battle, dangers by flood and field, in which I don't believe he ever participated, doubtless with a view to produce a salutary effect on my nerves, and impress me with a proper notion of his fire eating propensities. One more main point of his argument, and I have done. The General seems to be troubled with a convenient shortness of memory on some occasions. He does not remember that any explanations were offered at any time, unless it were a paper read when the broadsword proposition was tendered, when his mind was so confused by the anticipated clatter of broadswords or something else that he did not know fully what it purported to be. The truth is, that by unwisely refraining from mentioning it to his principal, he placed himself in a dilemma which he is now endeavoring to shuffle out of, by his inefficiency and want of knowledge of those laws which govern gentlemen in matters of this kind. He has done great injustice to his principal, a gentleman who, I believe, is ready at all times to vindicate his honor manfully, but who has been unfortunate in the selection of his friends, and this fault he is now trying to wipe out by doing an act of still greater injustice to Mr. Lincoln. E. H. Merryman. Footnote: the following letter from Lincoln to his friend Speed furnishes the final outcome of the dueling business. Springfield, October 5, 1842. Dear Speed: You have heard of my duel with Shields, and I have now to inform you that the dueling business still rages in the city. Day before yesterday Shields challenged Butler, who accepted, proposed fighting next morning at sunrising in Bob Allen's meadow. 100 yards distance with rifles. To this Whiteside Shields II said no because of the law. Thus ended duel number 2. Yesterday Whiteside chose to consider himself insulted by Dr. Merryman, so sent him a kind of quasi challenge, inviting him to meet him at the Planter's House in St. Louis on the next Friday to settle their difficulty. Merryman made me his friend and sent Whiteside a note, inquiring to know if he meant his note as a challenge, and if so, that he would, according to the law in such case made and provided, prescribe the terms of the meeting. Whiteside returned for answer that if Merryman would meet him at the Planter's House as desired, he would challenge him. Merryman replied in a note that he denied Whiteside's right to dictate time and place, but that he, Merryman, would waive the question of time and meet him at Louisiana, Missouri. Upon my presenting this note to Whiteside and stating verbally its contents, he declined receiving it, saying he had business in St. Louis, and it was as near as Louisiana. Merryman then directed me to notify Whiteside that he should publish the correspondence between them, with such comments as he saw fit. This I did. Thus it stood at bedtime last night. This morning Whiteside, by his friend Shields, is praying for a new trial on the ground that he was mistaken in Merryman's proposition to meet him at Louisiana, Missouri, thinking it was the state of Louisiana. This Merryman hoots at, and is preparing his publication, while the town is in a ferment and a street fight somewhat anticipated. Yours forever, Lincoln. Dr. Merryman's elaborate and graphic account of the meeting at the dueling ground and all the preliminary proceedings is as full and complete a history of this serio-comic affair as any historian could give. Mr. Lincoln, as mentioned in the outset of this chapter, in the law office and elsewhere, as a rule refrained from discussing it. I only remember of hearing him say this in reference to the duel: "I did not intend to hurt Shields unless I did so clearly in self defense. If it had been necessary I could have split him from the crown of his head to the end of his backbone. And when one takes into consideration the conditions of weapons and position required in his instructions to Dr. Merryman, the boast does not seem impossible." The marriage of Lincoln in no way diminished his love for politics. In fact, as we shall see later along, it served to stimulate his zeal in that direction. He embraced every opportunity that offered for a speech in public. Early in 1842 he entered into the Washingtonian movement organized to suppress the evils of intemperance. At the request of the Society he delivered an admirable address on Washington's birthday in the Presbyterian Church, which, in keeping with former efforts, has been so often published that I need not quote it in full. I was then an ardent temperance reformer myself, and remember well how one paragraph of Lincoln's speech offended the church members who were present. Speaking of certain Christians who objected to the association of drunkards, even with the chance of reforming them, he said, if they, the Christians, believe as they profess, that Omnipotence condescended to take on himself the form of sinful man, and as such die an ignominious death, surely they will not refuse submission to the infinitely lesser condescension for the temporal and perhaps eternal salvation of a large, erring, and unfortunate class of their fellow creatures. Nor is the condescension very great. In my judgment, such of us as have never fallen victims have been spared more from the absence of appetite than from any mental or moral superiority over those who have. Indeed, I believe, if we take habitual drunkards as a class, their heads and their hearts will bear an advantageous comparison with those of any other class. The avowal of these sentiments proved to be an unfortunate thing for Lincoln. The professing Christians regarded the suspicion suggested in the first sentence as a reflection on the sincerity of their belief, and that the last one had no better effect in reconciling them to his views. I was at the door of the church as the people passed out, and heard them discussing the speech. Many of them were open in the expression of their displeasure. "It's a shame," I heard one man saying, "that he should be permitted to abuse us so in the house of the Lord." The truth was, the society was composed mainly of the roughs and drunkards of the town, who had evinced a desire to reform. Many of them were too fresh from the gutter to be taken at once into the society of such people as worshipped at the church where the speech was delivered. Neither was there that concert of effort, so universal today, between the churches and temperance societies to rescue the fallen. The whole thing, I repeat, was damaging to Lincoln, and gave rise to the opposition on the part of the churches which confronted him several years afterwards, when he became a candidate against the noted Peter Cartwright for Congress. The charge, therefore, that in matters of religion he was a skeptic was not without its supporters, especially where his opponent was himself a preacher. But nothing daunted, Lincoln kept on and labored zealously in the interest of the temperance movement. He spoke often again in Springfield and also in other places over the country, displaying the same courage and adherence to principle that characterized his very undertaking. Meanwhile he had one eye open for politics as he moved along. He was growing more self reliant in the practice of law every day, and felt amply able to take charge of and maintain himself in any case that happened to come into his hands. His propensity for the narration of an apt story was of immeasurable aid to him before a jury, and in cases where the law seemed to lean towards the other side won him many a case. In 1842 Martin Van Buren, who had just left the presidential chair, made a journey through the West. He was accompanied by his former Secretary of the Navy, Mr. Paulding, and in June they reached the village of Rochester, distant from Springfield 6 miles. It was evening when they arrived, and on account of the muddy roads they decided to go no farther, but to rest there for the night. Word was sent into Springfield, and of course the leading Democrats of the capital hurried out to meet the distinguished visitor. Knowing that accommodations at Rochester were not intended for or suited to the entertainment of an ex-President, they took with them refreshments in quantity and variety to make up for all deficiencies. Among others they prevailed on Lincoln, although an ardent and pronounced Whig, to accompany them. They introduced him to the venerable statesman of Kinderhook as a representative lawyer, and a man whose wit was as ready as his store of anecdotes was exhaustless. How he succeeded in entertaining the visitor and the company, those who were present have often since testified. Van Buren himself entertained the crowd with reminiscences of politics in New York, going back to the days of Hamilton and Burr, and many of the crowd in turn interested him with graphic descriptions of early life on the western frontier. But they all yielded at last to the piquancy and force of Lincoln's queer stories. Of these, relates one of the company, there was a constant supply, one following another in rapid succession, each more irresistible than its predecessor. The fun continued until after midnight, and until the distinguished traveller insisted that his sides were sore from laughing. The yarns which Lincoln gravely spun out, Van Buren assured the crowd he would never forget. After April 14, 1841, when Lincoln retired from the partnership with Stuart, who had gone to Congress, he had been associated with Stephen T. Logan, a man who had, as he deserved, the reputation of being the best nisi prius lawyer in the state. Judge Logan was a very orderly but somewhat technical lawyer. He had some fondness for politics and made one race for Congress, but he lacked the elements of a successful politician. He was defeated and returned to the law. He was assiduous in study and tireless in search of legal principles. He was industrious and very thrifty, delighted to make and save money, and died a rich man. Lincoln had none of Logan's qualities. He was anything but studious, and had no money sense. He was 5 years younger, and yet his mind and make up so impressed Logan that he was invited into the partnership with him. Logan's example had a good effect on Lincoln, and stimulated him to unusual endeavors. For the first time he realized the effectiveness of order and method in work, but his old habits eventually overcame him. He permitted his partner to do all the studying in the preparation of cases, while he himself trusted to his general knowledge of the law and the inspiration of the surroundings to overcome the judge or the jury. Logan was scrupulously exact, and used extraordinary care in the preparation of papers. His words were well chosen, and his style of composition was stately and formal. This extended even to his letters. This Lincoln lacked in every particular. I have before me a letter written by Lincoln at this time to the proprietors of a wholesale store in Louisville, for whom suit had been brought, in which, after notifying the latter of the sale of certain real estate in satisfaction of their judgment, he adds: "As to the real estate, we cannot attend to it. We are not real estate agents, we are lawyers. We recommend that you give the charge of it to Mr. Isaac S. Britton, a trustworthy man, and one whom the Lord made on purpose for such business." He gravely signs the firm name, Logan and Lincoln, to this unlawyer-like letter, and sends it on its way. Logan never would have written such a letter. He had too much gravity and austere dignity to permit any such looseness of expression in letters to clients or to anyone else. In 1843 Logan and Lincoln both had their eyes set on the race for Congress. Logan's claim to honor lay in his age and the services he had rendered the Whig party, while Lincoln, overflowing with ambition, laid great stress on his legislative achievements, and demanded it because he had been defeated in the nominating conventions by both Herndon and Baker in the order named. That two such aspiring politicians, each striving to obtain the same prize, should not dwell harmoniously together in the same office is not strange. Indeed, we may reasonably credit the story that they considered themselves rivals, and that numerous acrimonious passages took place between them. I was not surprised, therefore, one morning to see Mr. Lincoln come rushing up into my quarters, and with more or less agitation tell me he had determined to sever the partnership with Logan. I confess I was surprised when he invited me to become his partner. I was young in the practice, and was painfully aware of my want of ability and experience. But when he remarked in his earnest, honest way, "Billy, I can trust you if you can trust me," I felt relieved and accepted the generous proposal. It has always been a matter of pride with me that during our long partnership, continuing on until it was dissolved by the bullet of the assassin, Booth, we never had any personal controversy or disagreement. I never stood in his way for political honors or office, and I believe we understood each other perfectly. In after years, when he became more prominent and our practice grew to respectable proportions, other ambitious practitioners undertook to supplant me in the partnership. One of the latter, more zealous than wise, charged that I was in a certain way weakening the influence of the firm. I am flattered to know that Lincoln turned on this last named individual with the retort, "I know my own business, I reckon. I know Billy Herndon better than anybody, and even if what you say of him is true, I intend to stick by him." Lincoln's effort to obtain the Congressional nomination in 1843 brought out several unique and amusing incidents. He and Edward D. Baker were the two aspirants from Sangamon County, but Baker's long residence, extensive acquaintance, and general popularity were obstacles Lincoln could not overcome. Accordingly, at the last moment, Lincoln reluctantly withdrew from the field. In a letter to his friend Speed, dated March 24, 1843, he describes the situation as follows: "We had a meeting of the Whigs of the county here on last Monday, to appoint delegates to a district convention, and Baker beat me, and got the delegation instructed to go for him. The meeting, in spite of my attempts to decline it, appointed me one of the delegates, so that in getting Baker the nomination I shall be fixed a good deal like a fellow who is made groomsman to a man that has cut him out and is marrying his own dear gal." Only a few days before this he had written a friend about the Congressional matter: "Now, if you should hear any one say that Lincoln don't want to go to Congress, I wish you, as a personal friend of mine, would tell him you have reason to believe he is mistaken. The truth is, I would like to go very much. Still circumstances may happen which may prevent my being a candidate. If there are any who be my friends in such an enterprise, what I now want is that they shall not throw me away just yet." To another friend in the adjoining county of Menard, a few days after the meeting of the Whigs in Sangamon, he explains how Baker defeated him. The entire absence of any feeling of bitterness, or what the politicians call revenge, is the most striking feature of the letter. "It is truly gratifying," he says to me, "to learn that while the people of Sangamon have cast me off, my old friends of Menard, who have known me longest and best, stick to me. It would astonish me, if not amuse the older citizens, to learn that I, a strange, friendless, uneducated, penniless boy, working on a flat boat at $10 per month, have been put down here as the candidate of pride, wealth, and aristocratic family distinction. Yet so chiefly it was. There was, too, the strangest combination of church influence against me. Baker is a Campbellite, and therefore, as I suppose, with few exceptions, got all that church. My wife has some relations in the Presbyterian churches and some with the Episcopalian churches, and therefore, wherever it would tell, I was set down as either the one or the other, while it was everywhere contended that no Christian ought to go for me because I belonged to no church, was suspected of being a deist, and had talked about fighting a duel. With all these things Baker, of course, had nothing to do, nor do I complain of them. As to his own church going for him, I think that was right enough; and as to the influences I have spoken of in the other, though they were very strong, it would be grossly untrue and unjust to charge that they acted upon them in a body, or were very near so. I only meant that those influences levied a tax of considerable per cent, and throughout the religious controversy. To a proposition offering to instruct the Menard delegation for him, he replies, "You say you shall instruct your delegates for me unless I object. I certainly shall not object. That would be too pleasant a compliment for me to tread in the dust. And besides, if anything should happen, which however is not probable, by which Baker should be thrown out of the fight, I would be at liberty to accept the nomination if I could get it. I do, however, feel myself bound not to hinder him in any way from getting the nomination. I should despise myself were I to attempt it." Baker's friends had used as an argument against Lincoln that he belonged to a proud and aristocratic family, referring doubtless to some of the distinguished relatives who were connected with him by marriage. The story reaching Lincoln's ears, he laughed heartily over it one day in a Springfield store, and remarked, "That sounds strange to me, for I do not remember of but one who ever came to see me, and while he was in town he was accused of stealing a Jew's harp." In the convention, which was held shortly after at the town of Pekin, neither Baker nor Lincoln obtained the coveted honor, but John J. Herndon of Morgan, destined to lose his life at the head of an Illinois regiment in the Mexican War, was nominated, and in the following August elected by a good majority. Lincoln bore his defeat manfully. He was no doubt greatly disappointed, but by no means soured. He conceived the strange notion that the publicity given his so-called aristocratic family distinction would cost him the friendship of his humbler constituents, his Clary's Grove friends. He took his friend James Matheny out into the woods with him one day, and calling up the bitter features of the canvass, protested vehemently and with great emphasis that he was anything but aristocratic and proud. "Why, Jim," he said, "I am now and always shall be the same Abe Lincoln I was when you first saw me." In the campaign of 1844 Lincoln filled the honorable post of Presidential elector, and he extended the limits of his acquaintance by stumping the State. This was the year the gallant and magnetic Clay went down in defeat. Lincoln, in the latter end of the canvass, crossed over into Indiana and made several speeches. He spoke at Rockport and also at Gentryville, where he met the Grigsbys, the Gentrys, and other friends of his boyhood. The result of the election was a severe disappointment to Mr. Lincoln as well as to all other Whigs. No election since the foundation of the Government created more widespread regret than the defeat of Clay by Polk. Men were never before so enlisted in any man's cause, and when the great Whig chieftain went down his followers fled from the field in utter demoralization. Some doubted the success of popular government, while others, more hopeful still in the face of the general disaster, vowed they would never shave their faces or cut their hair till Henry Clay became President. As late as 1880 I saw one man who had lived up to his insane resolution. One political society organized to aid Clay's election sent the defeated candidate an address in which they assured him that, after the smoke of battle had cleared away, he would ever be remembered as one whose name honored defeat and gave it a glory which victory could not have brought. In Lincoln's case, his disappointment was no greater than that of any other Whig. Many persons have yielded to the impression that Mr. Lincoln visited Clay at his home in Lexington and felt a personal loss in his defeat, but such is not the case. He took no more gloomy view of the situation than the rest of the party. He had been a leading figure himself in other campaigns, and was fully inured to the chilling blasts of defeat. They may have driven him in, but only for a short time, for he soon evinced a willingness to test the temper of the winds again. No sooner had Baker been elected to Congress in August 1844 than Lincoln began to manifest a longing for the tempting prize to be contended for in 1846. Herndon and Baker, both having been required to content themselves with a single term each, the struggle among Whig aspirants narrowed down to Logan and Lincoln. Footnote: the Whig candidates for Congress in the Springfield district rotated in the following order: Baker succeeded Herndon in 1844, Lincoln was elected in 1846, and Logan was nominated but defeated in 1848. Lincoln publicly declined to contest the nomination with Baker in 1844. Herndon did the same for Lincoln in 1846. Although both seem to have acted reluctantly, and Lincoln refused to run against Logan in 1848, many persons insist that an agreement among these four conspicuous Whig leaders to content themselves with one term each actually existed. There is, however, no proof of any bargain, although there seems to have been a tacit understanding of the kind, maintained probably to keep other and less tractable candidates out of the field. The latter's claim seemed to find such favorable lodgment with the party workers, and his popularity seemed so apparent, that Logan soon realized his own want of strength and abandoned the field to his late law partner. The convention which nominated Lincoln met at Petersburg, May 1, 1846. Herndon, who, in violation of what was then regarded as precedent, had been seeking the nomination, had courteously withdrawn. Logan, ambitious to secure the honor next time for himself, with apparent generosity presented Lincoln's name to the convention, and there being no other candidate he was chosen unanimously. The reader need not be told whom the Democrats placed in the field against him. It was Peter Cartwright, the famous Methodist divine and circuit rider. An energetic canvass of 3 months followed, during which Lincoln kept his forces well in hand. He was active and alert, speaking everywhere and abandoning his share of business in the law office entirely. He had a formidable competitor in Cartwright, who not only had an extensive following by reason of his church influence, but rallied many more supporters around his standard by his pronounced Jacksonian attitude. He had come into Illinois with the early immigrants from Kentucky and Tennessee, and had at one time or another preached to almost every Methodist congregation between Springfield and Cairo. He had extensive family connections all over the district, was almost 25 years older than Lincoln, and in every respect a dangerous antagonist. Another thing which operated much to Lincoln's disadvantage was the report circulated by Cartwright's friends with respect to Lincoln's religious views. He was charged with the grave offense of infidelity, and sentiments which he was reported to have expressed with reference to the inspiration of the Bible were given the campaign varnish and passed from hand to hand. His slighting allusion expressed in the address of the Presbyterian Church before the Washington Temperance Society, February 2, 4 years before, to the insecurity of the Christian people, was not forgotten. It too played its part. But all these opposing circumstances were of no avail. Cartwright was personally very popular, but it was plain the people of the Springfield district wanted no preacher to represent them in Congress. They believed in an absolute separation of church and state. The election, therefore, of a man such as Cartwright would not, to their way of thinking, tend to promote such a result. I was enthusiastic and active in Lincoln's interest myself. The very thought of my associates becoming a member of Congress was a great stimulus to my self importance. Many other friends in and around Springfield were equally as vigilant, and in the language of another, long before the contest closed we snuffed approaching victory in the air. Our laborious efforts met with a suitable reward. Lincoln was elected by a majority of 1511 in the district, a larger vote than Clay's 2 years before, which was only 914. In Sangamon County his majority was 690, and exceeded that of any of his predecessors on the Whig ticket, commencing with Stuart in 1834 and continuing on down to the days of Yates in 1852. Before Lincoln's departure for Washington to enter on his duties as a member of Congress, the Mexican War had begun. The volunteers had gone forward, and at the head of the regiments from Illinois some of the bravest men and the best legal talent in Springfield had marched. Hardin, Baker, Bissell, and even the dramatic Shields had enlisted. The issues of the war and the manner of its prosecution were in every man's mouth. Naturally, therefore, a Congressman elect would be expected to publish his views and define his position early in the day. Although, in common with the Whig party opposing the declaration of war, Lincoln, now that hostilities had commenced, urges a vigorous prosecution. He admonished us all to permit our Government to suffer no dishonor, and to stand by the flag till peace came, and came honorably to us. He declared these sentiments in a speech at a public meeting in Springfield, May 29, 1847. In the following December he took his seat in Congress. He was the only Whig from Illinois. His colleagues in the Illinois delegation were John A. McClernand, O. B. Ficklin, William A. Richardson, Thomas J. Turner, Robert Smith, and John Wentworth. In the Senate Douglas had made his appearance for the first time. The little giant is always in sight. Robert C. Winthrop of Massachusetts was chosen Speaker. John Quincy Adams, Horace Mann, Caleb Smith, Alexander H. Stephens, Robert Toombs, Howell Cobb, and Andrew Johnson were important members of the House. With many of these the newly elected member from Illinois was destined to sustain another and far different relation. End of section 15. Recording by Vicki Rands. Chapter 9, Part 5 of 5 of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vicki Rands. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 16. On the 5th of December, the day before the House organized, Lincoln wrote me a letter about our fee in a lawsuit and reported the result of the Whig caucus the night before. On the 13th he wrote again: "Dear William, your letter advising me of the receipt of our fee in the bank case is just received, and I don't expect to hear another as good a piece of news from Springfield while I am away." He then directed me from the proceeds of this fee to pay a debt at the bank, and out of the balance left to settle sundry dry goods and grocery bills. The modest tone of the last paragraph is its most striking feature. "As you are all so anxious for me to distinguish myself," he said, "I have concluded to do so before long." January 8 he writes: "As to speech making, by way of getting the hang of the House, I made a little speech 2 or 3 days ago on a post office question of no general interest. I find, speaking here and elsewhere about the same thing, I was about as badly scared and no worse as I am when I speak in court. I expect to make one within a week or two, in which I hope to succeed well enough to wish you to see it." Meanwhile, in recognition of the assurances I had sent him from friends who desire to approve his course by a re-election, he says: "It is very pleasant to me to learn from you that there are some who desire that I should be re-elected. I most heartily thank them for the kind partiality, and I can say, as Mr. Clay said of the annexation of Texas, that personally I would not object to a re-election, although I thought at the time, and still think, it would be quite as well for me to return to the law at the end of a single term. I made the declaration that I would not be a candidate again, more from a wish to deal fairly with others, to keep peace among our friends, and to keep the district from going to the enemy, than for any cause personal to myself; so that if it should happen that nobody else wishes to be elected, I could not refuse the people the right of sending me again; but to enter myself as a competitor of others, or to authorize any one so to enter me, is what my word and honor forbid." His announcement of a willingness to accept a re-election if tendered him by the people was altogether unnecessary, for within a few days after this letter was written his constituents began to manifest symptoms of grave disapproval of his course on the Mexican war question. His position on this subject was evidenced by certain resolutions offered by him in the House 3 weeks before. These latter were called the "spot resolutions," and they, and the speech which followed on the 12th of January in support of them, not only sealed Lincoln's doom as a Congressman, but in my opinion lost the district to the Whigs in 1848, when Judge Logan had succeeded at last in obtaining the nomination. Although differing with the President as to the justice or even propriety of a war with Mexico, Lincoln was not unwilling to vote, and with the majority of his party did vote the supplies necessary to carry it on. He did this, however, with great reluctance, protesting all the while that the war was unnecessarily and unconstitutionally begun by the President. The spot resolutions, which served as a text for his speech on the 12th of January, and which caused such unwonted annoyance in the ranks of his constituents, were a series following a preamble loaded with quotations from the President's messages. These resolutions required the President to inform the House, first, whether the spot on which the blood of our citizens was shed, as in his messages declared, was or was not within the territory of Spain, at least after the treaty of 1819, until the Mexican Revolution; second, whether that spot is or is not within the territory which was wrested from Spain by the revolutionary government of Mexico; third, whether that spot is or is not within a settlement of people which settlement has existed ever since long before the Texas Revolution, and until its inhabitants fled before the approach of the United States Army. There were 8 of these interrogatories, but it is only necessary to reproduce the 3 which foreshadowed the position Lincoln was then intending to assume. On the 12th of January, as before stated, he followed them up with a carefully prepared and well arranged speech, in which he made a severe arraignment of President Polk, and justified the pertinence and propriety of the inquiries he had a few days before addressed to him. The speech is too long for insertion here. It was constructed much after the manner of a legal argument. Reviewing the evidence furnished by the President in his various messages, he undertook to smoke him out with his "Let the President answer the interrogatories I proposed, as before mentioned, or other similar ones. Let him answer fully, fairly, candidly. Let him answer with facts, not with arguments. Let him remember he sits where Washington sat, and so remembering, let him answer as Washington would answer, as the nation should not, and the Almighty will not, be evaded. So let him attempt no evasion, no equivocation, and if, so answering, can show this soil was ours where the first blood of the war was shed, that it was not within an inhabited country, or if within such, that the inhabitants had submitted themselves to the civil authority of Texas or of the United States, and that the same is true of the site of Fort Brown, then I am with him for his justification. But if he cannot or will not do this, if on any pretense or no pretense he shall refuse or admit it, then I shall be fully convinced of what I more than suspect already, that he is deeply conscious of being in the wrong, that he feels the blood of this war, like the blood of Abel, is crying to heaven against him, that he ordered General Taylor into the midst of a peaceful Mexican settlement purposely to bring on a war, that originally, having some strong motive, which I will not now stop to give my opinion concerning, to involve the countries in a war, and trusting to escape scrutiny by fixing the public gaze upon the exceeding brightness of military glory, that attractive rainbow that rises in showers of blood, that serpent's eye that charms to destroy, he plunged into it, and has swept on, till disappointed in his calculation of the ease with which Mexico might be subdued, he now finds himself he knows not where. He is a bewildered, confounded, and miserably perplexed man. God grant that he may be able to show that there is not something about his conscience more painful than all his mental perplexity. The speech, however clear may have been its reasoning, however rich in illustration, in restrained and burning earnestness, yet was unsuccessful in smoking out the President. He remained within the official seclusion his position gave him, and declined to answer. In fact, it is doubtless true that Lincoln anticipated no response, but simply took that means of defining clearly his own position. On the 19th of the current month, having occasion to write to me with reference to a note with which one of our clients, one Lewis Candler, had been annoying him, not the least of which annoyance, he complains, is his cursed, unreadable, and ungodly handwriting, he adds a line in which with noticeable modesty he informs me, "I have made a speech, a copy of which I send you by mail." He doubtless felt he was taking rather advanced and perhaps questionable ground. And so he was, for very soon after murmurs of dissatisfaction began to run through the Whig ranks. I did not, as some of Lincoln's biographers would have their readers believe, inaugurate this feeling of dissatisfaction. On the contrary, as the law partner of the Congressman, and as his ardent admirer, I discouraged the defection all I could. Still, when I listened to the comments of his friends everywhere after the delivery of his speech, I felt that he had made a mistake. I therefore wrote him to that effect, at the same time giving him my own views, which I knew were in full accord with the views of his Whig constituents. My argument in substance was, that the President of the United States is Commander in Chief of the Army and Navy; that as such commander it was his duty, in the absence of Congress, if the country was about to be invaded and armies were organized in Mexico for that purpose, to go, if necessary, into the very heart of Mexico and prevent the invasion. I argued further that it would be a crime in the executive to let the country be invaded in the least degree. The action of the President was a necessity, and under a similar necessity, years afterward, Mr. Lincoln himself emancipated the slaves, although he had no special power under the Constitution to do so. In later days, in what is called the Hodges letter concerning the freedom of the slaves, he used this language: "I felt that measures otherwise unconstitutional might become lawful by becoming indispensable." Briefly stated, that was the strain of my argument. My judgment was formed on the law of nations and of war. If the facts were as I believe them, and my premises correct, then I assumed that the President's acts became lawful by becoming indispensable. February 1st he wrote me: "Dear William, you fear that you and I disagree about the war. I regret this, not because of any fear we shall remain disagreed after you have read this letter, but because if you misunderstand I fear other good friends may also." Speaking of his vote in favor of the amendment to the supply bill proposed by George Ashmun of Massachusetts, he continues: "That vote affirms that the war was unnecessarily and unconstitutionally commenced by the President, and I will stake my life that if you had been in my place you would have voted just as I did. Would you have voted what you felt and knew to be a lie? I know you would not. Would you have gone out of the House, skulked the vote? I expect not. If you had skulked one vote, you would have had to skulk many more before the close of the session. Richardson's resolutions, introduced before I made any move or gave any vote upon the subject, make the direct question of the justice of the war, so that no man can be silent if he would. You are compelled to speak, and your only alternative is to tell the truth or tell a lie. I cannot doubt which you would do. I do not mean this letter for the public, but for you. Before it reaches you, you will have seen and read my pamphlet speech, and perhaps have been scared anew by it. After you get over your scare, read it over again, sentence by sentence, and tell me honestly what you think of it. I condensed all I could for fear of being cut off by the hour rule, and when I got through I had spoken but 45 minutes. Yours forever, Abraham Lincoln. I digress from the Mexican War subject long enough to insert, because in the order of time it belongs here, a characteristic letter which he wrote me regarding a man who was destined at a later day to play a far different role in the national drama. Here it is: Washington, February 2, 1848. Dear William: I just take up my pen to say that Mr. Stephens of Georgia, a little, slim, pale faced, consumptive man, with a voice like Logan's, has just concluded the very best speech of an hour's length I ever heard. My old withered dry eyes are full of tears yet. If he writes it out anything like he delivered it, our people shall see a good many copies of it. Yours truly, Abraham Lincoln. To William H. Herndon, Esq. February 15th, he wrote me again in criticism of the President's invasion of foreign soil. He still believed the Executive had exceeded the limit of his authority. The provision of the Constitution giving the war making power to Congress, he insists, was dictated, as I understand it, by the following reasons: Kings had always been involving and impoverishing their people in wars, pretending generally, if not always, that the good of the people was the object. This our convention understood to be the most oppressive of all kingly oppressions, and they resolved to so frame the Constitution that no one man should hold the power of bringing this oppression upon us. But your view destroys the whole matter, and places our President where kings have always stood. In June the Whigs met in National Convention at Philadelphia to nominate a candidate for President. Lincoln attended as a delegate. He advocated the nomination of Taylor because of his belief that he could be elected, and was correspondingly adverse to Clay because of the latter's signal defeat in 1844. In a letter from Washington a few days after the convention, he predicts the election of Old Rough. He says, "In my opinion, we shall have a most overwhelming, glorious triumph. One unmistakable sign is that all the odds and ends are with us: barn burners, Native Americans, Tyler men, disappointed office seeking Locofocos, and the Lord knows what not. Taylor's nomination takes the Locos on the blind side. It turns the war thunder against them. The war is now to them the gallows of Haman, which they built for us, and on which they are doomed to be hanged themselves." Meanwhile, in spite of the hopeful view Lincoln seemed to take of the prospect, things in his own district were in exceedingly bad repair. I could not refrain from apprising him of the extensive defections from the party ranks and the injury his course was doing him. My object in thus writing to him was not to threaten him. Lincoln was not a man who could be successfully threatened. One had to approach him from a different direction. I warned him of public disappointment over his course, and I earnestly desired to prevent him from committing what I believed to be political suicide. June 22 he answered a letter I had written him on the 15th. He had just returned from a Whig caucus held in relation to the coming Presidential election. The whole field of the nation was scanned. All is high hope and confidence, he said exultingly. Illinois is expected to better her condition in this race. Under these circumstances, judge how heart-rending it was to come to my room and find and read your discouraging letter of the 15th. But still he does not despair. Now, as to the young men, he says, you must not wait to be brought forward by the older men. For instance, do you suppose that I should ever have got into notice if I had waited to be hunted up and pushed forward by older men? You young men, get together and form a rough and ready club, and have regular meetings and speeches. Take in everybody that you can get. As you go along, gather up all the shrewd, wild boys about town, whether just of age or a little under age. Let every one play the part he can play best. Some speak, some sing, and all halloo. Your meetings will be of evenings. The older men and the women will go to hear you, so that it will not only contribute to the election of old Zack, but will be an interesting pastime. and improving to the faculties of all engaged. He was evidently endeavoring through me to rouse up all the enthusiasm among the youth of Springfield possible under the circumstances; but I was disposed to take a dispirited view of the situation, and therefore was not easily warmed up. I felt at this time somewhat in advance of its occurrence the death throes of the Whig party. I did not conceal my suspicions, and one of the Springfield papers gave my sentiments liberal quotation in its columns. I felt gloomy over the prospect, and cut out these newspaper slips and sent them to Lincoln. Accompanying these, I wrote him a letter equally melancholy in tone, in which, among other things, I reflected severely on the stubbornness and bad judgment of the old fossils in the party, who were constantly holding the young men back. This brought from him a letter, July 10, 1848, which is so clearly Lincolnian and so full of plain philosophy that I copy it in full. Not the least singular of all is his allusion to himself as an old man, although he had scarcely passed his 39th year. Washington, July 10, 1848. Dear William: Your letter covering the newspaper slips was received last night. The subject of that letter is exceedingly painful to me, and I cannot but think there is some mistake in your impression of the motives of the old men. I suppose I am now one of the old men, and I declare on my veracity, which I think is good with you, that nothing could afford me more satisfaction than to learn that you and others of my young friends at home were doing battle in the contest and endearing themselves to the people and taking a stand far above any I have ever been able to reach in their admiration. I cannot conceive that other men feel differently. Of course I cannot demonstrate what I say, but I was young once, and I am sure I was never ungenerously thrust back. I hardly know what to say. The way for a young man to rise is to improve himself every way he can, never suspecting that anybody wishes to hinder him. Allow me to assure you that suspicion and jealousy never did help any man in any situation. There may sometimes be ungenerous attempts to keep a young man down, and they will succeed too, if he allows his mind to be diverted from its true channel to brood over the attempted injury. Cast about and see if this feeling has not injured every person you have ever known to fall into it. Now, in what I have said, I am sure you will suspect nothing but sincere friendship. I would save you from a fatal error. You have been a laborious, studious young man. You are far better informed on all subjects than I ever have been. You cannot fail in any laudable object unless you allow your mind to be improperly directed. I have some the advantage of you in the world's experience merely by being older, and it is this that induces me to advise. Your friend as ever, Abraham Lincoln. Before the close of the Congressional session he made 2 more speeches. One of these, which he hastened to send home in pamphlet form, and which he supposes nobody will read, was devoted to the familiar subject of internal improvements, and deserves only passing mention. The other, delivered on the 27th of July, was in its way a masterpiece, and it is no stretch of the truth to say that while intended simply as a campaign document and devoid of any effort at classic oratory, it was perhaps one of the best speeches of the session. It is too extended for insertion here without abridgment, but one who reads it will lay it down convinced that Lincoln's ascendancy for a quarter of a century among the political spirits in Illinois was by no means an accident. Neither will the reader wonder that Douglas, with all his forensic ability, averted, as long as he could, a contest with a man whose plain analytical reasoning was not less potent than his mingled drollery and character were effective. The speech in the main is an arraignment of General Cass, the Democratic candidate for President, who had already achieved great renown in the political world, principally on account of his career as a soldier in the War of 1812, and is a triumphant vindication of his Whig opponent, General Taylor, who seemed to have had a less extensive knowledge of civil than of military affairs, and was discreetly silent about both. Lincoln caricatured the military pretensions of the Democratic candidate in picturesque style. This latter section of the speech has heretofore been omitted by most of Mr. Lincoln's biographers, because of its glaring inappropriateness as a Congressional effort. I have always failed to see wherein its comparison with scores of others delivered in the halls of Congress since that time could in any way detract from the fame of Mr. Lincoln, and I therefore reproduce it here. But the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Iverson, further says, "We have deserted all our principles and taken shelter under General Taylor's military coat tail, and he seems to think this is exceedingly degrading. Well, as his faith is, so be it unto him. But can he remember no other military coat tail under which a certain other party have been sheltering for near a quarter of a century? Has he no acquaintance with the ample military coat tail of General Jackson? Does he not know that his own party have run the last 5 presidential races under that coat tail, and that they are now running the 6th under the same cover? Yes, sir, that coat tail was used not only for General Jackson himself, but has been clung to with the grip of death by every Democratic candidate since. You have never ventured and dare not now venture from under it. Your campaign papers have constantly been old hickories, with rude likeness of the old general upon them. Hickory poles and hickory brooms, your never ending emblems. Mr. Polk himself was Young Hickory, Little Hickory, or something so, and even now your campaign paper here is proclaiming that Cass and Butler are of the hickory stripe. No, sir, you dare not give it up. Like a horde of hungry ticks, you have stuck to the tail of the Hermitage lion to the end of his life, and you are still sticking to it, and drawing a loathsome sustenance from it after he is dead. A fellow once advertised that he had made a discovery by which he could make a new man out of an old one, and have enough of the stuff left to make a little yellow dog. Just such a discovery has General Jackson's popularity been to you. You not only twice made presidents of him out of it, but you have enough of the stuff left to make presidents of several comparatively small men since, and it is your chief reliance now to make still another. Mr. Speaker, old horses and military coat tails, or tails of any sort, are not figures of speech such as I would be the first to introduce into discussion here. But as the gentleman from Georgia has thought fit to introduce them, he and you are welcome to all you have made or can make by them. If you have any more old horses, trot them out. Any more tails, just cock them and come at us. I repeat, I would not introduce this mode of discussion here, but I wish gentlemen on the other side to understand that the use of degrading figures is a game at which they may find themselves unable to take all the winnings. A voice: "No, we give it up." You give it up? And well you may, but for a very different reason from that which you would have us understand. The point, the power to hurt, of all figures consists in the truthfulness of their application. In understanding this, you may well give it up. They are weapons which hit you, but miss us. But in my hurry I was very near closing on this subject of military tales before I was done with it. There is one entire article of the sort I have not discussed yet. I mean the military tale you Democrats are now engaged in dovetailing on to the great Michigander. Yes, sir, all his biographers, and they are legion, have him in hand, tying him to a military tale like so many mischievous boys tying a dog to a bladder of beans. True, the material is very limited, but they are at it might and main. He invaded Canada without resistance, and he out evaded it without pursuit. As he did both under orders, I suppose there was to him neither credit nor discredit, but they are made to constitute a large part of the tale. He was not at Hull's surrender, but he was close by. He was volunteer aide to General Harrison on the day of the battle of the Thames, and, as you said, in 1840 Harrison was picking whortleberries 2 miles off while the battle was fought. I suppose it is a just conclusion with you to say Cass was aiding Harrison to pick whortleberries. This is about all except the mooted question of the broken sword. Some authors say he broke it, some say he threw it away, and some others who ought to know say nothing about it. Perhaps it would be a fair historical compromise to say if he did not break it, he did not do anything else with it. By the way, Mr. Speaker, did you know I am a military hero? Yes, sir. In the days of the Black Hawk War I fought, bled, and came away. Speaking of General Cass's career reminds me of my own. I was not at Stillman's defeat, but I was about as near it as Cass was to Hull's surrender, and like him I saw the place very soon afterward. It is quite certain I did not break my sword, for I had none to break, but I bent my musket pretty badly on one occasion. If Cass broke his sword, the idea is he broke it in desperation. I bent the musket by accident. If General Cass went in advance of me picking whortleberries, I guess I surpassed him in charges upon the wild onions. If he saw any live fighting Indians, it was more than I did, but I had a good many bloody struggles with the mosquitoes, and although I never fainted from loss of blood, I can truly say I was often very hungry. Mr. Speaker, if ever I should conclude to doff whatever our Democratic friends may suppose there is of block cockade Federalism about me, and thereupon they shall take me up as their candidate for the presidency, I protest that they shall not make fun of me as they have of General Cass by attempting to write me into a military hero. After the adjournment of Congress on the 14th of August, Lincoln went through New York and some of the New England states, making a number of speeches for Taylor, none of which, owing to the limited facilities attending newspaper reporting in that day, have been preserved. He returned to Illinois before the close of the canvass, and continued his efforts on the stump till the election. At the second session of Congress, which began in December, he was less conspicuous than before. The few weeks spent with his constituents had perhaps taught him that in order to succeed as a congressman it is not always the most politic thing to tell the truth because it is the truth, or to do right because it is right. With the opening of Congress, by virtue of the election of Taylor, the Whigs obtained the ascendancy in the control of governmental machinery. He attended to the duties of the congressional office diligently and with becoming modesty. He answered the letters of his constituents, sent them their public documents, and looked after their pension claims. His only public act of any moment was a bill looking to the emancipation of the slaves in the District of Columbia. He interested Joshua R. Giddings and others of equally as pronounced anti-slavery views in the subject, but his bill eventually found a lodgment on the table, where it was carefully but promptly laid by a vote of the House. Meanwhile, being chargeable with the distribution of official patronage, he began to flounder about in explanation of his action in a sea of seemingly endless perplexities. His recommendation of the appointment of T.R. King to be Register or Receiver of the Land Office had produced no little discord among the aspirants for the place. He wrote to a friend who endorsed and urged the appointment, either to admit it is wrong or come forward and sustain him. He then transmits to the same friend a scrap of paper, probably a few lines approving the selection of King, which is to be copied in the friend's own handwriting. "Get everybody," he insists, "not 3 or 4, but 300 or 400 to sign it, and then send it to me. Also have 6, 8, or 10 of our best known Whig friends to write me additional letters stating the truth in this matter as they understood it. Don't neglect or delay in the matter. I understand," he continues, "information of an indictment having been found against him 3 years ago for gaming or keeping. A gaming house has been sent to the department." He then closes with a comforting assurance, "I shall try to take care of it at the department till your action can be had and forwarded on." And still people insist that Mr. Lincoln was such a guileless man and so free from the politician's sagacity. In June I wrote him regarding the case of one Walter Davis, who was soured and disappointed because Lincoln had overlooked him in his recommendation for the Springfield post office. "There must be some mistake," he responds on the 5th, "about Walter Davis saying I promised him the post office. I did not so promise him. I did tell him that if the distribution of the offices should fall into my hands he should have something, and if I shall be convinced he has said any more than this I shall be disappointed. I said this much to him because, as I understand, he is of good character, is one of the young men, is of the mechanics, is always faithful and never troublesome, a Whig, and is poor, with the support of a widow mother thrown almost exclusively on him by the death of his brother. If these are wrong reasons, then I have been wrong, but I have certainly not been selfish in it, because in my greatest need of friends he was against me and for Baker." Judge Logan's defeat in 1848 left Lincoln still in a measure in charge of the patronage in his district after his term in Congress expired. The wriggle and struggle for office continued, and he was often appealed to for his influence in obtaining, as he termed it, "a way to live without work." Occasionally, when hard pressed, he retorted with bitter sarcasm. I append a letter written in this vein to a gentleman still living in central Illinois, who, I suppose, would prefer that his name should be withheld: "Springfield, December 15, 1849. Esquire. Dear Sir, on my return from Kentucky I found your letter of the 7th of November, and have delayed answering it till now for the reason I now briefly state. From the beginning of our acquaintance I had felt the greatest kindness for you, and had supposed it was reciprocated on your part. Last summer, under circumstances which I mentioned to you, I was painfully constrained to withhold a recommendation which you desired, and shortly afterwards I learned, in such a way as to believe it, that you were indulging in open abuse of me. Of course my feelings were wounded. On receiving your last letter the question occurred whether you were attempting to use me at the same time you would injure me, or whether you might not have been misrepresented to me. If the former, I ought not to answer you; if the latter, I ought, and so I have remained in suspense. I now enclose you the letter, which you may use if you see fit. Yours, etc., Abraham Lincoln. No doubt the man, when Lincoln declined at first to recommend him, did resort to more or less abuse. That would have been natural, especially with an unsuccessful and disappointed office seeker. I am inclined to the opinion, and careful reading of the letter will warrant it, that Lincoln believed him guilty. If the recommendation which Lincoln, after so much reluctance, gave was ever used to further the applicant's cause, I do not know it. With the close of Lincoln's Congressional career he drops out of sight as a political factor, and for the next few years we take him up in another capacity. he did not solicit or contend for a renomination to Congress, and such was the unfortunate result of his position on public questions that it is doubtful if he could have succeeded had he done so. Section 17. Recording by Vicky Rands.
Chapter 10, Part 1 of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 17, Chapter 10, Part 1. After the wedding of Lincoln and Miss Todd at the Edwards mansion, we hear but little of them as a married couple till the spring of 1843, when the husband writes to his friend Speed, who had been joined to his black-eyed Fanny a little over a year, with regard to his life as a married man. "Are you possessing houses and lands," he writes, "and oxen and asses, and men servants and maid servants, and begetting sons and daughters? We are not keeping house, but boarding at the Globe Tavern, which is very well kept now by a widow lady of the name of Beck. Our room, the same Dr. Wallace occupied there, and boarding only costs us $4 a week." Gaining a livelihood was slow and discouraging business with him, for we find him in another letter apologizing for his failure to visit Kentucky, because, he says, "I am so poor and make so little headway in the world that I drop back in a month of idleness as much as I gain in a year's sowing." But by dint of untiring efforts and the recognition of influential friends, he managed, through rare frugality, to move along. In his struggles, both in the law and for political advancement, his wife shared in his sacrifices. She was a plucky little woman, and in fact endowed with a more restless ambition than he. She was gifted with a rare insight into the motives that actuate mankind, and there is no doubt that much of Lincoln's success was in a measure attributable to her acuteness and the stimulus of her influence. His election to Congress within 4 years after their marriage afforded her extreme gratification. She loved power and prominence, and when occasionally she came down to our office, it seemed to me then that she was inordinately proud of her tall and ungainly husband. She saw in him bright prospects ahead, and his every move was watched by her with the closest of interest. If to other persons he seemed homely, to her he was the embodiment of noble manhood, and each succeeding day impressed upon her the wisdom of her choice of Lincoln over Douglas, if in reality she ever seriously accepted the latter's attentions. "Mr. Lincoln may not be as handsome a figure," she said one day in the office during her husband's absence, when the conversation turned on Douglas, "but the people are perhaps not aware that his heart is as large as his arms are long." Mrs. Lincoln accompanied her husband to Washington, and remained during one session of Congress. While there, they boarded at the same house with Joshua R. Giddings, and when, in 1856, the valiant old abolitionist came to take part in the canvass in Illinois, he early sought out Lincoln, with whom he had been so favorably impressed several years before. On his way home from Congress, Lincoln came by way of Niagara Falls and down Lake Erie to Toledo or Detroit. It happened that, some time after, I went to New York, and also returned by way of Niagara Falls. In the office, a few days after my return, I was endeavoring to entertain my partner with an account of my trip, and among other things described the falls. In the attempt I indulged in a good deal of imagery. As I warmed up with the subject, my descriptive powers expanded accordingly. The mad rush of water, the roar, the rapids, and the rainbow furnished me with an abundance of material for a stirring and impressive picture. The recollection of the gigantic and awe-inspiring scene stimulated my exuberant powers to the highest pitch. After well nigh exhausting myself in the effort, I turned to Lincoln for his opinion. "What," I inquired, "made the deepest impression on you when you stood in the presence of the great natural wonder?" I shall never forget his answer, because it, in a very characteristic way, illustrates how he looked at everything. "The thing that struck me most forcibly when I saw the falls," he responded, "was where in the world did all that water come from?" He had no eye for the magnificence and grandeur of the scene, for the rapids, the mist, the angry waters, and the roar of the whirlpool, but his mind, working in its accustomed channel, heedless of beauty or awe, followed irresistibly back to the first cause. It was in this light he viewed every question. However great the verbal foliage that concealed the nakedness of a good idea, Lincoln stripped it all down till he could see clear the way between cause and effect. If there was any secret in his power, this surely was it. After seeing Niagara Falls, he continued his journey homeward. At some point on the way, the vessel on which he had taken passage stranded on a sandbar. The captain ordered the hands to collect all the loose planks, empty barrels, and boxes, and force them under the sides of the boat. These empty casks were used to buoy it up. After forcing enough of them under the vessel, she lifted gradually, and at last swung clear of the opposing sandbar. Lincoln had watched this operation very intently. It no doubt carried him back to the days of his navigation on the turbulent Sangamon, when he and John Hanks had rendered similar service at New Salem Dam to their employer, the volatile Offutt. Continual thinking on the subject of lifting vessels over sandbars and other obstructions in the water suggested to him the idea of inventing an apparatus for the purpose. Using the principle involved in the operation he had just witnessed, his plan was to attach a kind of bellows on each side of the hull of the craft, just below the water line, and, by an odd system of ropes and pulleys, whenever the keel grated on the sand, these bellows were to be filled with air, and thus buoyed up, the vessel was expected to float clear of the shoal. On reaching home he at once set to work to demonstrate the feasibility of his plan. Walter Davis, a mechanic having a shop near our office, granted him the use of his tools, and likewise assisted him in making the model of a miniature vessel with the arrangement as above described. Lincoln manifested ardent interest in it. Occasionally he would bring the model in the office, and while whittling on it, would descant on its merits and the revolution it was destined to work in steamboat navigation. Although I regarded the thing as impracticable, I said nothing, probably out of respect for Lincoln's well-known reputation as a boatman. The model was sent or taken by him to Washington, where a patent was issued, but the invention was never applied to any vessel, so far as I ever learned, and the threatened revolution in steamboat architecture and navigation never came to pass. The model still reposes in undisturbed slumber on the shelves in the Patent Office, and is the only evidence now existing of Lincoln's success as an inventor. Footnote: following is a copy of Lincoln's application for the patent on his improved method of lifting vessels over shoals. What I claim as my invention and desire to secure by letters patent is the combination of expansible buoyant chambers placed at the sides of a vessel with the main shaft or shafts by means of the sliding spars, which pass down through the buoyant chambers and are made fast to their bottoms, and the series of ropes and pulleys or their equivalents in such a manner that by turning the main shaft or shafts in one direction, the buoyant chambers will be forced downwards into the water, and at the same time expanded and filled with air for buoying up the vessel by the displacement of water, and by turning the shafts in an opposite direction the buoyant chambers will be contracted into a small space and secured against injury. A. Lincoln. End of footnote. Shortly before the close of his term in Congress, he appears in a new role. Having failed of a re-election, he became an applicant for the office of Commissioner of the General Land Office. He had been urged to this step by many of his Whig friends in Illinois, but he was so hedged about with other aspirants from his own State that he soon lost all heart in the contest. He was too scrupulous, and lacked too much the essentials of self-confidence and persistence, to be a successful suitor for office. In a letter to Joshua Speed, who had written him of a favorable reference to him by Mr. Crittenden of Kentucky, he says, February 20, 1849, "I am flattered to learn that Mr. Crittenden has any recollection of me which is not unfavorable, and for the manifestation of your kindness towards me I sincerely thank you. Still, there is nothing about me to authorize me to think of a first-class office, and a second-class one would not compensate me for being sneered at by others who want it for themselves. I believe that, so far as the Whigs in Congress are concerned, I could have the General Land Office almost by common consent. But then Sweet and David Morrison and Browning and Cyrus Edwards all want it, and, what is worse, while I think I could easily take it myself, I fear I shall have trouble to get it for any other man in Illinois. The reason is that McGaughey, an Indiana ex-member of Congress, is here after it, and being personally known, he will be hard to beat by anyone who is not." But as the sequel proved, there was no need to fear the Hoosier statesman, for although he had the endorsement of General Scott and others of equal influence, yet he was left far behind in the race, and along with him Lincoln, Morrison, Browning, and Edwards. A dark horse in the person of Justin Butterfield sprang into view, and with surprising facility captured the tempting prize. This latter and successful aspirant was a lawyer of rather extensive practice and reputation in Chicago. He was shrewd, adroit, and gifted with a knowledge of what politicians would call good management, a quality or characteristic in which Lincoln was strikingly deficient. He had endorsed the Mexican War, but strangely enough had lost none of his prestige with the Whigs on that account. Footnote: the following letter by Butterfield's daughter is not without interest. Chicago, October 12, 1888. Mr. Jesse W. Weik. Dear Sir, my father was born in Keene, New Hampshire, in 1790, entered Williams College 1807, and removed to Chicago in 1835. After the reaccession of the Whigs to power, he was on the 21st of June in 1849 appointed Commissioner of the Land Office by President Taylor. A competitor for the position by that time was Abraham Lincoln, who was beaten, it was said, by the superior dispatch of Butterfield in reaching Washington by the northern route, but more correctly by the paramount influence of his friend, Daniel Webster. He held the position of Land Commissioner until disabled by paralysis in 1852. After lingering for 3 years in a disabled and enfeebled condition, he died at his home in Chicago, October 23, 1855, in his 63rd year. Very respectfully, Elizabeth Sawyer. End footnote. The close of Congress and the inauguration of Taylor were the signal for Lincoln's departure from Washington. He left with the comforting assurance that as an office seeker he was by no means a success. Besides his lack of persistence, he had an unconscious feeling of superiority and pride that admitted of no such flexibility of opinion as the professional suitor for office must have in order to succeed. He remained but a few days at his home in Illinois, however, before he again set out for Washington. The administration of President Taylor, feeling that some reward was due Lincoln for his heroic efforts on the stump and elsewhere in behalf of the Whig party and its measures, had offered him the office of either governor or secretary of Oregon, and with the view of considering this and other offers, he returned to Washington. Lincoln used to relate of this last named journey an amusing incident illustrating Kentucky hospitality. He set out from Ransdell's Tavern in Springfield early in the morning. The only other passenger in the stage for a good portion of the distance was a Kentuckian on his way home from Missouri. The latter, painfully impressed, no doubt, with Lincoln's gravity and melancholy, undertook to relieve the general monotony of the ride by offering him a chew of tobacco. With a plain, "No, sir, thank you, I never chew," Lincoln declined, and a long period of silence followed. Later in the day, the stranger, pulling from his pocket a leather-covered case, offered Lincoln a cigar, which he also politely declined on the ground that he never smoked. Finally, as they neared the station where horses were to be changed, the Kentuckian, pouring out a cup of brandy from a flask which had lain concealed in his satchel, offered it to Lincoln, with the remark, "Well, stranger, seeing you don't smoke or chew, perhaps you'll take a little bit of this French brandy. It's a prime article and a good appetizer besides." His tall and uncommunicative companion declined this last and best evidence of Kentucky hospitality on the same ground as the tobacco. When they separated that afternoon, the Kentuckian, transferring to another stage bound for Louisville, shook Lincoln warmly by the hand. "See here, stranger," he said, good-humoredly, "you're a clever but strange companion. I may never see you again, and I don't want to offend you, but I want to say this. My experience has taught me that a man who has no vices has damned few virtues. Good day." Lincoln enjoyed this reminiscence of the journey and took great pleasure in relating it. During this same journey occurred an incident for which Thomas H. Nelson of Terre Haute, Indiana, who was appointed minister to Chile by Lincoln when he was president, is authority. In the spring of 1849, relates Nelson, Judge Abram Hammond, who was afterwards governor of Indiana, and I arranged to go from Terre Haute to Indianapolis in the stagecoach. An entire day was usually consumed in the journey. By daybreak the stage had arrived from the west, and as we stepped in we discovered that the entire back seat was occupied by a long, lank individual, whose head seemed to protrude from one end of the couch and his feet from the other. He was the sole occupant, and was sleeping soundly. Hammond slapped him familiarly on the shoulder, and asked him if he had chartered the stage for the day. The stranger, now wide awake, responded, "Certainly not," and at once took the front seat, politely surrendering to us the place of honor and comfort. We took in our traveling companion at a glance. A queer, odd-looking fellow he was, dressed in a well-worn and ill-fitting suit of bombazine, without vest or cravat, and a 25-cent palm hat on the back of his head. His very prominent features in repose seemed dull and expressionless. Regarding him as a good subject for merriment, we perpetrated several jokes. He took them all with the utmost innocence and good nature, and joined in the laugh, although at his own expense. At noon we stopped at a wayside hostelry for dinner. We invited him to eat with us, and he approached the table as if he had considered it a great honor. He sat with about half his person on a small chair, and held his hat under his arm during the meal. Resuming our journey after dinner, Conversation drifted into a discussion of the comet, a subject that was then agitating the scientific world, in which the stranger took the deepest interest. He made many startling suggestions, and asked many questions. We amazed him with words of learned length and thundering sound. After an astounding display of wordy pyrotechnics, the dazed and bewildered stranger asked, "What is going to be the upshot of this comet business?" I replied that I was not certain. In fact, I differed from most scientists and philosophers, and was inclined to the opinion that the world would follow the darned thing off. Late in the evening we reached Indianapolis, and hurried to Browning's hotel, losing sight of the stranger altogether. We retired to our room to brush and wash away the dust of the journey. In a few minutes I descended to the portico, and there descried our long, gloomy fellow traveler in the center of an admiring group of lawyers, among whom were Judges McLean and Huntington, Edward Hannigan, Albert S. White, and Richard W. Thompson, who seemed to be amused and interested in a story he was telling. I inquired of Browning, the landlord, who he was. "Abraham Lincoln of Illinois, a member of Congress," was the response. I was thunderstruck at the announcement. I hastened upstairs and told Hammond the startling news, and together we emerged from the hotel by a back door and went down an alley to another house, thus avoiding further contact with our now distinguished fellow traveler. Curiously enough, years after this, Hammond had vacated the office of Governor of Indiana a few days before Lincoln arrived in Indianapolis on his way to Washington to be inaugurated President. I had many opportunities after the stage ride to cultivate Mr. Lincoln's acquaintance, and was a zealous advocate of his nomination and election to the presidency. Before leaving his home for Washington, Mr. Lincoln caused John P. Usher and myself to be invited to accompany him. We agreed to join him in Indianapolis. On reaching that city, the presidential party had already arrived, and upon inquiry we were informed that the President-elect was in the dining room of the hotel at supper. Passing through, we saw that every seat at the numerous tables was occupied, but failed to find Mr. Lincoln. As we were nearing the door to the office of the hotel, a long arm reached out to my shoulder and a shrill voice exclaimed, "Hello, Nelson! Do you think after all the world is going to follow the darn thing off?" It was Mr. Lincoln. The benefits and advantages of the territorial posts offered by President Taylor to Lincoln were freely discussed by the latter's friends. Some urged his acceptance on the usual ground that when Oregon was admitted as a state, he might be its first senator. Lincoln himself had some inclination to accept. He told me himself that he felt by his course in Congress he had committed political suicide, and wanted to try a change of locality, hence the temptation to go to Oregon. But when he brought the proposition home to his fireside, his wife put her foot squarely down on it with a firm and emphatic no. That always ended it with Lincoln. The result of the whole thing proved a fortunate deliverance for him, the propriety of which became more apparent as the years rolled by. Footnote: About this time Grant Goodrich, a lawyer in Chicago, proposed to take Lincoln into partnership with him. Goodrich had an extensive and paying practice there, but Lincoln refused the offer, giving as a reason that he tended to consumption, and if he removed to a city like Chicago, he would have to sit down and study harder than ever. The close application required of him and the confinement in the office, he contended, would soon kill him. He preferred going around the circuit, and even if he earned smaller fees, he felt much happier. End of footnote. While a member of Congress and otherwise immersed in politics, Lincoln seemed to lose all interest in the law. Of course, what practice he himself controlled passed into other hands. I retained all the business I could, and worked steadily on until, when he returned, our practice was as extensive as that of any other firm at the bar. Lincoln realized that much of this was due to my efforts, and on his return he therefore suggested that he had no right to share in the business and profits which I had made. I responded that as he had aided me and given me prominence when I was young and needed it, I could afford now to be grateful, if not generous. I therefore recommended a continuation of the partnership, and we went on as before. I could notice a difference in Lincoln's movement as a lawyer from this time forward. He had begun to realize a certain lack of discipline, a want of mental training and method. 10 years had wrought some change in the law, and more in the lawyers, of Illinois. The conviction had settled in the minds of the people that the pyrotechnics of courtroom and stump oratory did not necessarily imply extensive or profound ability in the lawyer who resorted to it. The courts were becoming graver and more learned, and the lawyer was learning as a preliminary and indispensable condition to success that he must be a close reasoner, besides having at command a broad knowledge of the principles on which the statutory law is constructed. There was of course the same writing on circuit as before, but the courts had improved in tone and morals, and there was less laxity, at least it appeared so to Lincoln. Political defeat had wrought a marked effect on him. It went below the skin and made a changed man of him. He was not soured at his seeming political decline, but still he determined to eschew politics from that time forward and devote himself entirely to the law. And now he began to make up for time lost in politics by studying the law in earnest. No man had greater power of application than he. Once fixing his mind on any subject, nothing could interfere with or disturb him. Frequently I would go out to the circuit with him. We usually at the little country inns occupied the same bed. In most cases the beds were too short for him, and his feet would hang over the floorboard, thus exposing a limited expanse of shin bone. Placing a candle on a chair at the head of the bed, he would read and study for hours. I have known him to study in this position till 2 o'clock in the morning. Meanwhile, I and others who chanced to occupy the same room would be safely and soundly asleep. On the circuit in this way he studied Euclid until he could with ease demonstrate all the propositions in the 6 books. How he could maintain his mental equilibrium or concentrate his thoughts on an abstract mathematical proposition, while Davis, Logan, Swett, Edwards, and I so industriously and volubly filled the air with our interminable snoring, was a problem none of us could ever solve. I was on the circuit with Lincoln probably 1/4 of the time. The remainder of my time was spent in Springfield, looking after the business there. But I know that life on the circuit was a gay one. It was rich with incidents, and afforded the nomadic lawyers ample relaxation from all the irksome toil that fell to their lot. Lincoln loved it. I suppose it would be a fair estimate to state that he spent over half the year following Judges Treat and Davis around on the circuit. On Saturdays the court and attorneys, if within a reasonable distance, would usually start for their homes. Some went for a fresh supply of clothing, but the greater number went simply to spend a day of rest with their families. The only exception was Lincoln, who usually spent his Sundays with the loungers at the country tavern, and only went home at the end of the circuit or term of court. At first, relates one of his colleagues on the circuit, we wondered at it, but soon learned to account for his strange disinclination to go home. Lincoln himself never had much to say about home, and we never felt free to comment on it. Most of us had pleasant, inviting homes, and as we struck out for them I'm sure each one of us down in our hearts had a mingled feeling of pity and sympathy for him. If the day was long and he was oppressed, the feeling was soon relieved by the narration of a story. The tavern loungers enjoyed it, and his melancholy, taking to itself wings, seemed to fly away. In the role of a storyteller, I am prone to regard Mr. Lincoln as without an equal. I have seen him surrounded by a crowd numbering as many as 2, and in some cases 300 persons, all deeply interested in the outcome of a story which, when he had finished it, speedily found repetition in each grocery and lounging place within reach. His power of mimicry, as I have before noted, and his manner of recital were in many respects unique, if not remarkable. His countenance and all his features seemed to take part in the performance. As he neared the pith or point of the joke or story, every vestige of seriousness disappeared from his face. His little gray eyes sparkled. A smile seemed to gather up, curtain-like, the corners of his mouth. His frame quivered with suppressed excitement, and when the point, or nub of the story, as he called it, came, no one's laugh was heartier than his. These backwoods allegories are out of date now, and any lawyer ambitious to gain prominence would hardly dare thus to entertain a crowd, except at the risk of his reputation. But with Lincoln it gave him, in some mysterious way, a singularly firm hold on the people. Lincoln was particularly strong in Menard County, and while on the circuit there, he met with William Engle and James Murray, 2 men who were noted also for their story-telling proclivities. I am not now asserting for the country and the period what would at a later day be considered a very high standard of taste. Art had not such patrons as today, but the people loved the beautiful as nature furnished it, and the good as they found it, with as much devotion as the more refined classes now are joined to their idols. Newspapers were scarce, and the courthouse, with its cluster of itinerant lawyers, disseminated much of the information that was afterwards broken up into smaller bits at the pioneer's fireside. A curious civilization indeed, but one through which every Western state distant from the great arterial river or seaboard has had to pass. When Lincoln, Murray, and Engle met, there was sure to be a crowd. All were more or less masters in their art. I have seen the little country tavern where these 3 were wont to meet after an adjournment of court, crowded almost to suffocation with an audience of men who had gathered to witness the contest among the members of the strange triumvirate. The physician of the town, all the lawyers, and not unfrequently a preacher, could be found in the crowd that filled the doors and windows. The yarns they spun and the stories they told would not bear repetition here, but many of them had morals which, while exposing the weaknesses of mankind, stung like a whiplash. Some were no doubt 1,000 years old, with just enough verbal varnish and alterations of names and dates to make them new and crisp. By virtue of the last named application, Lincoln was enabled to draw from Balzac a droll story, and locating it in Egypt. Footnote: the word Egypt, so frequently used in this book, refers to that portion of Illinois which lies south of the famous National Road. End footnote. Or in Indiana, pass it off for a purely original conception. Every recital was followed by its storm of laughter and chorus of cheers. After this had all died down, some unfortunate creature, through whose thickened skull the point had just penetrated, would break out in a guffaw, starting another wave of laughter, which, growing to the proportions of a billow, would come rolling in like a veritable breaker. I have known these story-telling jousts to continue long after midnight, in some cases till the very small hours of the morning. I have seen Judge Treat, who was the very impersonation of gravity itself, sit up till the last and laugh until, as he often expressed it, he almost shook his ribs loose. The next day he would ascend the bench and listen to Lincoln in a murder trial, with all the seeming severity of an English judge in a wig and gown. Amid such surroundings, a leading figure in such society, alternately reciting the latest effusion of the bar-room or mimicking the clownish antics of the negro minstrel, he who was destined to be an immortal emancipator was steadily and unconsciously nearing the great trial of his life. We shall see further on how this rude civilization crystallized both his logic and his wit for use in another day. Reverting again to Mr. Lincoln as a lawyer, it is proper to add that he detested the mechanical work of the office. He wrote few papers, less perhaps than any other man at the bar. Such work was usually left to me for the first few years we were together. Afterwards we made good use of students who came to learn the law in our office. A Chicago lawyer, in a letter to me about Mr. Lincoln in 1866, says, "Lincoln once told me that he had taken you in as a partner, supposing you had system and would keep things in order, but that he found out you had no more system than he had, but that you were in reality a good lawyer, so that he was doubly disappointed." Lincoln knew no such thing as order or method in his law practice. He made no preparation in advance, but trusted to the hour for its inspiration and to Providence for his supplies. In the matter of letter writing, he made no distinction between one of a business nature or any other kind. If a happy thought or expression struck him, he was by no means reluctant to use it. As early as 1839, he wrote to a gentleman about a matter of business, observing crustily that "a damned hawk-billed Yankee is here besetting me at every turn I take, saying that Robert Kenzie never received the $80 to which he was entitled." In July, 1851, he wrote a facetious message to one of his clients, saying, "I have news from Ottawa that we win our case. As the Dutch justice said when he married folks, 'Now where ish my $100?'" He was proverbially careless as to habits. In a letter to a fellow lawyer in another town, apologizing for failure to answer sooner, he explains, "First, I have been very busy in the United States Court. Second, when I received the letter I put it in my old hat, and buying a new one the next day, the old one was set aside, and so the letter was lost sight of for a time." This hat of Lincoln's, a silk plug, was an extraordinary receptacle. It was his desk and his memorandum book. In it he carried his bank book and the bulk of his letters. Whenever in his reading or researches he wished to preserve an idea, he jotted it down on an envelope or a stray piece of paper and placed it inside the lining. Afterwards, when the memorandum was needed, there was only one place to look for it. Footnote: Lincoln had always on the top of our desk a bundle of papers into which he slipped anything he wished to keep and afterwards referred to. It was a receptacle of general information. Some years ago, on removing the furniture from the office, I took down the bundle and blew from the top the liberal coat of dust that had accumulated thereon. Immediately underneath the string was a slip bearing this endorsement in his hand: "When you can't find it anywhere else, look in this." End of footnote. End of section 17. Chapter 10, Part 2 of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 18, Chapter 10, Part 2. How Lincoln appeared and acted in the law office has been graphically, and I must confess truthfully, told by a gentleman now in New York who was for several years a student in our office. I beg to quote a few lines from him. "My brother met Mr. Lincoln in Ottawa, Illinois, one day and said to him, I have a brother whom I would very much like to have enter your office as a student." "All right," was his reply. "Send him down and we will take a look at him." I was then studying law at Grand Rapids, Michigan, and on hearing from my brother I immediately packed up and started for Springfield. I arrived there on Saturday night. On Sunday Mr. Lincoln was pointed out to me. I well remember this first sight of him. He was striding along, holding little Tad, then about 6 years old, by the hand, who could with the greatest difficulty keep up with his father. In the morning I applied at the office of Lincoln and Herndon for admission as a student. The office was on the second floor of a brick building on the public square, opposite the courthouse. You went up one flight of stairs and then passed along a hallway to the rear office, which was a medium-sized room. There was one long table in the center of the room and a shorter one running in the opposite direction, forming a T, and both were covered with green baize. There were 2 windows, which looked into the backyard. In one corner was an old-fashioned secretary with pigeonholes and a drawer, and here Mr. Lincoln and his partner kept their law papers. There was also a bookcase containing about 200 volumes of law, as well as miscellaneous books. The morning I entered the office, Mr. Lincoln and his partner, Mr. Herndon, were both present. Mr. Lincoln addressed his partner thus: "Billy, this is the young man of whom I spoke to you. Whatever arrangement you make with him will be satisfactory to me." Then, turning to me, he said, "I hope you will not become so enthusiastic in your studies of Blackstone and Kent, as did 2 young men whom we had here. Do you see that spot over there?" pointing to a large ink stain on the wall. "Well, one of these young men got so enthusiastic in his pursuit of legal lore that he fired an inkstand at the other one's head, and that is the mark he made." I immediately began to clean up about the office a little. Mr. Lincoln had been in Congress and had the usual amount of seeds to distribute to the farmers. These were sent out with Free Soil and Republican documents. In my efforts to clean up, I found that some of the seeds had sprouted in the dirt that had collected in the office. Judge Logan and Milton Hay occupied the front offices on the same floor with Lincoln and Herndon, and one day Mr. Hay came in and said with apparent astonishment, "What's happened here?" "Oh, nothing," replied Lincoln, pointing to me, "only this young man has been cleaning up a little." One of Lincoln's striking characteristics was his simplicity, and nowhere was this trait more strikingly exhibited than in his willingness to receive instruction from anybody and everybody. One day he came into the office and, addressing his partner, said, "Billy, what's the meaning of antithesis?" Mr. Herndon gave him the definition of the word, and I said, "Mr. Lincoln, if you will allow me, I will give you an example." "All right, John, go ahead," said Mr. Lincoln, in his hearty manner. Phillips says in his essay on Napoleon, "A pretended patriot, he impoverished the country; a professed Catholic, he imprisoned the Pope," etc. Mr. Lincoln thanked me and seemed very much pleased. Returning from off the circuit once, he said to Mr. Herndon, "Billy, I heard a good story while I was up in the country." Judge D. was complimenting the landlord on the excellence of his beef. "I am surprised," he said, "that you have such good beef. You must have to kill a whole critter when you want any." "Yes," said the landlord, "we never kill less than a whole critter." Lincoln's favorite position when unraveling some knotty law point was to stretch both of his legs at full length upon a chair in front of him. In this position, with books on the table near by and in his lap, he worked up his case. No matter how deeply interested in his work, if anyone came in he had something humorous and pleasant to say, and usually wound up by telling a joke or an anecdote. I have heard him relate the same story 3 times within as many hours to persons who came in at different periods, and every time he laughed as heartily and enjoyed it as if it were a new story. His humor was infectious. I had to laugh because I thought it funny that Mr. Lincoln enjoyed a story so repeatedly told. There was no order in the office at all. The firm of Lincoln and Herndon kept no books. They divided their fees without taking any receipts or making any entries on books. One day Mr. Lincoln received $5,000 as a fee in a railroad case. He came in and said, "Well, Billy," addressing his partner, Mr. Herndon, "here is our fee. Sit down and let me divide." He counted out $2,500 to his partner and gave it to him with as much nonchalance as he would have given a few cents for a paper. Cupidity had no abiding place in his nature. I took a good deal of pains in getting up a speech which I wanted to deliver during a political campaign. I told Mr. Lincoln that I would like to read it to him. He sat down in one chair, put his feet into another one, and said, "John, you can fire away with that speech. I guess I can stand it." I unrolled the manuscript and proceeded with some trepidation. "That's a good point, John," he would say at certain places, and at others, "That's good, very good indeed," until I felt very much elated over my effort. I delivered the speech over 50 times during the campaign. Elmer E. Ellsworth, afterwards colonel of the famous Zouaves, who was killed in Alexandria early in the war, was nominally a student in Lincoln's office. His head was so full of military matters, however, that he thought little of law. Of Ellsworth, Lincoln said, "That young man has a real genius for war." During the 6 years following his retirement from Congress, Lincoln, realizing in a marked degree his want of literary knowledge, extended somewhat his research in that direction. He was naturally indisposed to undertake anything that savored of exertion, but his brief public career had exposed the limited area of his literary attainments. Along with his Euclid, therefore, he carried a well-worn copy of Shakespeare, in which he read no little in his leisure moments. In traveling on the circuit, relates one of his associates at the bar, he was in the habit of rising earlier than his brothers of the bar. On such occasions he was wont to sit by the fire, having uncovered the coals, and muse and ponder and soliloquize, inspired, no doubt, by that strange psychological influence which is so poetically described by Poe in The Raven. On one of these occasions at the town of Lincoln, sitting in the position described, he quoted aloud and at length the poem called Immortality. When he had finished, he was questioned as to the authorship and where it could be found. He had forgotten the author, but said that to him it sounded as much like true poetry as anything he had ever heard. He was particularly pleased with the last 2 stanzas. Beyond a limited acquaintance with Shakespeare, Byron, and Burns, Mr. Lincoln, comparatively speaking, had no knowledge of literature. He was familiar with the Bible, and now and then evinced a fancy for some poem or short sketch to which his attention was called by someone else, or which he happened to run across in his cursory reading of books or newspapers. He never in his life sat down and read a book through, and yet he could readily quote any number of passages from the few volumes whose pages he had hastily scanned. In addition to his well-known love for the poem Immortality, or Why Should the Spirit of Mortal Be Proud, he always had a great fondness for Oliver Wendell Holmes' Last Leaf, the 4th stanza of which, beginning with the verse, "The mossy marbles rest," I have often heard him repeat. He once told me of a song a young lady had sung in his hearing at a time when he was laboring under some dejection of spirits. The line struck his fancy, and although he did not know the singer, having heard her from the sidewalk as he passed her house, he sent her a request to write the lines out for him. Within a day or 2 he came into the office, carrying in his hand a delicately perfumed envelope which bore the address, "Mr. Lincoln Present," in an unmistakable female hand. In it, written on gilt-edged paper, were the lines of the song. The plaintive strain of the piece and its melancholy sentiment struck a responsive chord in a heart already filled with gloom and sorrow. Though ill adapted to dissipate one's depression, something about it charmed Lincoln, and he read and reread it with increasing relish. I had forgotten the circumstance until recently, when, in going over some old papers and letters turned over to me by Mr. Lincoln, I ran across the manuscript, and the incident was brought vividly to my mind. The envelope, still retaining a faint reminder of the perfumed scent given it 30 years before, bore the laconic endorsement, "Poem, I like this," in the handwriting of Mr. Lincoln. Unfortunately, no name accompanied the manuscript, and unless the lady on seeing this chooses to make herself known, we shall probably not learn who the singer was. The composition is headed "The Enquiry." I leave it to my musical friends to render it into song. Following are the lines: "Tell me, ye winged winds, that round my pathway roar, do ye not know some spot where mortals weep no more? Some lone and pleasant vale, some valley in the west, where, free from toil and pain, the weary soul may rest?" The loud wind dwindled to a whisper low, and sighed for pity as it answered no. "Tell me, thou mighty deep, whose billows round me play, knowest thou some favored spot, some island far away, where weary man may find the bliss for which he sighs, where sorrow never lives, and friendship never dies?" The loud waves rolling in perpetual flow stopped for a while and sighed to answer, "No." "And thou, serenest moon, that with such holy face dost look upon the earth asleep in night's embrace, tell me, in all thy round, hast thou not seen some spot where miserable man might find a happier lot?" Behind a cloud the moon withdrew in woe, and a voice sweet but sad responded, "No." "Tell me, my secret soul, oh tell me, hope and faith, is there no resting place from sorrow, sin, and death? Is there no happy spot where mortals may be blest, where grief may find a balm, and weariness a rest? Faith, hope, and love, best boon to mortals given, waved their bright wings and whispered, "Yes, in heaven." Footnote: Persons familiar with literature will recognize this as a poem written by Charles Mackay, an English writer who represented a London newspaper in the United States during the Rebellion as its war correspondent. It was set to music as a chant, and as such was frequently rendered in public by the famous Hutchinson family of singers. I doubt if Mr. Lincoln ever knew who wrote it. End footnote. Judge S. H. Treat, recently deceased, thus describes Lincoln's first appearance in the Supreme Court of Illinois. A case being called for hearing, Mr. Lincoln stated that he appeared for the appellant and was ready to proceed with the argument. He then said, "This is the first case I have ever had in this court, and I have therefore examined it with great care. As the court will perceive by looking at the abstract of the record, the only question in the case is one of authority. I have not been able to find any authority to sustain my side of the case, but I have found several cases directly in point on the other side. I will now give these authorities to the court, and then submit the case." A lawyer in Beardstown relates this: "Lincoln came into my office one day with the remark, 'I see you've been suing some of my clients, and I've come down to see about it.' He had reference to a suit I had brought to enforce the specific performance of a contract. I explained the case to him and showed my proofs. He seemed surprised that I should deal so frankly with him, and said he would be as frank with me, that my client was justly entitled to a decree, and he should so represent it to the court, and that it was against his principles to contest a clear matter of right. So my client got a deed for a farm, which, had another lawyer been in Mr. Lincoln's place, would have been consumed by the costs of litigation for years, with the result probably the same in the end. A young man once wrote to Lincoln inquiring for the best mode of obtaining a thorough knowledge of the law. "The mode is very simple," he responded, "though laborious and tedious. It is only to get books and read and study them carefully. Begin with Blackstone's commentaries, and after reading carefully through, say twice, take up Chitty's pleadings, Greenleaf's evidence, and Story's equity in succession. Work, work, work is the main thing." Lincoln never believed in suing for a fee. If a client would not pay on request, he never sought to enforce collection. I remember once a man who had been indicted for forgery or fraud employed us to defend him. The illness of the prosecuting attorney caused some delay in the case, and our client, becoming dissatisfied at our conduct of the case, hired someone else, who superseded us most effectually. The defendant, declining to pay us the fee, demanded, on the ground that we had not represented him at the trial of the cause, I brought suit against him in Lincoln's absence and obtained judgment for our fee. After Lincoln's return from the circuit, the fellow hunted him up and by means of a carefully constructed tale prevailed on him to release the judgment without receiving a cent of pay. The man's unkind treatment of us deserved no such mark of generosity from Lincoln, and yet he could not resist the appeal of anyone in poverty and want. He could never turn from a woman in tears. Footnote: I have heard Lincoln say he thanked God that he was not born a woman, because he could not refuse any request if it was not apparently dishonest. End footnote. It was no surprise to me or any of his intimate friends that so many designing women with the conventional widow's weeds and easy-flowing tears overcame him in Washington. It was difficult for him to detect an impostor, and hence it is not to be marveled at that he cautioned his secretaries, "Keep them away, I cannot stand it." On many questions I used to grow somewhat enthusiastic, adopting sometimes a lofty metaphor by way of embellishment. Lincoln once warned me, "Billy, don't shoot too high, aim lower and the common people will understand you. They are the ones you want to reach, at least they are the ones you ought to reach. The educated and refined people will understand you anyway. If you aim too high, your ideas will go over the heads of the masses and only hit those who need no hitting." While it is true that from his peculiar construction Lincoln dwelt entirely in the head and in the land of thought, and while he was physically a lazy man, yet he was intellectually energetic. He was not only energetic but industrious, not only industrious but tireless, not only tireless but indefatigable. Therefore, if in a debate with him a man stood on a questionable foundation, he might well watch whereon he stood. Lincoln could look a long distance ahead and calculate the triumph of right. With him justice and truth were paramount. If to him a thing seemed untrue, he could not in his nature simulate truth. His retention by a man to defend a lawsuit did not prevent him from throwing it up in its most critical stage if he believed he was espousing an unjust cause. This extreme conscientiousness and disregard of the alleged sacredness of the professional cloak robbed him of much so-called success at the bar. He once wrote to one of our clients, "I do not think there is the least use of doing anything more with your lawsuit. I not only do not think you are sure to gain it, but I do think you are sure to lose it. Therefore the sooner it ends the better." Mr. Stewart and Edwards once brought a suit against a client of ours, which involved the title to considerable property. At that time we had only 2 or 3 terms of court, and the docket was somewhat crowded. The plaintiff's attorneys were pressing us for a trial, and we were equally as anxious to ward it off. What we wanted were time and a continuance to the next term. We dared not make an affidavit for continuance founded on facts, because no such pertinent and material facts as the law contemplated existed. Our case for the time seemed hopeless. One morning, however, I accidentally overheard a remark from Stewart, indicating his fear lest a certain fact should happen to come into our possession. I felt some relief, and at once drew up a fictitious plea, averring, as best I could, the substance of the doubts I knew existed in Stuart's mind. The plea was as skillfully drawn as I knew how, and was framed as if we had the evidence to sustain it. The whole thing was a sham, but so constructed as to work the desired continuance, because I knew that Stuart and Edwards believed the facts were as I pleaded them. This was done in the absence and without the knowledge of Lincoln. The plea could not be demurred to, and the opposing counsel dared not take the issue on it. It perplexed them sorely. At length, before further steps were taken, Lincoln came into court. He looked carefully over all the papers in the case, as was his custom, and seeing my ingenious subterfuge, asked, "Is this seventh plea a good one?" Proud of the exhibition of my skill, I answered that it was. "But," he inquired incredulously, "is it founded on fact?" I was obliged to respond in the negative, at the same time following up my answer with an explanation of what I had overheard Stuart intimate, and of how these alleged facts could be called facts if a certain construction were put upon them. I insisted that our position was justifiable, and that our client must have time or be ruined. I could see at once it failed to strike Lincoln as just right. He scratched his head thoughtfully and asked, "Hadn't we better withdraw that plea? You know it's a sham, and a sham is very often but another name for a lie. Don't let it go on record. The cursed thing may come staring us in the face long after the suit has been forgotten." The plea was withdrawn. By some agency, not our own, the case was continued, and our client's interests were saved. I only relate this incident to illustrate Lincoln's far-seeing capacity. It serves to show how overcautious he seemed to be with regard to how his record might look in the future. I venture the assertion that he was the only member of the bar in Springfield who would have taken such a conscientious view of the matter. One phase of Lincoln's character, almost lost sight of in the commonly accepted belief in his humility and kindly feeling under all circumstances, was his righteous indignation when aroused. In such cases he was the most fearless man I ever knew. I remember a murder case in which we appeared for the defense, and during the trial of which the judge, a man of ability far inferior to Lincoln, kept ruling against us. Finally, a very material question, in fact one around which the entire case seemed to revolve, came up, and again the court ruled adversely. The prosecution was jubilant, and Lincoln, seeing defeat certain unless he recovered his ground, grew very despondent. The notion crept into his head that the court's rulings, which were absurd and almost spiteful, were aimed at him, and this angered him beyond reason. He told me of his feelings at dinner, and said, "I have determined to crowd the court to the wall and regain my position before night." From that time forward it was interesting to watch him. At the reassembling of the court he arose to read a few authorities in support of his position. In his comments he kept within the bounds of propriety, just far enough to avoid a reprimand for contempt of court. He characterized the continued rulings against him as not only unjust but foolish, and figuratively speaking, he peeled the court from head to toe. I shall never forget the scene. Lincoln had the crowd, a portion of the bar, and the jury with him. He knew that fact, and it, together with the belief that injustice had been done him, nerved him to a feeling of desperation. He was wrought up to the point of madness. When a man of large heart and head is wrought up and mad, as the old adage runs, he's mad all over. Lincoln had studied up the points involved, but knowing full well the caliber of the judge, relied mostly on the moral effect of his personal bearing and influence. He was alternately furious and eloquent, pursuing the court with broad facts and pointed inquiries in marked and rapid succession. I remember he made use of this homely incident in illustration of some point. In early days a party of men went out hunting for a wild boar, but the game came upon them unawares, and scampering away they all climbed the trees to save one who, seizing the animal by the ears, undertook to hold him, but despairing of success cried out to his companions in the trees, "For God's sake, boys, come down and help me let go." The prosecution endeavored to break him down or even head him off, but all to no purpose. His masterly arraignment of law and facts had so effectually badgered the judge that, strange as it may seem, he pretended to see the error in his former position, and finally reversed his decision in Lincoln's favor. The latter saw his triumph, and surveyed a situation of which he was the master. His client was acquired, and he had swept the field. In the case of Parker versus Hoyt, tried in the United States Court in Chicago, Lincoln was one of the counsel for the defendant. The suit was on the merits of an infringement of a patent water wheel. The trial lasted several days, and Lincoln manifested great interest in the case. In his early days he had run, or aided in running, a sawmill, and explained in his argument the action of the water on the wheel in a manner so clear and intelligible that the jury were enabled to comprehend the points and line of defense without the least difficulty. It was evident he had carried the jury with him in a most masterly argument, the force of which could not be broken by the reply of the opposing counsel. After the jury retired, he became very anxious and uneasy. The jury were in another building, the windows of which opened on the street, and had been out for some 2 hours. In passing along the street, one of the jurors on whom we very much relied, relates Lincoln's associate in the case, he, being a very intelligent man, and firm in his convictions, held up to him one finger. Mr. Lincoln became very much excited, fearing it indicated that 11 of the jury were against him. He knew if this man was for him he would never yield his opinion. He added, if he was like a juryman he had in Tazewell County, the defendant was safe. He was there employed, he said, to prosecute a suit for divorce. His client was a pretty, refined, and interesting little woman, and in court. The defendant, her husband, was a gross, morose, querulous, fault-finding, and uncomfortable man, and entirely unfitted for the husband of such a woman. But although he was able to prove the use of very offensive and vulgar epithets applied by the husband to his wife, and all sorts of annoyances, yet there were no such acts of personal violence as were required by the statute to justify a divorce. Lincoln did the best he could, and appealed to the jury to have compassion on the woman, and not to bind her to such a man and such a life as awaited her if required to live longer with him. The jury took about the same view of it in their deliberations. They desired to find for his fair client, but could discover no evidence which would really justify a verdict for her. At last they drew up a verdict for the defendant, and all signed but one fellow, who on being approached with the verdict said coolly, "Gentlemen, I am going to lie down to sleep, and when you get ready to give a verdict for that little woman, then wake me, and not until then. For before I will give a verdict against her, I will lie here till I rot, and the Prismires carry me through the keyhole." Now, observed Lincoln, if that juryman will stick like the man in Tazewell County, we are safe. Strange to relate, the jury did come in, and with a verdict for the defendant. Lincoln always regarded this as one of the gratifying triumphs of his professional life. End of section 18.
Chapter 11 of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Don Bracci. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 19. A law office is a dull, dry place so far as pleasurable or interesting incidents are concerned. If one is in search of stories of fraud, deceit, cruelty, broken promises, blasted homes, there is no better place to learn them than a law office. But to the majority of persons, these painful recitals are anything but attractive, and it is well, perhaps, that it should be so. In the office, as in the courtroom, Lincoln, when discussing any point, was never arbitrary or insinuating. He was deferential, cool, patient, and respectful. When he reached the office about 9 o'clock in the morning, the first thing he did was to pick up a newspaper, spread himself out on an old sofa, one leg on a chair, and read aloud, much to my discomfort. Singularly enough, Lincoln never read any other way but aloud. This habit used to annoy me almost beyond the point of endurance. I once asked him why he did so. This was his explanation. When I read aloud, two senses catch the idea. First, I see what I read. Second, I hear it, and therefore I can remember it better. He never studied law books unless a case was on hand for consideration, never followed up the decisions of the Supreme Courts as other lawyers did. It seemed as if he depended for his effectiveness in managing a lawsuit entirely on the stimulus and inspiration of the final hour. He paid but little attention to the fees and money matters of the firm, usually leaving all such to me. He never entered an item in the account book. If anyone paid money to him which belonged to the firm, on arriving at the office he divided it with me. If I was not there, he would wrap up my share in a piece of paper and place it in my drawer, marking it with a pencil. Case of Roe versus Doe, Herndon's half. On many topics he was not a good conversationalist, because he felt that he was not learned enough. Neither was he a good listener. Putting it a little strongly, he was often not even polite. If present with others or participating in a conversation, he was rather abrupt, and in his anxiety to say something apt or to illustrate the subject under discussion, would burst in with a story. In our office, I have known him to consume the whole forenoon relating stories. If a man came to see him for the purpose of finding out something which he did not care to let him know, and at the same time did not want to refuse him, he was very adroit. In such cases, Lincoln would do most of the talking, swinging around what he suspected was the vital point, but never nearing it, interlarding his answers with a seemingly endless supply of stories and jokes. The interview being both interesting and pleasant, the man would depart in good humor, believing he had accomplished his mission. After he had walked away a few squares and had cooled off, the question would come up, "Well, what did I find out?" Blowing away the froth of Lincoln's humorous narratives, he would find nothing substantial left. As he entered the trial, relates one of his colleagues at the bar, where most lawyers would object, he would say he reckoned it would be fair to let this in or that. And sometimes when his adversary could not quite prove what Lincoln knew to be the truth, he reckoned it would be fair to admit the truth to be so-and-so. When he did object to the court, and when he heard his objections answered, he would often say, "Well, I reckon I must be wrong." Now, about the time he had practiced this 3/4 through the case, if his adversary didn't understand him, he would wake up in a few minutes learning that he had feared the Greeks too late and find himself beaten. He was wise as a serpent in the trial of a cause, but I have had too many scares from his blows to certify that he was harmless as a dove. When the whole thing was unraveled, the adversary would begin to see that what he was so blandly giving away was simply what he couldn't get and keep. By giving away his 6 points and carrying the 7th, he carried his case, and the whole case hanging on the 7th, he traded away everything which would give him the least aid in carrying that. Any man who took Lincoln for a simple-minded man would very soon wake up with his back in a ditch. Lincoln's restless ambition found its gratification only in the field of politics. He used the law merely as a stepping stone to what he considered a more attractive condition in the political world. In the allurements held out by the latter, he seemed to be happy. Nothing in Lincoln's life has provoked more discussion than the question of his ability as a lawyer. I feel warranted in saying that he was, at the same time, a very great and a very insignificant lawyer. Judge David Davis, in his eulogy on Lincoln at Indianapolis, delivered at the meeting of the bar there in May 1865, said this: "In all the elements that constituted a lawyer, he had few equals. He was great at nisi prius and before an appellate tribunal. He seized the strong points of a cause and presented them with clearness and great compactness. His mind was logical and direct, and he did not indulge in extraneous discussion. Generalities and platitudes had no charm for him. An unfailing vein of humor never deserted him, and he was able to claim the attention of court and jury when the cause was most uninteresting by the appropriateness of his anecdotes. His power of comparison was large, and he rarely failed in a legal discussion to use that mode of reasoning. The framework of his mental and moral being was honesty, and a wrong case was poorly defended by him. The ability which some eminent lawyers possess of explaining away the bad points of a cause by ingenious sophistry was denied him. In order to bring into full activity his great powers, It was necessary that he should be convinced of the right and justice of the matter which he advocated. When so convinced, whether the cause was great or small, he was usually successful. This statement of Judge Davis in general is correct, but in some particulars is faulty. It was intended as a eulogy on Lincoln, and as such would not admit as of many limitations and modifications as if spoken under other circumstances. In 1866, Judge Davis said in a statement made to me in his home at Bloomington, which I still have, Mr. Lincoln had no managing faculty nor organizing power. Hence, a child could conform to the simple and technical rules, the means and the modes of getting at justice better than he. The law has its own rules, and a student could get at them or keep with them better than Lincoln. Sometimes he was forced to study these if he could not get the rubbish of a case removed. But all the way through, his lack of method and organizing ability was clearly apparent. The idea that Mr. Lincoln was a great lawyer in the higher courts and a good nisi prius lawyer, and yet that a child or student could manage a case in court better than he, seems strangely inconsistent. But the facts of his life as a lawyer will reconcile this and other apparent contradictions. I was not only associated with Mr. Lincoln in Springfield, but was frequently on the circuit with him. But of course not so much as Judge Davis, who held the court, and whom Lincoln followed around on the circuit for at least 6 months out of the year. I easily realized that Lincoln was strikingly deficient in the technical rules of the law. Although he was constantly reminding young legal aspirants to study and work, yet I doubt if he ever read a single elementary law book through in his life. In fact, I may truthfully say I never knew him to read through a law book of any kind. Practically, he knew nothing of the rules of evidence, of pleading or practice as laid down in the textbooks, and seemed to care nothing about them. He had a keen sense of justice and struggled for it, throwing aside forms, methods, and rules until it appeared pure as a ray of light flashing through a fog bank. He was not a general reader in any field of knowledge, but when he had occasion to learn or investigate any subject, he was thorough and indefatigable in his search. He not only went to the root of a question, but dug up the root and separated and analyzed every fiber of it. He was in every respect a case lawyer, never cramming himself on any question till he had a case in which the question was involved. He thought slowly and acted slowly. He must needs have time to analyze all the facts in a case and wind them into a connected story. I have seen him lose cases of the plainest justice, which the most inexperienced member of the bar would have gained without effort. 2 things were essential to his success in managing a case. One was time, the other a feeling of confidence in the justice of the cause he represented. He used to say, "If I can free this case from technicalities and get it properly swung to the jury, I'll win it." But if either of these essentials were lacking, he was the weakest man at the bar. He was greatest, in my opinion, as a lawyer in the Supreme Court of Illinois. There, the cases were never hurried. The attorneys generally prepared their cases in the form of briefs, and the movements of the court and counsel were so slow that no one need be caught by surprise. I was with Lincoln once and listened to an oral argument by him in which he rehearsed an extended history of the law. It was a carefully prepared and masterly discourse, but, as I thought, entirely useless. After he was through and we were walking home, I asked him why he went so far back in the history of the law. I presume the court knew enough history. "That's where you're mistaken," was his instant rejoinder. "I dared not trust the case on the presumption that the court knows everything. In fact, I argued it on the presumption that the court didn't know anything, a statement which, when one reviews the decision of our appellate courts, is not so extravagant as one would at first suppose." I used to grow restless at Lincoln's slow movements and speeches in court. "Speak with more vim," I would frequently say, "and arouse the jury. Talk faster and keep them awake." In answer to such a suggestion, he one day made use of this illustration. "Give me your little penknife with its short blade, and hand me that old jackknife lying on the table." Opening the blade of the penknife, he said, "You see, this blade at the point travels rapidly, but only through a small portion of space till it stops, while the long blade of the jackknife moves no faster, but through a much greater space than a small one. Just so with the long labored movements of my mind. I may not emit ideas as rapidly as others, because I am compelled by nature to speak slowly. But when I do throw off a thought, it seems to me, though it comes with some effort, It has force enough to cut its own way and travel a greater distance. This was said to me when we were alone in our office simply for illustration. It was not said boastingly. As a specimen of Lincoln's method of reasoning, I insert here the brief or notes of an argument used by him in a lawsuit as late as 1858. I copy from the original. Legislation and adjudication must follow and conform to the progress of society. The progress of society now begins to produce cases of the transfer for debts of the entire property of railroad corporations, and to enable transferees to use and enjoy the transferred property, legislation and adjudication begin to be necessary. Shall this class of legislation just now beginning with us be general or special? Section 10 of our Constitution requires that it should be general if possible. Read the section. Special legislation always trenches upon the judicial department, and insofar violates Section 2 of the Constitution. Read it. Just reasoning, policy, is in favor of general legislation, else the legislation will be loaded down with the investigation of smaller cases, a work which the courts ought to perform and can perform much more perfectly. How can the legislature rightly decide the facts between P&B and SC and Company? It is said, if a purchaser have acquired legal rights, let him not be robbed of them, but if he needs legislation, let him submit to just terms to obtain it. Let him, say we, have general law in advance, guarded in every possible way against fraud, so that, when he acquires a legal right, he will have no occasion to wait for additional legislation, and if he has practiced fraud, let the courts so decide. David Davis said this of Lincoln. When in a lawsuit he believed his client was oppressed, as in the Wright case, he was hurtful in denunciation. When he attacked meanness, fraud, or vice, he was powerful, merciless in his castigation. The Wright case referred to was a suit brought by Lincoln and myself to compel a pension agent to refund a portion of a fee which he had withheld from the widow of a Revolutionary soldier. The entire pension was $400, of which sum the agent had retained one half. The pensioner, an old woman, crippled and bent with age, came hobbling into the office and told her story. It stirred Lincoln up, and he walked over to the agent's office and made a demand for a return of the money, but without success. Then suit was brought. The day before the trial I hunted up for Lincoln, at his request, a history of the Revolutionary War, of which he read a good portion. He told me to remain during the trial until I had heard his address to the jury. For, said he, I am going to skin Wright and get that money back. The only witness we introduced was the old lady, who through her tears told her story. In his speech to the jury, Lincoln recounted the causes leading to the outbreak of the Revolutionary struggle, and then drew a vivid picture of the hardships of Valley Forge, describing with minuteness the men, barefooted and with bleeding feet, creeping over the ice. As he reached that point in his speech wherein he narrated the hardened action of the defendant in fleecing the old woman of her pension, his eyes flashed, and throwing aside his handkerchief, which he held in his right hand, he fairly launched into him. His speech for the next 5 or 10 minutes justified the declaration of Davis, that he was hurtful in denunciation and merciless in castigation. There was no rule of court to restrain him in his argument, and I never, either on the stump or on other occasions in court, saw him so wrought up. Before he closed, he drew an ideal picture of the plaintiff's husband, the deceased soldier parting with his wife at the threshold of their home and kissing their little babe in the cradle as he started for the war. Time rolls by, he said in conclusion. The heroes of '76 have passed away and are encamped on the other shore. The soldier has gone to rest, and now, crippled, blinded, and broken, his widow comes to you and to me, gentlemen of the jury, to right her wrongs. She was not always thus. She was once a beautiful young woman. Her step was as elastic, her face as fair, and her voice as sweet as any that rang in the mountains of old Virginia. But now she is poor and defenseless, out here on the prairies of Illinois, many hundreds of miles away from the scenes of her childhood. She appeals to us, who enjoy the privileges achieved for us by the patriots of the Revolution, for our sympathetic aid and manly protection. All I ask is, shall we befriend her? The speech made the desired impression on the jury. Half of them were in tears, while the defendant sat in the courtroom, drawn up and writhing under the fire of Lincoln's fierce invective. The jury returned a verdict in our favor for every cent we demanded. Lincoln was so much interested in the old lady that he became her surety for costs, paid her way home, and her hotel bill while she was in Springfield. When the judgment was paid, we remitted the proceeds to her and made no charge for our services. Lincoln's notes for the argument were unique. No contract, not professional services, unreasonable charge, money retained by defendant, not given by plaintiff, Revolutionary War, describe Valley Forge privations, ice, soldier's bleeding feet, plaintiff's husband, soldier leaving home for army, skin defendant, close. It must not be inferred from this that Lincoln was in the habit of slopping over. He never hunted up acts of injustice, but if they came to him, he was easily enlisted. In 1855, he was attending court at the town of Clinton, Illinois. 15 ladies from a neighboring village in the county had been indicted for trespass. Their offense consisted in sweeping down on one tanner, the keeper of a saloon in the village, and knocking in the heads of his barrels. Lincoln was not employed in the case, but sat watching the trial as it proceeded. In defending the ladies, their attorney seemed to evince a little want of tact, and this prompted one of the former to invite Mr. Lincoln to add a few words to the jury, if he thought he could aid their cause. He was too gallant to refuse, and, their attorney having consented, he made use of the following argument. In this case, I would change the order of indictment and have it read the state versus Mr. Whiskey instead of the state versus the ladies. And touching these there are 3 laws: the law of self-protection, the law of the land or statute law, and the moral law or law of God. First, the law of self-protection is a law of necessity, as evinced by our forefathers in casting the tea overboard and asserting their right to the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness. In this case, it is the only defense the ladies have, for Tanner neither feared God nor regarded man. Second, the law of the land or statute law. The tanner is recreant to both. Third, the moral law or law of God, and this is probably a law for the violation of which the jury can fix no punishment. Lincoln gave some of his own observations on the ruinous effects of whiskey in society and demanded its early suppression. After he had concluded, the court, without waiting the return of the jury, dismissed the ladies, saying, "Ladies, go home. I will require no bond of you, and if any fine is ever wanted of you, we will let you know." After Lincoln's death, a fellow lawyer paid this tribute to him. He was wonderfully kind, careful, and just. He had an immense stock of common sense, and he had faith enough in it to trust it in every emergency. Mr. Lincoln's love of justice and fair play was his predominating trait. I have often listened to him when I thought he would certainly state his case out of court. It was not in his nature to assume or attempt to bolster up a false position. He would abandon his case first. He did so in the case of Buckmaster for the use of Dedham versus Beams and Arthur in our Supreme Court, in which I happened to be opposed to him. Another gentleman, less fastidious, took Mr. Lincoln's place and gained the case. A widow who owned a piece of valuable land employed Lincoln and myself to examine the title of the property, with the view of ascertaining whether certain alleged tax liens were just or not. In tracing back the title, we were not satisfied with the description of the ground in one of the deeds of conveyance. Lincoln, to settle the matter, took his surveying instrument and surveyed the ground himself. The result proved that Charles Matheny, a former grantor, had sold the land at so much per acre, but that in describing it had made an error and conveyed more land than he received pay for. This land descended to our client, and Lincoln, after a careful survey and calculation, decided that she ought to pay to Matheny's heirs the sum which he had shown was due them by reason of the erroneous conveyance. To this she entered strenuous objections, but when assured that unless she consented to this act of plain justice we would drop the case, she finally, though with great reluctance, consented. She paid the required amount, and this we divided up into smaller sums proportioned to the number of heirs. Lincoln himself distributed these to the heirs, obtaining a receipt from each one. End of section 19. Recorded by Don Bracci, Chicago, Illinois. www.voicedon.com. Chapter 11, Part 2 of 2 of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Don Bracci. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 20. While Mr. Lincoln was no financier and had no propensity to acquire property, no avarice of the get, yet he had the capacity of retention or the avarice of the keep. He never speculated in lands or anything else. In the days of land offices and choice lots in a growing town, he had many opportunities to make safe ventures, promising good returns, but he never availed himself of them. His brother lawyers were making good investments and lucky turns. Some of them, Davis for example, were rapidly becoming wealthy, but Lincoln cared nothing for speculation. In fact, there was no venturesome spirit in him. His habits were very simple. He was not fastidious as to food or dress. His hat was brown, faded, and the nap usually worn or rubbed off. He wore a short cloak and sometimes a shawl. His coat and vest hung loosely on his gaunt frame, and his trousers were invariably too short. On the circuit he carried in one hand a faded green umbrella with A. Lincoln in large white cotton or muslin letters sewed on the inside. The knob was gone from the handle, and when closed a piece of cord was usually tied around it in the middle to keep it from flying open. In the other hand he carried a literal carpet bag, in which were stored the few papers to be used in court, and underclothing enough to last till his return to Springfield. He slept in a long, coarse, yellow flannel shirt, which reached halfway between his knees and ankles. It probably was not made to fit his bony figure as completely as Beau Brummell's shirt, and hence we can somewhat appreciate the sensation of a young lawyer who, on seeing him thus arrayed for the first time, observed afterwards that he was the ungodliest figure I ever saw. He never complained of the food, bed, or lodging. If every other fellow grumbled at the bill of fare which greeted us at many of the dingy taverns, says David Davis, Lincoln said nothing. He was once presiding as judge in the absence of Davis, and the case before him was an action brought by a merchant against the father of a minor son for a suit of clothes sold to the son without parental authority. The real question was whether the clothes were necessary and suited to the condition of the son's life. The father was a wealthy farmer. The bill for the clothing was $28. I happened in court just as Lincoln was rendering his decision. He ruled against the plea of necessity. "I have rarely in my life," said he, "worn a suit of clothes costing $28. Several of us lawyers, remarked one of his colleagues, in the eastern end of the circuit, annoyed Lincoln once while he was holding court for Davis by attempting to defend against a note to which there were many makers. We had no legal, but a good moral defense. But what we wanted most of all was to stave it off till the next term of court by one expedient or the other. We bothered the court about it till late on Saturday, the day of adjournment. He adjourned for supper with nothing left but this case to dispose of. After supper he heard our twaddle for nearly an hour, and then made this odd entry: L.D. Chadden versus J.D. Beasley et al. April term, 1856, Champaign County Court. Plea in abatement by B.Z. Green, a defendant not served. Filed Saturday at 11 o'clock a.m., April 24, 1856. Stricken from the files by order of court. Demurrer to declaration, if there ever was one, overruled. Defendants who are served now at 8 o'clock p.m. of the last day of the term asked to plead the merits, which is denied by the court, on the ground that the offer comes too late, and therefore, as by nil dicet, judgment is rendered for the plaintiff. Clerk assess damages. A. Lincoln, Judge pro tem. The lawyer who reads this singular entry will appreciate its oddity if no one else does. After making it, one of the lawyers, on recovering his astonishment, ventured to inquire, "Well, Lincoln, how can we get this case up again?" Lincoln eyed him quizzically for a moment and then answered, "You have all been so mighty smart about this case, you can find out how to take it up again yourselves." The same gentleman who furnishes this last incident, and who was afterward a trusted friend of Mr. Lincoln, Henry C. Whitney, has described most happily the delights of a life on the circuit. A bit of it referring to Lincoln, I apprehend, cannot be deemed out of place here. In October 1854, Abraham Lincoln, he relates, drove into our town, Urbana, to attend court. He had the appearance of a rough, intelligent farmer, and his rude homemade buggy and raw-boned horse enforced this belief. I had met him for the first time in June of the same year. David Davis and Leonard Swett had just preceded him. The next morning he started north on the Illinois Central Railroad, and as he went in an old omnibus he played on a boy's harp all the way to the depot. I used to attend the Danville court, and while there usually roomed with Lincoln and Davis. We stopped at McCormick's Hotel, an old-fashioned frame country tavern. Jurors, counsel, prisoners, everybody ate at a long table. The judge, Lincoln, and I had the ladies' parlor fitted up with 2 beds. Lincoln, Swett, McWilliams of Bloomington, Voorhees of Covington, Indiana, O.L. Davis, Drake, Ward Layman, Lawrence, Beckwith, and O.F. Harmon of Danville, Whiteman of Iroquois County, and Chandler of Williamsport, Indiana, constituted the bar. Lincoln, Davis, Swett, I, and others who came from the western part of the state would drive from Urbana. The distance was 36 miles. We sang and exchanged stories all the way. We had no hesitation in stopping at a farmhouse and ordering them to kill and cook a chicken for dinner. By dark, we reached Danville. Layman would have whiskey in his office for the drinking ones, and those who indulged in petty gambling would get by themselves and play till late in the night. Lincoln, Davis, and a few local wits would spend the evening in Davis's room, talking politics, wisdom, and fun. Lincoln and Swett were the great lawyers, and Lincoln always wanted Swett in jury cases. We who stopped at the hotel would all breakfast together and frequently go out into the woods and hold court. We were of more consequence than a court and bar is now. The feelings were those of great fraternity in the bar, and if we desired to restrict our circle, it was no trouble for Davis to freeze out any disagreeable persons. Lincoln was fond of going all by himself to any little show or concert. I have known him to slip away and spend the entire evening at a little magic lantern show intended for children. A traveling concert company calling themselves the Newhall family were sure of drawing Lincoln. One of their number, Mrs. Hillis, a good singer, he used to tell us, was the only woman who ever seemed to exhibit any liking for him. I attended a Negro minstrel show in Chicago where we heard Dixie sung. It was entirely new and pleased him greatly. In court he was irrepressible and apparently inexhaustible in his fund of stories. Where in the world a man who had traveled so little and struggled amid the restrictions of such limited surroundings could gather up such apt and unique yarns, we never could guess. Davis appreciated Lincoln's talent in this direction and was always ready to stop business to hear one of his stories. Lincoln was very bashful when in the presence of ladies. I remember once we were invited to take tea at a friend's house, and while in the parlor I was called to the front gate to see a client. When I returned, Lincoln, who had undertaken to entertain the ladies, was twisting and squirming in his chair and as bashful as a schoolboy. Everywhere, though, we met a hard crowd at every court, and though things were free and easy, we were treated with great respect. Probably the most important lawsuit Lincoln and I conducted was one in which we defended the Illinois Central Railroad in an action brought by McLean County, Illinois in August 1853 to recover taxes alleged to be due the county from the road. The legislature had granted the road immunity from taxation, and this was a case intended to test the constitutionality of the law. The road sent a retainer fee of $250. In the lower court, the case was decided in favor of the railroad. An appeal to the Supreme Court followed, and there it was argued twice, and finally decided in our favor. This last decision was rendered sometime in 1855. Mr. Lincoln soon went to Chicago and presented our bill for legal services. We only asked for $2,000 more. The official to whom he was referred, supposed to have been the superintendent, George B. McClellan, who afterwards became the eminent general, looking at the bill, expressed great surprise. "Why, sir," he exclaimed, "this is as much as Daniel Webster himself would have charged. We cannot allow such a claim." Stung by the rebuff, Lincoln withdrew the bill and started for home. On the way he stopped at Bloomington. There he met Grant Goodrich, Archibald Williams, Norman B. Judd, O. H. Browning, and other attorneys, who, on learning of his modest charge for such valuable services rendered the railroad, induced him to increase the demand to $5,000 and to bring suit for that sum. This was done at once. On the trial, 6 lawyers certified the bill was reasonable, and judgment for that sum went by default. The judgment was promptly paid. Lincoln gave me my half, and much as we deprecated the avarice of great corporations, we both thanked the Lord for letting the Illinois Central Railroad fall into our hands. In the summer of 1857, Lincoln was employed by one Manny of Chicago to defend him in an action brought by McCormick, who was the inventor of the reaping machine, for infringement of patent. Lincoln had been recommended to Manny by E.B. Washburn, then a member of Congress, from northern Illinois. The case was to be tried before Judge McLean at Cincinnati in the Circuit Court of the United States. The counsel for McCormick was Reverdy Johnson. Edwin M. Stanton and George Harding of Philadelphia were associated on the other side with Lincoln. The latter came to Cincinnati a few days before the argument took place and stopped at the house of a friend. The case was one of great importance pecuniarily, relates a lawyer in Cincinnati who was a member of the bar at the time, and in the law questions involved. Reverdy Johnson represented the plaintiff. Mr. Lincoln had prepared himself with the greatest care. His ambition was up to speak in the case and to measure swords with the renowned lawyer from Baltimore. It was understood between his client and himself before his coming that Mr. Harding of Philadelphia was to be associated with him in the case, and was to make the mechanical argument. After reaching Cincinnati, Mr. Lincoln was a little surprised and annoyed to learn that his client had also associated him with Mr. Edwin M. Stanton of Pittsburgh and a lawyer of our own bar, the reason assigned being that the importance of the case required a man of the experience and power of Mr. Stanton to meet Mr. Johnson. The Cincinnati lawyer was appointed for his local influence. These reasons did not remove the slight conveyed in the employment without consultation with him of this additional counsel. He keenly felt it, but acquiesced. The trial of the case came on. The counsel for defense met each morning for consultation. On one of these occasions, one of the counsel moved that only 2 of them should speak in the case. This matter was also acquiesced in. It had always been understood that Mr. Harding was to speak to explain the mechanism of the reapers, so this motion excluded either Mr. Lincoln or Mr. Stanton, which, by the custom of the bar, as between counsel of equal standing, and in the absence of any action of the client, the original counsel speaks. By this rule Mr. Lincoln had precedence. Mr. Stanton suggested to Mr. Lincoln to make the speech. Mr. Lincoln answered, "No, you speak." Mr. Stanton replied, "I will," and taking up his hat said he would go and make preparation. Mr. Lincoln acquiesced in this, but was greatly grieved and mortified. He took but little more interest in the case, though remaining until the conclusion of the trial. He seemed to be greatly depressed, and gave evidence of that tendency to melancholy which so marked his character. His parting on leaving the city cannot be forgotten. Cordially shaking the hand of his hostess, he said, "You have made my stay here most agreeable, and I am 1,000 times obliged to you. But in reply to your request for me to come again, I must say to you I never expect to be in Cincinnati again. I have nothing against the city, but things have so happened here as to make it undesirable for me ever to return." Lincoln felt that Stanton had not only been very discourteous to him, but had purposely ignored him in the case, and that he had received rather rude, if not unkind, treatment from all hands. Stanton, in his brusque and abrupt way, it is said, described him as a long, lank creature from Illinois, wearing a dirty linen duster for a coat, on the back of which the perspiration had splotched wide stains that resembled a map of the continent. Mr. Lincoln, adds Mr. Dixon, remained in Cincinnati about a week, moving freely around, yet not 20 men knew him personally, or knew he was here. Not 100 would have known who he was had his name been given to them. He came with the fond hope of making fame in a forensic contest with Reverdy Johnson. He was pushed aside, humiliated, and mortified. He attached to the innocent city the displeasure that filled his bosom, and shook its dust from his feet. On his return to Springfield he was somewhat reticent regarding the trial, and, contrary to his custom, communicated to his associates at the bar but few of its incidents. He told me that he had been roughly handled by that man Stanton, that he overheard the latter from an adjoining room while the door was slightly ajar, referring to Lincoln, inquire of another, "Where did that long-armed creature come from, and what can he expect to do in this case?" During the trial Lincoln formed a poor opinion of Judge McLean. He characterized him as an old granny with considerable vigor of mind, but no perception at all. If you were to point your finger at him, he put it, and a darning needle at the same time, he never would know which was the sharpest. As Lincoln grew into public favor and achieved such marked success in the profession, half the bar of Springfield began to be envious of his growing popularity. I believe there is less jealousy and bitter feeling among lawyers than professional men of any other class. But it should be borne in mind that in that early day a portion of the bar in every county seat, if not a majority of the lawyers everywhere, were politicians. Stuart frequently differed from Lincoln on political questions, and was full of envy. Likewise, those who coincided with Lincoln in his political views were disturbed in the same way. Even Logan was not wholly free from the degrading passion. But in this respect Lincoln suffered no more than other great characters who preceded him in the world's history. That which Lincoln's adversaries in a lawsuit feared most of all was his apparent disregard of custom or professional propriety in managing a case before a jury. He brushed aside all rules, and very often reported to some strange and strategic performance which invariably broke his opponent down or exercised some peculiar influence over the jury. Hence the other side in a case were in constant fear of one of his dramatic strokes, or trembled lest he should ring in some ingeniously planned interruption not on the program. In a case where Judge Logan, always earnest and grave, opposed him, Lincoln created no little merriment by his reference to Logan's style of dress. He carried the surprise in store for the latter till he reached his turn before the jury. Addressing them, he said, "Gentlemen, you must be careful and not permit yourselves to be overcome by the eloquence of counsel for the defense. Judge Logan, I know, is an effective lawyer. I have met him too often to doubt that. but shrewd and careful though he may be, still he is sometimes wrong. Since this trial has begun, I have discovered that, with all his caution and fastidiousness, he hasn't knowledge enough to put his shirt on right. Logan turned red as crimson, but sure enough, Lincoln was correct, for the former had donned a new shirt and by mistake had drawn it over his head with the pleated bosom behind. The general laugh which followed destroyed the effect of Logan's eloquence over the jury, the very point at which Lincoln aimed. The trial of William Armstrong for the murder of James P. Metzger in May 1858 at Beardstown, Illinois, in which Lincoln secured the acquittal of the defendant, was one of the gratifying triumphs in his career as a lawyer. Lincoln's defense, wherein he floored the principal prosecuting witness, who had testified positively to seeing the fatal blow struck in the moonlight, by showing from an almanac that the moon had set, was not more convincing than his eloquent and irresistible appeal in his client's favor. The latter's mother, old Hannah Armstrong, the friend of his youth, had solicited him to defend her son. He told the jury, relates the prosecuting attorney, of his once being a poor friendless boy, that Armstrong's parents took him into their house, fed and clothed him, and gave him a home. There were tears in his eyes as he spoke. The sight of his tall, quivering frame and the particulars of the story he so pathetically told moved the jury to tears also, and they forgot the guilt of the defendant in their admiration of his advocate. It was the most touching scene I ever witnessed. Before passing, it may be well to listen to the humble tribute of old Hannah Armstrong, the defendant's mother. Lincoln had said to me, "Hannah, your son will be cleared before sundown." I left the courtroom, and they came and told me that my son was cleared and a free man. I went up to the courthouse. The jury shook hands with me, so did the judge and Lincoln. Tears streamed down Lincoln's eyes. After the trial I asked him what his fee would be, told him I was poor. "Why, Hannah," he said, "I shan't charge you a cent, and anything else I can do for you will do it willingly and without charge." He afterwards wrote to me about a piece of land which certain men were trying to get from me, and said, "Hannah, they can't get your land. Let them try it in the circuit court, and then you appeal it. Bring it to the Supreme Court, and I and Herndon will attend to it for nothing." The last suit of any importance in which Lincoln was personally engaged was known as the Johnson Sandbar case. It involved the title to certain lands, the accretion on the shores of Lake Michigan in or near Chicago. It was tried in the United States Circuit Court at Chicago in April and May 1860. During the trial, the court, Judge Drummond, and all the counsel on both sides dined at the residence of Isaac N. Arnold, afterwards a member of Congress. Douglas and Lincoln, relates Mr. Arnold, were at the time both candidates for the nomination for president. There were active and ardent political friends of each at the table, and when the sentiment was proposed, "May Illinois furnish the next president," it was drank with enthusiasm by the friends of both Lincoln and Douglas. I could fill this volume with reminiscences of Lincoln's career as a lawyer, but lest the reader should tire of what must savor in many cases of monotony, it is best to move on. I have made this portion of the book rather full, but as Lincoln's individuality and peculiarities were more marked in the law office and courtroom than anywhere else, it will play its part in making up the picture of the man. Enough has been told to show how, in the face of adverse fortune and the lack of early training, and by force of his indomitable will and self-confidence, he gained such ascendancy among the lawyers of Illinois. The reader is enabled thereby to understand the philosophy of his growth. But now another field is preparing to claim him. There will soon be great need for his clear reason, masterly mind, and heroic devotion to principle. The distant mutterings of an approaching contest are driving scattered factions into a union of sentiment and action. As the phalanxes of warriors are preparing for action amid the rattle of forensic musketry, Lincoln, their courageous leader, equipped for battle, springs into view. End of section 20. Recording by Don Bracci, Chicago, Illinois. www.voicedon.com. Chapter 12, Part 1 of 2, of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Don Bracci. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 21. While Lincoln, in a certain sense, was buried in the law from the time his career in Congress closed till, to use his own words, the repeal of the Missouri Compromise aroused him again. Yet he was a careful student of his times and kept abreast of the many and varied movements in politics. He was generally on the Whig electoral tickets, and made himself heard during each successive canvass. But he seemed to have lost that zealous interest in politics which characterized his early days. He plodded on unaware of, and seemingly without ambition for, the great distinction that lay in store for him. John T. Stuart relates that as he and Lincoln were returning from the court in Tazewell County in 1850 and were nearing the little town of Dillon, they engaged in a discussion of the political situation. As we were coming down the hill, are Stuart's words, I said, Lincoln, the time is coming when we shall have to be all either abolitionists or Democrats. He thought a moment and then answered, ruefully and emphatically, when that time comes, my mind is made up, for I believe the slavery question can never be successfully compromised. I responded with equal emphasis, my mind is made up too. Thus it was with Lincoln. But he was too slow to suit the impetuous demand of the few pronounced abolitionists whom he met in his daily walks. The sentiment of the majority in Springfield tended in the other direction, and thus, environed, Lincoln lay down like the sleeping lion. The future would yet arouse him. At that time I was an ardent abolitionist in sentiment. I used to warn Lincoln against his apparent conservatism when the needs of the hour were so great, but his only answer would be, Billy, you're too rampant and spontaneous. I was in correspondence with Sumner, Greeley, Phillips, and Garrison, and was thus thoroughly imbued with all the rancor drawn from such strong anti-slavery sources. I adhered to Lincoln, relying on the final outcome of his sense of justice and right. Every time a good speech on the great issue was made, I sent for it. Hence you could find on my table the latest utterances of Giddings, Phillips, Sumner, Seward, and one whom I considered grander than all the others, Theodore Parker. Lincoln and I took such papers as the Chicago Tribune, New York Tribune, Anti-Slavery Standard, Emancipator, and National Era. On the other side of the question, we took the Charleston Mercury and the Richmond Enquirer. I also bought a book called Sociology, written by one Fitzhugh, which defended and justified slavery in every conceivable way. In addition, I purchased all the leading histories of the slavery movement and other works which treated on that subject. Lincoln never bought many books, but he and I both read those I have named. After reading them, we would discuss the questions they touched upon and the ideas they suggested from our different points of view. I was never conscious of having made much of an impression on Mr. Lincoln, nor do I believe I ever changed his views. I will go further and say that from the profound nature of his conclusions and the labored method by which he arrived at them, no man is entitled to the credit of having either changed or greatly modified them. I remember once, after having read one of Theodore Parker's sermons on slavery, saying to Mr. Lincoln substantially this, I have always noticed that ill-gotten wealth does no man any good. This is as true of nations as individuals. I believe that all the ill-gotten gain wrenched by us from the Negro through his enslavement will eventually be taken from us, and we will be set back where we began. Lincoln thought my prophecy rather directful. He doubted seriously if either of us would live to see the righting of so great a wrong. But years after, when writing his second inaugural address, he endorsed the idea. Clothing it in the most beautiful language, he says, Yet if God wills that it, the war, continue till all the wealth piled by the bondsman's 250 years of unrequited toil shall be sunk, and until every drop of blood drawn by the lash shall be paid by another drawn by the sword, as was said 3,000 years ago, so still it must be said, the judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether. The passage in May 1854 of the Kansas-Nebraska bill swept out of sight the Missouri Compromise and the compromise measures of 1850. This bill, designed and carried through by Douglas, was regarded by him as the masterpiece of all his varied achievements in legislation. It served to prove more clearly than anything he had ever before done his flexibility and want of political conscience. Although in years gone before he had invoked the vengeance of heaven on the ruthless hand that should dare to disturb the sanctity of the Compact of 1821, yet now he was the arrogant and audacious leader in the very work he had so heartily condemned. When we consider the bill and the unfortunate results which followed it in the border states, we are irresistibly led to conclude that it was, all things considered, a great public wrong, and a most lamentable piece of political jugglery. The stump speech, which Thomas H. Benton charged that Douglas had injected into the belly of the bill, contains all there was of popular sovereignty. It being the true intent and meaning of this act not to legislate slavery into any territory or state, nor to exclude it therefrom, but to leave the people thereof perfectly free to form and regulate their domestic institutions in their own way, subject only to the Constitution of the United States. An argument which, using Lincoln's words, amounts to this: that if any one man chooses to enslave another, no third man shall be allowed to object. The widespread feeling the passage of this law aroused everywhere over the Union is a matter of general history. It stirred up in New England the latent hostility to the aggression of slavery. It stimulated to extraordinary endeavors the derided abolitionists, arming them with new weapons. It sounded the death knell of the gallant old Whig party. It drove together strange, discordant elements at readiness to fight a common enemy. It brought to the forefront a leader in the person of Lincoln. The revolt of Cook, Judd, and Palmer, all young and progressive, from the Democratic majority in the legislature, was the first sign of discontent in Illinois. The rude and partly hostile reception of Douglas on his arrival in Chicago did not in any degree tend to allay the feeling of disapproval so general in its manifestation. The warriors, young and old, removed their armor from the walls and began preparations for the impending conflict. Lincoln had made a few speeches in aid of Scott during the campaign of 1852, but they were efforts entirely unworthy of the man. Now, however, a live issue was presented to him. No one realized this sooner than he. In the office discussions, he grew bolder in his utterances. He insisted that the social and political difference between slavery and freedom was becoming more marked, that one must overcome the other, and that postponing the struggle between them would only make it more deadly in the end. The day of the compromise, he still contended, has passed. These two great ideas have been kept apart only by the most artful means. They are like two wild beasts in sight of each other, but chained and held apart. Some day these deadly antagonists will one or the other break their bonds, and then the question will be settled. In a conversation with a fellow lawyer, he said of slavery, "It is the most glittering, ostentatious, and displaying property in the world, and now if a young man goes courting, the only inquiry is how many Negroes he or his lady love owns." The love for slave property is swallowing up every other mercenary possession. Slavery is a great and crying injustice, an enormous national crime. At another time he made the observation that it was singular that the courts would hold that a man never lost his right to his property that had been stolen from him, but that he instantly lost his right to himself if he was stolen. It is useless to add more evidence, for it could be piled mountain high, showing that at the very outset Mr. Lincoln was sound to the core on the injustice and crime of human slavery. After a brief rest at his home in Chicago, Mr. Douglas betook himself to the country, and in October, during the week of the State Fair, we find him in Springfield. On Tuesday he made a speech in the State House, which, in view of the hostile attitude of some of his own party friends, was a labored defense of his position. It was full of ingenious sophistry and skillful argument. An unprecedented concourse of people had gathered from all parts of the state, and Douglas, fresh from the halls of Congress, was the lion of the hour. On the following day, Mr. Lincoln, as the champion of the opponents of popular sovereignty, was selected to represent those who disagreed with the new legislation and to answer Douglas. His speech encouraged his friends no less than it startled his enemies. At this time I was zealously interested in the new movement, and not less so in Lincoln. I frequently wrote the editorials in the Springfield Journal, the editor, Simeon Francis, giving to Lincoln and to me the utmost liberty in that direction. Occasionally Lincoln would write out matter for publication, but I believe I availed myself of the privilege oftener than he. The editorial in the issue containing the speeches of Lincoln and Douglas on this occasion was my own, and while in description it may seem rather strongly imbued with youthful enthusiasm, Yet on reading it in maturer years, I am still inclined to believe it reasonably faithful to the facts in the situation. The anti-Nebraska speech of Mr. Lincoln, says the article, was the profoundest in our opinion that he has made in his whole life. He felt upon his soul the truth's burn which he uttered, and all present felt that he was true to his own soul. His feelings once or twice swelled within, and came near stifling utterance. He quivered with emotion. The whole house was as still as death. He attacked the Nebraska bill with unusual warmth and energy, and all felt that a man of strength was its enemy, and that he intended to blast it if he could by strong and manly efforts. He was most successful, and the House approved the glorious triumph of truth by loud and continued huzzas. Women waved their white handkerchiefs in token of women's silent but heartfelt assent. Douglas felt the sting. The animal within him was roused because he frequently interrupted Mr. Lincoln. His friends felt that he was crushed by Lincoln's powerful argument, manly logic, and illustrations from nature around us. The Nebraska bill was shivered, and like a tree of the forest was torn and rent asunder by the hot bolts of truth. Mr. Lincoln exhibited Douglas in all the attitudes he could be placed in a friendly debate. He exhibited the bill in all its aspects to show its humbuggery and falsehood, and, when thus torn to rags, cut into slips, held up to the gaze of the vast crowd, a kind of scorn and mockery was visible upon the face of the crowd and upon the lips of their most eloquent speaker. At the conclusion of this speech, every man and child felt that it was unanswerable. He took the heart captive and broke like a sun over the understanding. Anent the subject of editorial writing, it may not be inappropriate to relate that Lincoln and I both kept on furnishing political matter of many varieties for the Springfield Journal until 1860. Many of the editorials that I wrote were intended directly or indirectly to promote the interest of Lincoln. I wrote one on the advisability of annexing Cuba to the United States, taking the rather advanced ground that slavery would be abolished in Cuba before it would be in this country, a position which aroused no little controversy with other papers. One little incident occurs to me in this connection which may not be without interest to newspaper men. A newspaper had been started in Springfield called the Conservative, which, it was believed, was being run in the interest of the Democratic Party. While pretending to support Fillmore, it was kept alive by Buchanan men and other kindred spirits who were somewhat pro-slavery in their views. The thing was damaging Lincoln and the Friends of Freedom more than any avowed Democratic paper could. The editor, an easy, good-natured fellow, simply placed in charge to execute the will of those who gave the paper its financial backing, was a good friend of mine, and by means of this friendship I was always well informed of matters in the Conservative editorial room. One day I read in the Richmond Enquirer an article endorsing slavery and arguing that from principle the enslavement of either whites or blacks was justifiable and right. I showed it to Lincoln, who remarked that it was rather rank doctrine for Northern Democrats to endorse. I should like to see, he said with emphasis, some of these Illinois newspapers champion that. I told him if he would only wait and keep his own counsel, I would have a pro-slavery organ in Springfield publish that very article. He doubted it, but when I told him how it was to be done, he laughed and said, "Go in." I cut the slip out and succeeded in getting it in the paper named. Of course it was a trick, but it acted admirably. Its appearance in the new organ, although without comment, almost ruined that valuable journal, and my good-natured friend, the editor, was nearly overcome by the denunciation of those who were responsible for the organ's existence. My connection, and Lincoln's too, for he endorsed the trick, with the publication of the condemned article was eventually discovered, and we were thereafter effectually prevented from getting another line in the paper. The anti-slavery people quoted the article as having been endorsed by a Democratic newspaper in Springfield, and Lincoln himself used it with telling effect. He joined in the popular denunciation, expressing great astonishment that such a sentiment could find lodgment in any paper in Illinois, although he knew full well how the whole thing had been carried through. During the remainder of the State Fair week, speeches were made by Lyman Trumbull, Sidney Breese, E.D. Taylor, and John Calhoun, none of which, unfortunately, have been preserved. Among those who mingled in the crowd and listened to them was Owen Lovejoy, a radical, fiery, brave, fanatical man, it may be, but one full of the virus of abolitionism. I had been thoroughly inoculated with the latter myself, and so had many others who helped to swell the throng. The Nebraska movement had kindled anew the old zeal and inspired us with renewed confidence to begin the crusade. As many of us as could assembled together to organize for the campaign before us. As soon, therefore, as Lincoln finished his speech in the hall of the House of Representatives, Lovejoy, moving forward from the crowd, announced a meeting in the same place that evening of all the Friends of Freedom. That, of course, meant the abolitionists, with whom I had been in conference all the day. Their plan had been to induce Mr. Lincoln to speak for them at their meeting. Strong as I was in the faith, yet I doubted the propriety of Mr. Lincoln taking any stand yet. As I viewed it, he was ambitious to climb to the United States Senate, and on grounds of policy it would not do for him to occupy at that time such advanced ground as we were taking. On the other hand, it was equally as dangerous to refuse a speech for the abolitionists. I did not know how he felt on the subject, but on learning that Lovejoy intended to approach him with an invitation, I hunted up Lincoln and urged him to avoid meeting the enthusiastic champion of abolitionism. "Go home at once," I said. "Take Bob with you and drive somewhere into the country and stay till this thing is over." Whether my admonition and reasoning moved him or not, I do not know, but it only remains to state that under pretense of having business in Tazewell County, he drove out of town in his buggy and did not return till the apostles of abolitionism had separated and gone to their homes. I have always believed this little arrangement — it would dignify it too much to call it a plan — saved Lincoln. If he had endorsed the resolutions passed at the meeting, or spoken simply in favor of freedom that night, he would have been identified with all the rancor and extremes of abolitionism. If, on the contrary, he had been invited to join them and then had refused to take a position as advanced as theirs, he would have lost their support. In either event, he was in great danger. And so he who was aspiring to succeed his old rival, James Shields, in the United States Senate, was forced to avoid the issue by driving hastily in his one-horse buggy to the court in Tazewell County. A singular coincidence suggests itself in the fact that, 12 years before, James Shields and a friend drove hastily in the same direction, and destined for the same point, to force Lincoln to take issue in another and entirely different matter. By request of party friends, Lincoln was induced to follow after Douglas, and, at various places where the latter had appointments to speak, reply to him. On the 16th of October they met at Peoria, where Douglas enjoyed the advantages of an open enclose. Lincoln made an effective speech, which he wrote out and furnished to the Sangamon Journal for publication, and which can be found among his public matters. His party friends in Springfield and elsewhere, who had urged him to push after Douglas till he cried "enough," were surprised a few days after the Peoria debate to find him at home, with the information that by an agreement with the latter, they were both to return home and speak no more during the campaign. Judge of his astonishment a few days later to find that his rival, instead of going direct to his home in Chicago, had stopped at Princeton and violated his express agreement by making a speech there. Lincoln was much displeased at this action of Douglas, which tended to convince him that the latter was really a man devoid of fixed political morals. I remember his explanation in our office made to me, William Butler, William Jayne, Ben F. Irwin, and other friends, to account for his early withdrawal from the stump. After the Peoria debate, Douglas approached him and flattered him by saying that he was giving him more trouble on the territorial and slavery questions than all the United States Senate, and he therefore proposed to him that both should abandon the field and return to their homes. Now Lincoln could never refuse a polite request, one in which no principle was involved. I have heard him say, "It's a fortunate thing I wasn't born a woman, for I cannot refuse anything, it seems." He therefore consented to the cessation of debate proposed by Douglas, and the next day both went to the town of Lacon, where they had been billed for speeches. Their agreement was kept from their friends, and both declined to speak, Douglas on the ground of hoarseness, and Lincoln gallantly refusing to take advantage of Judge Douglas's indisposition. Here they separated, Lincoln going directly home, and Douglas, as before related, stopping at Princeton and colliding in debate with Owen Lovejoy. Upon being charged afterwards with his breach of agreement, Douglas responded that Lovejoy bantered and badgered him so persistently he could not gracefully resist the encounter. The whole thing thoroughly displeased Lincoln. End of section 21. Recording by Don Bracci, Chicago, Illinois. www.voicedon.com. Chapter 12, Part 2 of 2 of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Don Bracci. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 22. During this campaign, Lincoln was nominated and elected to the legislature. This was done in the face of his unwillingness and over his protest. On the ticket with him was Judge Logan. Both were elected by a majority of about 600 votes. Lincoln, being ambitious to reach the United States Senate and warmly encouraged in his aspirations by his wife, resigned his seat in the legislature in order that he might the more easily be elected to succeed his old rival James Shields, who was then one of the senators from Illinois. His canvass for that exalted office was marked by his characteristic activity and vigilance. During the anxious moments that intervened between the general election and the assembling of the legislature, he slept, like Napoleon, with one eye open. While attending court at Clinton on the 11th of November, a few days before the election, he wrote to a party friend in the town of Paris, "I have a suspicion that a Whig has been elected to the legislature from Edgar. If this is not so, why then nix cumarus, nix cumarus. But if it is so, then could you not make a mark with him for me for U.S. Senator? I really have some chance. Please write me at Springfield giving me the names, post offices, and political positions of your representatives and senator, whoever they may be. Let this be confidential." That man who thinks Lincoln calmly sat down and gathered his robes about him, waiting for the people to call him, has a very erroneous knowledge of Lincoln. He was always calculating and always planning ahead. His ambition was a little engine that knew no rest. The vicissitudes of a political campaign brought into play all his tact and management, and developed to its fullest extent his latent industry. In common with other politicians, he never overlooked a newspaper man who had it in his power to say a good or bad thing of him. The press of that day was not so powerful an institution as now, but ambitious politicians courted the favor of a newspaper man with as much zeal as the same class of men have done in later days. I remember a letter Lincoln once wrote to the editor of an obscure little country newspaper in southern Illinois, in which he warms up to him in the following style: "Friend Harding, I have been reading your paper for 3 or 4 years, and have paid you nothing for it." He then encloses $10 and admonishes the editor with innocent complacency: "Put it into your pocket, saying nothing further about it." Very soon thereafter he prepared an article on political matters and sent it to the rural journalist, requesting its publication in the editorial column of his valued paper. But the latter, having followed Lincoln's directions and stowed the $10 away in his pocket, and alive to the importance of his journal's influence, declined. "Because," he said, "I long ago made it a rule to publish nothing as editorial matter not written by himself." Lincoln read the editor's answer to me. Although the laugh was on Lincoln, he enjoyed the joke heartily. That editor, he said, had a rather lofty but proper conception of true journalism. Meanwhile, the legislature had convened, and the senatorial question came on for solution. The history of this contest is generally understood, and the world has repeatedly been told how Lincoln was led to expect the place and would have won but for the apostasy of his 5 anti-Nebraska men of Democratic antecedents, who clung to and finally forced the election of Lyman Trumbull. The student of history in after years will be taught to revere the name of Lincoln for his exceeding magnanimity in including his friends to abandon him at the critical period and save Trumbull, while he himself disappeared beneath the waves of defeat. The frustration of Lincoln's ambition had a marked effect on his political views. It was plain to him now that the irresistible conflict was not far ahead. With the strengthening of his faith in a just cause so long held in abeyance, he became more defiant each day, but in the very nature of things he dared not be as bold and outspoken as I. With him every word and sentence had to be weighed and its effects calculated before being uttered, but with me that operation had to be reversed if done at all. An incident that occurred about this time will show how his views were broadening. Some time after the election of Trumbull, a young Negro, the son of a colored woman in Springfield known as Polly, went from his home in St. Louis and there hired a hand on a lower Mississippi boat. For what special service I do not recollect. Arriving in New Orleans without what were known as free papers. Though born free, he was subjected to the tyranny of the black code. all the more stringent because of the recent utterances of the abolitionists in the North, and was kept in prison until his boat had left. Then, as no one was especially interested in him, he was forgotten. After a certain length of time established by law, he would inevitably have been sold into slavery to defray prison expenses had not Lincoln and I interposed our aid. The mother came to us with the story of the wrong done to her son and induced us to interfere in her behalf. We went first to see the governor of Illinois, who, after patient and thorough examination of the law, responded that he had no right or power to interfere. Recourse was then had to the governor of Louisiana, who responded in like manner. We were sorely perplexed. A second interview with the governor of Illinois, resulting in nothing favorable, Lincoln rose from his chair, hat in hand, and exclaimed with some emphasis, "By God, Governor, I'll make the ground in this country too hot for the foot of a slave, whether you have the legal power to secure the release of this boy or not." Having exhausted all legal means to recover the Negro, we drew up a subscription list, which I circulated, collecting funds enough to purchase the young man's liberty. The money we sent to Colonel A.P. Fields, a friend of ours in New Orleans, who applied it as directed, and it restored the prisoner to his overjoyed mother. The political history of the country, commencing in 1854 and continuing until the outbreak of the rebellion, furnishes the student a constant succession of stirring and sometimes bloody scenes. No sooner had Lincoln emerged from the senatorial contest in February 1855 and absorbed himself in the law than the outrages on the border of Missouri and Kansas began to arrest public attention. The stories of raids, election frauds, murders, and other crimes were moving eastward with marked rapidity. These outbursts of frontier lawlessness, led and sanctioned by the avowed pro-slavery element, were not only stirring up the abolitionists to fever heat, but touching the hearts of humanity in general. In Illinois, an association was formed to aid the cause of free soil men in Kansas. In the meetings of these bands of abolitionists, of course, took the most prominent part. At Springfield, we were energetic, vigilant, almost revolutionary. We recommended the employment of any means, however desperate, to promote and defend the cause of freedom. At one of these meetings, Lincoln was called on for a speech. He responded to the request, counseling moderation and less bitterness in dealing with the situation before us. We were belligerent in tone and clearly out of patience with the government. Lincoln opposed the notion of coercive measures, with the possibility of resulting bloodshed, advising us to eschew resort to the bullet. "You can better succeed," he declared, "with the ballot. You can peaceably then redeem the government and preserve the liberties of mankind through your votes and voice and moral influence. Let there be peace. Revolutionize through the ballot box and restore the government once more to the affections and hearts of men by making it express, as it was intended to do, the highest spirit of justice and liberty. Your attempt, if there be such, to resist the laws of Kansas by force is criminal and wicked, and all your feeble attempts will be follies and end in bringing sorrow on your heads and ruin the cause you would freely die to preserve." These judicious words of counsel, while they reduce somewhat our ardor and our desperation, only place before us in their real colors and grave features of the situation. We raised a neat sum of money, Lincoln showing his sincerity by joining in the subscription, and forwarded it to our friends in Kansas. The Whig party, having accomplished its mission in the political world, was now on the eve of the great breakup. Lincoln realized this, and though proverbially slow in his movement, prepared to find a firm footing when the great rush of waters should come and the maddening freshet sweep former landmarks out of sight. Of the strongest significance in this connection is a letter written by him at this juncture to an old friend in Kentucky who called to his attention their differences on views on the wrong of slavery. Speaking of his observation of the treatment of the slaves, he says, "I confess I hate to see the poor creatures hunted down and caught and carried back to their unrequited toils, but I bite my lips and keep quiet. In 1841 you and I had rather a tedious low-water trip on a steamboat from Louisville to St. Louis. You may remember as well as I do that from Louisville to the mouth of the Ohio there were on board 10 or a dozen slaves shackled together with irons. That sight was a continued torment to me, and I see something like it every time I touch the Ohio or any slave border. It is not fair for you to assume that I have no interest in such a thing which has, and continually exercises, the power of making me miserable. You ought rather to appreciate how much the great body of the Northern people do crucify their feelings in order to maintain their loyalty to the Constitution and the Union. I do oppose the extension of slavery because my judgment and feelings so prompt me, and I am under no obligation to the contrary. If for this you and I must differ, differ we must. Finding himself drifting about with the disorganized elements that floated together after the angry political waters had subsided, it became apparent to Lincoln that if he expected to figure as a leader, he must take a stand himself. Mere hatred of slavery and opposition to the injustice of the Kansas-Nebraska legislation were not all that were required of him. He must be a Democrat, know-nothing, abolitionist, or Republican, or forever float about in the great political sea without compass, rudder, or sail. At length he declared himself. Believing the times were ripe for more advanced movements, in the spring of 1856 I drew up a paper for the Friends of Freedom to sign, calling a county convention in Springfield to select delegates for the forthcoming Republican State Convention in Bloomington. The paper was freely circulated and generously signed. Lincoln was absent at the time, and, believing I knew what his feeling and judgment on the vital questions of the hour were, I took the liberty to sign his name to the call. The whole was then published in the Springfield Journal. No sooner had it appeared than John T. Stuart, who with others was endeavoring to retard Lincoln in his advance movements, rushed into the office and excitedly asked if Lincoln had signed the abolition call in the Journal. I answered in the negative, adding that I had signed his name myself. To the question, "Did Lincoln authorize you to sign it?" I returned an emphatic no. Then exclaimed the startled and indignant Stuart, "You have ruined him." But I was by no means alarmed at what others deemed inconsiderate and hasty action. I thought I understood Lincoln thoroughly, but in order to vindicate myself if assailed, I immediately sat down after Stuart had rushed out of the office and wrote Lincoln, who was then in Tazewell County attending court, a brief account of what I had done and how much stir it was creating in the ranks of his conservative friends. If he approved or disapproved my course, I asked him to write or telegraph me at once. In a brief time came his answer: "All right, go ahead. We'll meet you, radicals and all." Stuart subsided, and the conservative spirits who hovered around Springfield no longer held control of the political fortunes of Abraham Lincoln. The Republican Party came into existence in Illinois as a party at Bloomington, May 29, 1856. The state convention of all opponents of anti-Nebraska legislation, referred to in a foregoing paragraph, had been set for that day. Judd, Yates, Trumbull, Swett, and Davis were there. So also was Lovejoy, who, like Otis of colonial fame, was a flame of fire. The firm of Lincoln and Herndon was represented by both members in person. The gallant William H. Bissell, who had ridden at the head of the 2nd Illinois Regiment at the Battle of Buena Vista in the Mexican War, was nominated as governor. The convention adopted a platform ringing with strong anti-Nebraska sentiments, and then and there gave the Republican Party its official christening. The business of the convention being over, Mr. Lincoln, in response to repeated calls, came forward and delivered a speech of such earnestness and power that no one who heard it will ever forget the effect it produced. In referring to his speech some years ago, I used the following rather graphic language: "I have heard or read all of Mr. Lincoln's great speeches, and I give it as my opinion that the Bloomington speech was the grand effort of his life. Heretofore he had simply argued the slavery question on grounds of policy, the statesman's grounds, never reaching the question of the radical and the eternal right. Now he was newly baptized and freshly born. He had the fervor of a new convert. The smothered flame broke out. Enthusiasm unusual to him blazed up. His eyes were aglow with an inspiration. He felt justice. His heart was alive to the right. His sympathies, remarkably deep for him, burst forth, and he stood before the throne of the eternal right. His speech was full of fire and energy and force. It was logic. It was pathos. It was enthusiasm. It was justice, equity, truth, and right, set ablaze by the divine fires of a soul maddened by the wrong. It was hard, heavy, knotty, gnarly, backed with wrath. I attempted for about 15 minutes, as was usual with me then, to take notes, but at the end of that time I threw pen and paper away and lived only in the inspiration of the hour. If Mr. Lincoln was 6 feet 4 inches high usually, at Bloomington that day he was 7 feet, and inspired at that. From that day to the day of his death He stood firm in the right. He felt his great cross, had his great idea, nursed it, kept it, taught it to others, and his fidelity bore witness of it to his death, and finally sealed it with his precious blood. The foregoing paragraph, used by me in a lecture in 1866, may to the average reader seem somewhat vivid in description, besides inclining to extravagance in imagery, yet although more than 20 years have passed since it was written, I have never seen the need of altering a single sentence. I still adhere to the substantial truthfulness of the scene as described. Unfortunately, Lincoln's speech was never written out, nor printed, and we were obliged to depend for its reproduction upon personal recollection. The Bloomington Convention and the part Lincoln took in it met no such hearty response in Springfield as we had hoped would follow. It fell flat, and in Lincoln's case drove from him many persons who had heretofore been his warm political friends. A few days after our return, we announced a meeting at the courthouse to ratify the action of the Bloomington Convention. After the usual efforts to draw a crowd, however, only 3 persons had temerity enough to attend. They were Lincoln, the writer, and a courageous man named John Payne. Lincoln, in answer to the deafening calls for a speech, responded that the meeting was larger than he knew it would be, and that while he knew that he himself and his partner would attend, he was not sure anyone else would. And yet another man had been found brave enough to come out. While all seems dead, he exhorted, the age itself is not. It liveth as sure as our Maker liveth. Under all this seeming want of life and motion, the world does not move, nevertheless. Be hopeful, and now let us adjourn and appeal to the people. Not only in Springfield, but everywhere else, the founders of the Republican Party, the apostles of freedom, went out to battle for the righteousness of their cause. Lincoln, having as usual been named as one of the presidential electors, canvassed the state, making in all about 50 speeches. He was in demand everywhere. I have before me a package of letters addressed to him, inviting him to speak at almost every county seat in the state. Yates wanted him to go to one section of the state, Washburn to another, and Trumbull still another, while every crossroads politician and legislative aspirant wanted him down in our country where we need your help. Joshua R. Giddings wrote him words of encouragement. You may start, said the valiant old abolitionist in a letter from Peoria, on the one great issue of restoring Kansas and Nebraska to freedom, or rather of restoring the Missouri Compromise, and in this state no power on earth can withstand you on that issue. The demand for Lincoln was not confined to his own state. Indiana sent for him, Wisconsin also, while Norman B. Judd and Ebenezer Peck, who were stumping Iowa, sent for him to come there. A town committee invited him to come during our equestrian fair on the 9th, 10th, and 11th, evidently anticipating a 3-day siege. An enthusiastic officer in a neighboring town urges him, come to our place, because in you do our people place more confidence than in any other man. Men who do not read want the story told as you only can tell it. Others may make fine speeches, but it would not be Lincoln said so in his speech. A jubilant friend in Chicago writes, push on the column of freedom. Give the buck Africans plenty to do in Egypt. The hour of our redemption draweth nigh. We are coming to Springfield with 20,000 majority. A postmaster, acting under the courage of his convictions, implores him to visit his neighborhood. The Democrats here, he insists, are dyed in the wool. Thunder and lightning would not change their political complexion. I am postmaster here, he adds confidently. For which reason I must ask you to keep this private, for if old Frank, President Pierce, were to hear of my support for Fremont, I would get my walking papers sure enough. A settlement of Germans in southern Indiana asked to hear him, and the president of a college, in an invitation to address the students under his charge, characterizes him as one providentially raised up for a time like this, and even should defeat come in the contest, it would be some consolation to remember we had Hector for a leader. And thus it was everywhere. Lincoln's importance in the conduct of the campaign was apparent to all, and his canvass was characterized by his usual vigor and effectiveness. He was especially noted for his attempt to break down the strength of Fillmore, who was nominated as a third-party candidate and was expected to divide the Republican vote. He tried to wean away Fillmore's adherents by an adroit and ingenious letter sent to those suspected of the latter's support and marked confidential, in which he strove to show that in clinging to their candidate, they were really aiding the election of Buchanan. But the effort proved unavailing, for in spite of all his arguments and appeals, a large number of the Fillmore men clung tenaciously to their leader, resulting in Buchanan's election. The vote in Illinois stood: Buchanan 105,344, Fremont 96,180, and Fillmore 37,451. At the same time, Bissell was elected governor by a majority of 4,729 over W.A. Richardson, Democrat. After the heat and burden of the day, Lincoln returned home, bearing with him more and greater laurels than ever. The signs of the times indicated, and the result of the canvass demonstrated, that he and he alone was powerful enough to meet the redoubtable Little Giant in a greater conflict yet to follow. End of section 22. Recording by Don Bracci, Chicago, Illinois, www.voicedon.com. Chapter 13, Part 1 of 2 of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Don Bracci. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 23. I shall be forced to omit much of what happened during the interval between the election of Buchanan and the campaign of 1858, for the reason that it would not only swell this work to undue proportions, but be a mere repetition of what has been better told by other writers. It is proper to note in passing, however, that Mr. Lincoln's reputation as a political speaker was no longer bounded by the border lines of Illinois. It had passed beyond the Wabash, the Ohio, and the Mississippi rivers, and while his pronounced stand on the slavery question had increased the circle of his admirers in the North, it provoked a proportionate amount of execration in the South. He could not help the feeling that he was now the leading Republican in his state, and he was therefore more or less jealous of his prerogative. Formidable in debate, plain in speech, without pretense of literary acquirements, he was none the less self-reliant. He already envied the ascendancy and domination Douglas exercised over his followers, and felt keenly the slight given him by others of his own faith, whom he conceived were disposed to prevent his attaining the leadership of his party. I remember early in 1858 of his coming into the office one morning and speaking in very dejected terms of the treatment he was receiving at the hands of Horace Greeley. "I think Greeley," he complained, "is not doing me right. His conduct, I believe, savors a little of injustice. I am a true Republican and have been tried already in the hottest part of the anti-slavery fight, and yet I find him taking up Douglas, a veritable dodger, once a tool of the South, now its enemy, and pushing him to the front. He forgets that when he does that, he pulls me down at the same time. I fear Greeley's attitude will damage me with Sumner, Seward, Wilson, Phillips, and other friends in the East." This was said with so much of mingled sadness and earnestness that I was deeply impressed. Lincoln was gloomy and restless the entire day. Greeley's letters were driving the enthusiasm out of him. He seemed unwilling to attend to any business, and finally, just before noon, left the office, going over to the United States courtroom to play a game of chess with Judge Treat, and did not return again that day. I pondered a good deal over Lincoln's dejection, and that night, after weighing the matter well in my mind, resolved to go to the Eastern States myself and endeavor to sound some of the great men there. The next day, on apprising Lincoln of my determination, he questioned its propriety. Our relations, he insisted, were so intimate that a wrong construction might be put upon the movement. I listened carefully to him, but as I had never been beyond the Alleghanies, I packed my valise and went, notwithstanding his objections. I had been in correspondence on my own account with Greeley, Seward, Sumner, Phillips, and others for several years, and kept them informed of the feelings of our people and the political campaigns in their various stages, but had never met any of them save Greeley. I enjoyed heartily the journey and the varied sights and scenes that attended it. Aside from my mission, the trip was a great success. The magnificent buildings, the display of wealth in the large cities and prosperous manufacturing towns broadened the views of one whose vision had never extended beyond the limits of the Illinois prairies. In Washington I saw and dined with Trumbull, who went over the situation with me. Trumbull had written to Lincoln shortly before that he thought it useless to speculate upon the further course of Douglas, or the effect it is to have in Illinois or other states. He himself does not know where he is going or where he will come out. At my interview with Trumbull, however, he directed me to assure Mr. Lincoln that Douglas did not mean to join the Republican Party, however great the breach between himself and the administration might be. "We Republicans here," he said exultantly in another letter to Lincoln, "are in good spirits and are standing back to let the fight go on between Douglas and his former associates. Lincoln will lose nothing by this if he can keep the attention of our Illinois people from being diverted from the great and vital question of the day to the minor and temporary issues which are now being discussed." In Washington, I also saw Seward, Wilson, and others of equal prominence. Douglas was confined to his house by illness, but on receiving my card, he directed me to be shown up to his room. We had a pleasant and interesting interview. Of course, the conversation soon turned on Lincoln. In answer to an inquiry regarding the latter, I remarked that Lincoln was pursuing an even tenor of his way. "He is not in anybody's way," I contended, "not even in yours, Judge Douglas." He was sitting up in a chair smoking a cigar. Between puffs he responded that neither was he in the way of Lincoln, nor anyone else, and did not intend to invite conflict. He conceived that he had achieved what he had set out to do, and hence did not feel that his course need put him in opposition to Mr. Lincoln or his party. "Give Mr. Lincoln my regards," he said rather warmly, "when you return, and tell him I have crossed the river and burned my boat." Leaving Washington, my next point was New York, where I met the editor of the Anti-Slavery Standard, Horace Greeley, Henry Ward Beecher, and others. I had a long talk with Greeley, whom I noticed leaned towards Douglas. I found, however, he was not at all hostile to Lincoln. I presented the latter's case in the best phase I knew how, but while I drew but little from him, I left feeling that he hadn't been entirely won over. He introduced me to Beecher, who, as everyone else did, inquired after Lincoln, and through me sent him word of encouragement and praise. From New York I went to Boston, and from the latter place I wrote Lincoln a letter which happily I found not long since in a bundle of Lincoln's letters, and which I insert here, believing it affords a better reflex of the situation at the time than anything I might see fit to say now. Here it is. Revere House, Boston, Massachusetts, March 24, 1858. Friend Lincoln, I am in this city of notions, and am well, very well indeed. I wrote you a hasty letter from Washington some days ago, since which time I have been in Philadelphia, Baltimore, New York, and now here. I saw Greeley, and so far as any of our conversation is interesting to you, I will relate. And we talked, say 20 minutes. He evidently wants Douglas sustained and sent back to the Senate. He did not say so in so many words, yet his feelings are with Douglas. I know it from the spirit and drift of his conversation. He talked bitterly, somewhat so, against the papers in Illinois, and said they were fools. I asked him this question: "Greeley, do you want to see a third party organized, or do you want Douglas to ride to power through the North, which he has so much abused and betrayed?" And to which he replied, "Let the future alone, it will all come right. Douglas is a brave man. Forget the past and sustain the righteous. Good God, righteous, eh?" Since I have landed in Boston, I have seen much that was entertaining and interesting. This morning I was introduced to Governor Banks. He and I had a conversation about Republicanism, and especially about Douglas. He asked me this question: "You will sustain Douglas in Illinois, won't you?" And to which I said, "No, never." He affected to be much surprised, and so the matter dropped and turned on Republicanism, or in general, Lincoln. Greeley's and other sheets that laud Douglas, Harris et al., want them sustained, and will try to do it. Several persons have asked me the same question which Banks asked, and evidently they get their cue, ideas, or whatnot from Greeley, Seward et al. By the by, Greeley remarked to me the Republican standard is too high. We want something practical. This may not be interesting to you, but however it may be, it is my duty to state what is going on so that you may head it off, counteract it in some way. I hope it can be done. The Northern men are cold to me, somewhat repellent. Your friend, W. H. Herndon. On my return home, I had encouraging news to relate. I told Lincoln of the favorable mention I had heard of him by Phillips, Sumner, Seward, Garrison, Beecher, and Greeley. I brought with me additional sermons and lectures by Theodore Parker, who was warm in his commendation of Lincoln. One of these was a lecture on the effect of slavery on the American people, which was delivered in the music hall in Boston, and which I gave to Lincoln, who read and returned it. He liked especially the following expression, which he marked with a pencil, and which he in substance afterwards used in his Gettysburg Address. Democracy is direct self-government over all the people, for all the people, by all the people. Meanwhile, passing by other events which have become interwoven in the history of the land, we reach April 1858, at which time the Democratic State Convention met, and besides nominating candidates for state offices, endorsed Mr. Douglas's services in the Senate, thereby virtually renominating him for that exalted office. In the very nature of things, Lincoln was the man already chosen in the hearts of the Republicans of Illinois for the same office, and therefore with singular appropriateness they passed with great unanimity at their convention in Springfield on the 16th of June the characteristic resolution that Honorable Abraham Lincoln is our first and only choice for United States Senator to fill the vacancy about to be created by the expiration of Mr. Douglas's term of office. There was of course no surprise in this for Mr. Lincoln. He had been all along led to expect it, and with that in view had been earnestly and quietly at work preparing a speech in acknowledgment of the honor about to be conferred on him. This speech he wrote on stray envelopes and scraps of paper as ideas suggested themselves, putting them into a miscellaneous and convenient receptacle, his hat. As the convention drew near, he copied the whole on connected sheets, carefully revising every line and sentence, and fastened them together for reference during the delivery of the speech and for publication. The former precaution, however, was unnecessary, for he had studied and read over what he had written so long and carefully that he was able to deliver it without the least hesitation or difficulty. A few days before the convention, when he was at work on the speech, I remember that Jesse K. Dubois, who was auditor of the state, came into our office and, seeing Lincoln busily writing, inquired what he was doing or what he was writing. Lincoln answered gruffly, "It's something you may see or hear sometime, but I'll not let you see it now." I myself knew what he was writing, but having asked neither my opinion nor that of anyone else, I did not venture to offer any suggestions. After he had finished the final draft of the speech, he locked the office door, drew the curtain across the glass panel in the door, and read it to me. At the end of each paragraph he would halt and wait for my comments. I remember what I said after hearing the first paragraph, wherein occurs the celebrated figure of the house divided against itself. "It is true, but is it wise or politic to say so?" He responded, "That expression is a truth of all human experience. A house divided against itself cannot stand, and he that runs may read." The proposition also is true, and has been for 6,000 years. I want to use some universally known figure expressed in simple language as universally well known, that may strike home in the minds of men in order to raise them up to the peril of the times. I do not believe I would be right in changing or omitting it. I would rather be defeated with this expression in the speech, and uphold and discuss it before the people, than be victorious without it. This was not the first time that Lincoln had endorsed the dogma that our government could not long endure part slave and part free. He had incorporated it in a speech at Bloomington in 1856, but in obedience to the emphatic protest of Judge T. Lyle Dickey and others who conceived the idea that its delivery would make abolitionists of all the North and slavery propagandists of all the South, and thereby precipitate a struggle which might end in disunion, he consented to suspend its repetition, but only for that campaign. Now, however, the situation had changed somewhat. There had been a shifting of scenes, so to speak. The Republican Party had gained some in strength and more in moral effectiveness and force. Nothing could keep back in Lincoln any longer sentiments of right and truth, and he prepared to give the fullest expression to both in all future contests. Before delivering his speech, he invited a dozen or so of his friends over to the library of the State House, where he read and submitted it to them. After the reading, he asked each man for his opinion. Some condemned, and not one endorsed it. One man, more forcible than elegant, characterized it as a fool utterance. Another said the doctrine was ahead of its time, and still another contended that it would drive away a good many voters fresh from the Democrats' ranks. Each man attacked it in his criticism. I was the last to respond. Although the doctrine announced was rather rank, yet it suited my views, and I said, "Lincoln, deliver that speech as read, and it will make you president." At the time I hardly realized the force of my prophecy. Having patiently listened to these various criticisms from his friends, all of which, with a single exception, were adverse, he rose from his chair and after alluding to the careful study and intense thought he had given the question, he answered all of their objections substantially as follows. Friends, this thing has been retarded long enough. The time has come when these sentiments should be uttered, and if it is decreed that I should go down because of this speech, then let me go down linked to the truth. Let me die in the advocacy of what is just and right. The next day, the 17th, the speech was delivered just as we had heard it read. Up to this time, Seward had held sway over the North by his higher law sentiments, but the House divided against itself speech by Lincoln, in my opinion, drove the nail into Seward's political coffin. Lincoln had now created in reality a more profound impression than he or his friends anticipated. Many Republicans deprecated the advanced ground he had taken, the more so as the Democrats rejoiced that it afforded them an issue clear and well defined. Numbers of his friends distant from Springfield, on reading his speech, wrote him censorious letters, and one well-informed co-worker predicted his defeat, charging it to the first 10 lines of the speech. These complaints, coming apparently from every quarter, Lincoln bore with great patience. To one complainant who followed him into his office, he said proudly, "If I had to draw a pen across my record and erase my whole life from sight, and I had one poor gift or choice left as to what I should save from the wreck, I should choose that speech and leave it to the world unerased." Meanwhile, Douglas had returned from Washington to his home in Chicago. Here he rested for a few days until his friends and co-workers had arranged the details of a public reception on the 9th of July, when he delivered from the balcony of the Tremont House a speech intended as an answer to the one made by Lincoln in Springfield. Lincoln was present at this reception, but took no part in it. The next day, however, he replied. Both speeches were delivered at the same place. Leaving Chicago, Douglas passed on down to Bloomington and Springfield, where he spoke on the 16th and 17th of July, respectively. On the evening of the latter day, Lincoln responded again in a most effective and convincing effort. The contest now took on a different phase. Lincoln's Republican friends urged him to draw Douglas into a joint debate, and he accordingly sent him a challenge on the 24th of July. It is not necessary, I suppose, to reproduce here the correspondence that passed between these great leaders. On the 30th, Douglas finally accepted the proposition to divide time and address the same audiences, naming 7 different places, 1 in each congressional district outside of Chicago and Springfield, for joint meetings. The places and dates were Ottawa, August 21, Freeport, August 27, Jonesboro, September 15, Charleston, September 18, Galesburg, October 7, Quincy, October 13, and Alton, October 15. "I agree to your suggestion," wrote Douglas, "that we shall alternately open and close the discussion. I will speak at Ottawa 1 hour, you can reply, occupying an hour and a half, and I will then follow for half an hour. At Freeport, you shall open the discussion and speak 1 hour. I will follow for an hour and a half, and you can then reply for a half an hour. We will alternate in like manner in each successive place." To this arrangement Lincoln on the 31st gave his consent, although, he wrote, "By the terms as you propose, you take 4 openings and closes to my 3. End of section 23. Recording by Don Bracci, Chicago, Illinois, www.voicedon.com. Chapter 24, Part 2 of 2 of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Don Bracci. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 24. History furnishes few characters whose lives and careers were so nearly parallel as those of Lincoln and Douglas. They met for the first time at the legislature in Vandalia in 1834, where Lincoln was a member of the House of Representatives, and Douglas was in the lobby. The next year, Douglas was also a member. In 1839, both were admitted to practice in the Supreme Court of Illinois on the same day. In 1841, both courted the same young lady. In 1846, both represented Illinois in Congress at Washington, the one in the upper and the other in the lower house. In 1858, they were opposing candidates for United States Senator, and finally, to complete the remarkable counterpart, both were candidates for the presidency in 1860. While it is true that their ambitions ran in parallel lines, yet they were exceedingly unlike in all other particulars. Douglas was short, something over 5 feet high, heavy set with a large head, broad shoulders, deep chest, and striking features. He was polite and affable, but fearless. He had that unique trait, magnetism, fully developed in his nature, and that attracted a host of friends and readily made him a popular idol. He had had extensive experience in debate and had been trained by contact for years with the great minds and orators in Congress. He was full of political history, well informed on general topics, eloquent almost to the point of brilliancy, self-confident to the point of arrogance, and a dangerous competitor in every respect. What he lacked in ingenuity he made up in strategy, and if in debate he could not tear down the structure of his opponent's argument by a direct and violent attack, he was by no means reluctant to resort to a strained restatement of the latter's position or to the extravagance of ridicule. Lincoln knew this man thoroughly and well. He had often met Douglas on the stump, was familiar with his tactics, and though fully aware of his want of fixed political morals, was not averse to measuring swords with the elastic and flexible Little Giant. Lincoln himself was constructed of an entirely different foundation. His base was plain common sense, direct statement, and the inflexibility of logic. In physical makeup, he was cold, at least not magnetic, and made no effort to dazzle people by his bearing. He cared nothing for a following, and though he had often before struggled for a political prize, yet in his efforts he never had strained his well-known spirit of fairness or open love of the truth. He analyzed everything, laid every statement bare, and by dint of his broad reasoning powers and manliness of admission, inspired his hearers with deep conviction of his earnestness and honesty. Douglas may have electrified the crowds with his eloquence or charmed them with his majestic bearing and dexterity in debate, but as each man, after the meetings were over and the applause had died away, went to his home, his head rang with Lincoln's logic and appeal to manhood. A brief description of Mr. Lincoln's appearance on the stump and of his manner when speaking may not be without interest. When standing erect, he was 6 feet 4 inches high. He was lean in flesh and ungainly in figure. Aside from the sad, pained look due to habitual melancholy, his face had no characteristic or fixed expression. He was thin through his chest and hence slightly stoop-shouldered. When he arose to address courts, juries, or crowds of people, his body inclined forward to a slight degree. At first he was very awkward, and it seemed a real labor to adjust himself to his surroundings. He struggled for a time under a feeling of apparent diffidence and sensitiveness, and these only added to his awkwardness. I have often seen and sympathized with Mr. Lincoln during these moments. When he began speaking, his voice was shrill, piping, and unpleasant. His manner, his attitude, his dark yellow face, wrinkled and dry, his oddity of pose, his diffident movements, everything seemed to be against him, but only for a short time. After having arisen, he generally placed his hands behind him, the back of his left hand in the palm of his right, the thumb and fingers of his right hand clasped around the left arm at the wrist. For a few moments he played the combination of awkwardness, sensitiveness, and diffidence. As he proceeded, he became somewhat animated, and to keep in harmony with his growing warmth, his hands relaxed their grasp and fell to his side. Presently he clasped them in front of him, interlocking his fingers, one thumb meanwhile chasing another. His speech now requiring more emphatic utterance, his fingers unlocked and his hands fell apart. His left arm was thrown behind the back of his hand, resting against his body, his right hand seeking his side. By this time he had gained sufficient composure, and his real speech began. He did not gesticulate as much with his hands as with his head. He used the latter frequently, throwing it with vim this way and that. This movement was a significant one when he sought to enforce his statement. It sometimes came with a quick jerk, as if throwing off electric sparks into combustible material. He never sawed the air nor rent space into tatters and rags, as some orators do. He never acted for stage effect. He was cool, considerate, reflective. In time, self-possessed and self-reliant. His style was clear, terse, and compact. In argument, he was logical, demonstrative, and fair. He was careless of his dress, and his clothes, instead of fitting neatly as did the garments of Douglas on the latter's well-rounded form, hung loosely on his giant frame. As he moved along in his speech, he became freer and less uneasy in his movements. To that extent he was graceful. He had a perfect naturalness, a strong individuality, and to that extent he was dignified. He despised glitter, show, set forms, and shams. He spoke with effectiveness and to move the judgment as well as the emotions of men. There was a world of meaning and emphasis in the long, bony finger of his right hand as he dotted the ideas on the minds of his hearers. Sometimes, to express joy or pleasure, he would raise both hands at an angle of about 50 degrees, the palms upwards as if desirous of embracing the spirit of that which he loved. If the sentiment was one of detestation, denunciation of slavery, for example, both arms thrown upward and fists clenched, swept through the air, and he expressed an execration that was truly sublime. This was one of his most effective gestures, and signified most vividly a fixed determination to drag down the object of his hatred and trample it in the dust. He always stood squarely on his feet, toe even with toe, that is, he never put one foot before the other. He neither touched nor leaned on anything for support. He made but few changes in his positions and attitudes. He never ranted, never walked backward and forward on the platform. To ease his arms, he frequently caught hold with his left hand of the lapel of his coat, keeping his thumb upright and leaving his right hand free to gesticulate. The designer of the monument recently erected in Chicago has happily caught him in just this attitude. As he proceeded with his speech, the exercise of his vocal organs altered somewhat the tone of his voice. It lost in a measure its former acute and shrilling pitch, and mellowed into a more harmonious and pleasant sound. His form expanded, and notwithstanding the sunken breast, he rose up a splendid and imposing figure. In his defense of the Declaration of Independence, his greatest inspiration, he was tremendous in the directness of his utterances. He rose to impassioned eloquence, unsurpassed by Patrick Henry, Mirabeau, Vergniaud, as his soul was inspired with the thought of human right and divine justice. His little gray eyes flashed in a face aglow with the fire of his profound thoughts, and his uneasy movements and diffident manner sunk themselves beneath the wave of righteous indignation that came sweeping over him. Such was Lincoln the orator. We can somewhat appreciate the feeling with which Douglas, aggressive and fearless though he was, welcomed a contest with such a man as Lincoln. 4 years before, in a joint debate with him, he had asked for a cessation of forensic hostilities, conceding that his opponent of rail-splitting fame had given him more trouble than all the United States Senate together. Now he was brought face to face with him again. It is unnecessary, and not in keeping with the purpose of this work, to reproduce here the speeches made by either Lincoln or Douglas in their justly renowned debate. Briefly stated, Lincoln's position was announced in his opening speech at Springfield. "A house divided against itself cannot stand. I believe this government cannot endure permanently half slave and half free. I do not expect the Union to be dissolved. I do not expect the house to fall, but I do expect it will cease to be divided. It will become all the one thing or the other. Either the opponents of slavery will arrest the further spread of it and place it where the public mind shall rest in the belief that it is in the course of ultimate extinction, or its advocates will push it forward till it becomes alike lawful in all the states, old as well as new, North as well as South." The position of Douglas on the question of slavery was one of indifference. He advocated with all his power the doctrine of popular sovereignty, a proposition as quaintly put by Lincoln, which meant that if one man chooses to enslave another, no third man has a right to object. At the last joint discussion in Alton, Lincoln, after reflecting on the patriotism of any man who is so indifferent to the wrong of slavery that he cared not whether it was voted up or down, closed his speech with this stirring summary: "That slavery is the real issue. That is the issue that will continue in this country when these poor tongues of Judge Douglas and myself shall be silent. It is the eternal struggle between these two principles, right and wrong, throughout the world." They are the two principles that have stood face to face from the beginning of time and will ever continue to struggle. The one is the common right of humanity, and the other the divine right of kings. It is the same principle in whatever shape it develops itself. It is the same spirit that says, "You work and toil and earn bread, and I eat it." No matter in what shape it comes, whether from the mouth of a king who seeks to bestride the people of his own nation and live by the fruit of their labor, or from one race of men as an apology for enslaving another race, it is the same tyrannical principle. It is unnecessary, I presume, to insert here the 7 questions which Douglas propounded to Lincoln at their first meeting at Ottawa, nor the historic 4 which Lincoln asked at Freeport. It only remains to say that in answering Lincoln at Freeport, Douglas accomplished his own political downfall. He was swept entirely away from his former foundation, and even the glory of a subsequent election to the Senate never restored him to it. During the canvass, Mr. Lincoln, in addition to the 7 meetings with Douglas, filled 31 appointments made by the State Central Committee, besides speaking at many other times and places not previously advertised. In his trips to and fro over the state, between meetings, he would stop at Springfield sometimes to consult with his friends or to post himself up on questions that occurred during the canvass. He kept me busy hunting up old speeches and gathering facts and statistics at the state library. I made liberal clippings bearing in any way on the questions of the hour from every newspaper I happened to see, and kept him supplied with them. And on 1 or 2 occasions, in answer to letters and telegrams, I sent books forward to him. He had a little leather-bound book, fastened in front with a clasp, in which he and I both kept inserting newspaper slips and newspaper comments until the canvass opened. In arranging for the joint meetings and managing the crowds, Douglas enjoyed one great advantage. He had been United States Senator for several years, and had influential friends holding comfortable government offices all over the state. These men were on hand at every meeting, losing no opportunity to applaud lustily all the points Douglas made, and to lionize him in every conceivable way. The ingeniously contrived display of their enthusiasm had a marked effect on certain crowds, a fact of which Lincoln frequently complained to his friends. One who accompanied him during the canvass relates this. Lincoln and I were at the Centralia Agricultural Fair the day after the debate at Jonesboro. Night came on and we were tired, having been on the fairgrounds all day. We were to go north on the Illinois Central Railroad. The train was due at midnight and the depot was full of people. I managed to get a chair for Lincoln in the office of the superintendent of the railroad, but small politicians would intrude so that he could scarcely get a moment's sleep. The train came and was filled instantly. I got a seat near the door for Lincoln and myself. He was worn out and had to meet Douglas the next day at Charleston. An empty car, called a saloon car, was hitched onto the rear of the train and locked up. I asked the conductor, who knew Lincoln and myself well — we were both attorneys of the road — if Lincoln could not ride in that car, that he was exhausted and needed rest, but the conductor refused. I afterwards got him in by a stratagem. At the same time, George B. McClellan in person was taking Douglas around in a special car and a special train, and that was the unjust treatment Lincoln got from the Illinois Central Railroad. Every interest of that road and every employee was against Lincoln and for Douglas. The heat and dust and bonfires of the campaign at last came to an end. The election took place on the 2nd of November. And while Lincoln received of the popular vote a majority of over 4,000, yet the returns from the legislative districts foreshadowed his defeat. In fact, when the senatorial election took place in the legislature, Douglas received 54 and Lincoln 46 votes, one of the results of the lamentable apportionment law then in operation. The letters of Lincoln at this period are the best evidence of his feelings now obtainable, and of how he accepted his defeat. To Henry Asbury, a friend who had written him a cheerful letter admonishing him not to give up the battle, he responded, "Mr. Henry Asbury, my dear sir, yours of the 13th was received some days ago. The fight must go on. The cause of civil liberty must not be surrendered at the end of 1 or even 100 defeats. Douglas had the ingenuity to be supported in the late contest both as the best means to break down and to uphold the slave interest. No ingenuity can keep these antagonistic elements in harmony long. Another explosion will come soon. Yours truly, A. Lincoln. To another friend on the same day he writes, "I am glad I made the late race. It gave me a hearing on the great and durable questions of the age, which I could have had in no other way. And though I now sink out of view and shall be forgotten, I believe I have made some marks which will tell for the cause of liberty long after I am gone." Before passing to later events in Lincoln's life, it is proper to include in this chapter, as a specimen of his oratory at this time, his eloquent reference to the Declaration of Independence found in a speech delivered at Beardstown, August 12, and not at Lewiston 5 days later, as many biographers have it. Aside from its concise reasoning, the sublime thought it suggests entitles it to rank beside the great masterpiece, his Gettysburg Address. After alluding to the suppression by the fathers of the Republic of the slave trade, he says, "These by their representatives in old Independence Hall said to the whole race of men, 'We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.' This was their majestic interpretation of the economy of the universe. This was their lofty and wise and noble understanding of the justice of the Creator to his creatures. Yes, gentlemen, to all his creatures, to the whole great family of man. In their enlightened belief, nothing stamped with the divine image and likeness was sent into the world to be trodden on and degraded and imbruted by its fellows." They grasped not only the whole race of man then living, but they reached forward and seized upon the farthest posterity. They erected a beacon to guide their children and their children's children and the countless myriads who should inhabit the earth in other ages. Wise statesmen as they were, they knew the tendency of prosperity to breed tyrants, and so they established these great self-evident truths that when in the distant future some man, some faction, some interest should set up the doctrine that none but rich man, none but white man, or none but Anglo-Saxon white men were entitled to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, their posterity might look up again to the Declaration of Independence and take courage to renew the battle which their fathers began. So that truth and justice and mercy and all the humane and Christian virtues might not be extinguished from the land, so that no man would hereafter dare to limit and circumscribe the great principles on which the Temple of Liberty was being built. Now, my countrymen, if you have been taught doctrines conflicting with the great landmarks of the Declaration of Independence, if you have listened to suggestions which would take away from its grandeur and mutilate the fair symmetry of its proportions, if you have been inclined to believe that all men are not created equal in those inalienable rights enumerated by our Chart of Liberty, let me entreat you to come back. Return to the fountain whose waters spring close by the blood of the Revolution. Think nothing of me. Take no thought for the political fate of any man whomsoever, but come back to the truths that are in the Declaration of Independence. You may do anything with me you choose, if you will, but heed these sacred principles. You may not only defeat me for the Senate, but you may take me and put me to death. While pretending no indifference to earthly honors, I do claim to be actuated in this contest by something higher than an anxiety for office. I charge you to drop every paltry and insignificant thought for any man's success. It is nothing. I am nothing. Judge Douglas is nothing. But do not destroy that immortal emblem of humanity, the Declaration of American Independence. One of the newspaper men who heard this majestic oration wrote me as follows: "The apostrophe to the Declaration of Independence, to which you refer, was written by myself from a vivid recollection of Mr. Lincoln's speech at Beardstown, August 12, 1858. On the day following the delivery of the speech, as Mr. Lincoln and I were proceeding by steamer from Beardstown to Hayana, I said to him that I had been greatly impressed by his concluding remarks of the day previous, and that if he would write them out for me, I felt confident their publication would be highly beneficial to our cause, as well as honorable to his own fame. He replied that he had but a faint recollection of any portion of that speech. Like all his campaign speeches, it was necessarily extemporaneous, and that its good or bad effect depended upon the inspiration of the moment. He added that I had probably overestimated the value of the remarks referred to. In reply to my question whether he had any objection to my writing them out from memory and putting them in the form of a verbatim report, he said none at all. I accordingly did so. I felt confident then, and I feel equally assured now, that I transcribed the peroration with absolute fidelity as to the ideas, and commendable fidelity as to the language. I certainly aimed to reproduce his exact words, and my recollection of the passage as spoken was very clear. After I had finished writing, I read it to Mr. Lincoln. When I had finished the reading, he said, "Well, those are my views, and if I said anything on the subject, I must have said substantially that, but not nearly so well as that is said." I remember this remark quite distinctly, and if the old steamer editor is still in existence, I could show the place where we were sitting. Having secured his assent to the publication, I forwarded it to our paper. But inasmuch as my report of the Beardstown meeting had been already mailed, I incorporated the remarks on the Declaration of Independence in my letter from Lewiston 2 or 3 days subsequently. I do not remember ever having related these facts before, although they have often recurred to me as I have seen this peroration resuscitated again and again, and published, with good effect, I trust, in the newspapers of this country and England. End of section 24. Recording by Don Bracci, Chicago, Illinois, www.voicedon.com.